Road to Nowhere by Braylee Parkinson. Prologue. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon in a rural enclave of Wyoming. Abby Carter called Sarah Newman just after noon, eager to show off her new driver's license. Just minutes outside of Evanston, the windswept low desert was quiet and isolated. The unincorporated area where Sarah lived with her parents was desolate and empty. Their ranch was one of the few occupied properties in the area. Abby lived closer to town, and since she had a car and Sarah didn't, the invitation was easy to accept. Eager to enjoy the rest of the hot, dry Sunday afternoon, Sarah had headed outside and rushed down the long driveway to open the gate before heading back to the house. She'd impatiently paced on the hard, inhospitable land that made up their front yard. The beige 20-year-old Honda Accord eased into Sarah's driveway 10 minutes before 1 o'clock. First, the girls headed to a local fast food joint, Ridley's, where they ordered burgers, fries, and shakes. Sarah wasn't terribly hungry, but the thrill of being 16, having her own money, and being out with Abby inspired her to buy more food than she wanted. The girls ate outside in front of the restaurant, laughing and talking about boys and the upcoming school year. The experience was innocent and pleasant, the way a long summer day should be for teenage girls. After a few bites of their burgers, Abby stared off into the distance and said, "Let's go to Piedmont." Why? Why not? Sarah couldn't come up with a reason not to head to the local ghost town, and Abby was the driver, so why not? Sarah packed up the rest of her food and followed her friend back to the car. On the drive over, they made small talk until the speed limit increased. Abby pressed the accelerator in spurts, causing reckless laughter to fill the car. Once they hit the interstate, Abby weaved in and out of the sparse traffic, causing Sarah to let out a nervous giggle that eventually gave way to youthful outbursts. The wind howled through the valley, roaring into the open windows of the car and drowning out the girls' laughter. Exiting the interstate, the girls headed down a dirt road. The mid-July sun beat down overhead without a cloud in sight, and tall wavy stalks of brown grass flowed and waved along the edge of the road. As they moved further away from the town, nature began to take over. A lonely patch of quaking aspens sat in the midst of hard-packed, abandoned ranch land. Cattle milled across the road, causing the girls to stop and honk the horn, laughing as they waited for the cows to move out of their way. The dirt road was relatively smooth, with a rare groove or grate, and as the aged Honda Accord bounced down the dirt road, the girls sang along to a country song about boots and spurs. It was a playful summer Sunday afternoon in between the girls' 11th and 12th grade years. Neither had a care in the world. After passing the last remaining ranch in the area and heading over a steep incline, the girls spotted a car just a few miles from their destination. The dirt road ran through the low desert, twisting and turning through scrub brush, and at first the car had looked like a mirage. Coming around the edge of the dirt road, the girls saw that the old burgundy Volvo was covered in dust, and the hood up was up. The vehicle, pulled to the side of the road, looked abandoned, but the girls hadn't spotted anyone on the road. Where was the driver? With nothing but scrub brush and bushes around, the girls would have noticed someone walking back toward the highway. Anyone would have stood out on the lonely road. Abby slowed the car down to a crawl, easing toward the parked vehicle. "Stop!" Sarah yelled, her voice quivering. "I think I see something." The still fingertips of a hand stretched out on the ground caught Sarah's eye. The lack of movement sent a chill through her body. "Turn around," she said, her voice steady and firm. Sarah regretted answering the phone that morning and agreeing to head out with Abby. Sarah, annoyed the car was still moving forward, reached over and grabbed the steering wheel. "I said stop. Hit the brakes and turn around." The girls stopped and sat in the car for a moment, hesitant to get out and head toward the parked vehicle. Once Sarah was out of the car, she saw what looked like still, unmoving fingers. At that point, she didn't want to go any further. "We gotta do this," Abby said, coming around the side of the car and putting her arm around Sarah's waist. Abby gripped Sarah's side hard, indicating that going to the scene was not a choice. Unsure what to do, Sarah locked her knees, refusing to move forward. Abby's hand, shaking and sweating, struggled to drag her frightened friend closer to the car. Sarah, nervous and breathing hard, began walking again, but when they got close enough to make out what the lump in the road was, Sarah pulled back. "No. I don't have to do this," she yelled. Realizing that Sarah would not continue, Abby let her go and continued, reaching down to pick up a stick from the road. She slowly eased the short branch into the lump, situated just beyond the worn threads of the front tire of the Volvo. Soft, muffled cries were coming from Sarah's mouth, but she couldn't move. The body was turned on its side, twisted at the waist, and the legs were situated in a manner that suggested the victim may have been running, trying his best to flee when he was killed. "We gotta get the cops," Sarah said, her voice full of fear. Reaching out with the stick, Abby, who was eerily calm, poked the body. Sarah broke into sobs and took off running down the road. 1. I spent the first day of summer sitting on the front porch in a rocking chair, sipping homemade lemonade and reading Encounter with the Self. A humid breeze blew across the porch as I struggled to reconcile Job's plight with what I'd been taught about the Almighty. I was wrestling with the details when Charles pulled into the driveway and headed for the porch. "No," I said without looking up from the book. 25 years, Sylvia. You've got to come." Charles stepped onto the porch and towered over me, his eyes warm and pleading. "Fun, Syl. Do you remember what that is?" "What's the point?" "Syl, you'll have a few laughs with the old gang. What we had back then was special. You can't deny that. Let's just have a good time." "I told you I wasn't interested." "I didn't believe you. Besides, everyone wants to see you and you need to get out of this house." "I'm outside of the house." "Come on, Sylvia. You need a night out. We're gonna head to the game, get a kosher dog, maybe a beer or two, head to the pub afterward and catch up. It'll be good for you. I know you're upset about what happened, but this will help cheer you up." "Nothing happened. Sylvia, it's okay to like someone new, and it's okay to be sad if things don't work out with that new person. It's not about that. Sylvia, I know you. And then, there's the trial coming up. I know you're stressed, so let's just get out and have some fun. And if you come, I won't try to drag you out of your introvert palace for the rest of the summer." I closed the book. "Who are the Tigers playing?" "Yankees." "Give me 5, I said, heading into the house. That was how it began. I took the advice of my oldest and dearest friend, threw on a baseball cap, jeans and a plain black t-shirt, and headed down to Comerica Park to take in a game. I care little for baseball, but the electric atmosphere of the ballpark always pulls me in. We were celebrating the fact that we'd graduated from 8th grade, 25 years ago. 10 of my former classmates made it to the game, but I sat with those I'd been closest to back in elementary school. James Green, the quiet jokester, had grown into a sharp-eyed real estate agent. Audrey Parker was living her dream of being a newscaster, covering the morning beat at a local news station. Tyrell Blake owned his own construction company that specialized in commercial real estate. After the game, the 5 of us split from the others and headed to Donovan's for a beer. "So, what exactly are you doing these days, Sylvia?" Tyrell asked. I hesitated before saying, "I'm a private investigator. /social worker /friend /jack of all trades kind of crime solver," Charles said, lifting his beer for a toast. The crowd roared with laughter. "Don't listen to him. He's just jealous because he's a crime fighter on a leash," I said, winking and clanking my mug of beer against Charles's. Another round of jeers and giggles filled the air. "A lady detective. I like it," Audrey said, high-fiving me across the table. "Is it lucrative?" Tyrell asked. "It's decent. Sometimes I don't have cases for weeks at a time, like now, but something eventually rolls in the door. It fits with my style." "That's code for control freak," Charles said. We were sitting in the back of a pub on Trumbull Avenue, eating fried pickles and Irish egg rolls, sipping beers, and having a great time. Charles suggested we spend the rest of the night catching up. The group decided on an unofficial pub crawl to local haunts, with both Charles and James volunteering to be designated drivers. We giggled and reminisced about the shenanigans we'd pulled off in elementary and middle school. It was wonderful to remember the good old days and acknowledge how lucky we were to have had such a great opportunity. To our parents, I said, holding up a stein for a toast. Their sacrifices to send us to private school were not in vain. We clinked glasses and drank long, cold swigs to commemorate our gratitude. It really was a special time, Audrey said, a hint of sadness in her voice. A moment of awkward silence fell over the five of us, the reminder that there was a moment in our 10th year when our innocence was stolen. It was a time when the lights went out on our childhood. The first 5 years of school were great. Can't deny that, right? Tyrell said. Charles laughed first, easing the tension and sparking the rest of us to join in. Yes, those first 5 years before their classmate and my twin brother went missing had been fantastic. That night felt like old times. After the third beer, things got hazy. I felt myself talking more than I should, extolling my love for being a private investigator. It was a defense mechanism. Talk about what you love to avoid bringing up what's eating you alive, the voices that had been silenced and the faces that weren't there. But these people were my tribe. Even though we hadn't all been together since our 8th grade graduation, and we'd only had a few chance meetings, they knew me. When you watch people go from toddlers to teenagers, navigating puberty, first loves, childhood emotions, and the dramatic tiffs of adolescence, you recognize them, regardless of how much time has passed. It turned out that this excursion had been precisely what I needed. Before we parted ways, James leaned across the table and said, "I'm sorry about Simon. And Derek." I nodded, and while slightly slurring my speech, I said, "I won't stop until they both have justice." The world looked better after that night. Charles had been right about me being down after what may or may not have been a growing romantic entanglement. I wasn't sure it was over, or if things could be repaired, so I'd suppressed my feelings and the desire to pick up the phone with an extremely solitary existence. Hopefully, Brady Kepler and I were still friends, and my overreaction when he asked if I wanted to move west to be closer to him hadn't ruined our connection. Confusion and guilt had pushed me into a space where I'd backed away from work and let Martin, my assistant and former brother-in-law, sit in the office and wait for clients. Meanwhile, I created minor tasks for myself at home. After that evening, I realized how pitiful I'd been. Seeing my old friends reminded me of who I was. Sylvia Wilcox would not be defeated, not by failed relationships or a decline in her work caseload. The next morning I hit the pavement around 6 and resumed my running regimen, which took me through downtown Ypsilanti, Riverside Park, and Depot Town. Back at home, I showered, got dressed, brewed a strong pot of coffee, and headed for the office. Instead of sitting around in sweats at home, organizing paperwork, I was at my desk before 8 o'clock, ready for anyone that walked through the door. Within a week of getting back to my morning routine, I still hadn't received any fresh cases. I was getting discouraged when I showed up one day in early July and had a voice message. Occasionally, people call and email when they want to hire me, but the bulk of clients I get walk into my office. But during the summer, when things are slow, they're more likely to call. A familiar voice caught my attention. "Sylvia, call me when you can." It was James Green, one of the friends I'd gone to the baseball game with. His voice was calm, but when I listened to the short message a second time, I could hear the slight tinge of urgency. It didn't sound like he was calling to invite me to a barbecue. I prepared a brief speech in my head about how I don't take cases involving friends, and called him back. "Hey. Thanks for getting back to me," James said. He'd answered on the first ring. "Sure thing. How are you?" He sighed. "Well, I'm hanging in there, but I've got a problem." "What's up?" "My nephew Anson is missing." "Oh no. I'm so sorry. How long has Anson been gone?" "He left on a road trip to California last Friday. He's my brother Michael's second oldest kid. He graduated from high school a few weeks ago and decided to take a cross-country road trip. Initially, he checked in with his parents every night, but the last time they spoke to Anson was 2 days ago. The last time they spoke to Anson, he was in a little town, said he was headed out to a bar to get a bite to eat at a place called The Last Bar. He checked into a motel in Kimball, Nebraska. That's about all I know. They talked with him before he headed out to the bar? Yes. What time was that? My sister-in-law, Brienne, told me it was about 6 that evening. His routine was to drive about 8 hours, see the sights and meet people. Sounds very carefree. Yes. Too carefree. We were worried. But he's 18. What could we say? The kid has always been outgoing and hard to keep in check. Why was he going to California? I asked. Well, that's another reason we can't seem to get anyone to care about him going missing. He didn't have a reason to go to California. He just decided to get in the car and go. There are some rugged areas where Anson won't have cell phone reception. If he had car trouble or something like that, he could be stuck. Does he have survival skills? He was a Boy Scout, but he's also very impulsive. I can see him pulling off the side of the road to see something, and wandering off without a map. He's smart but a little too trusting. I would say there's reason to be concerned. He's young and in unfamiliar territory. I don't have any cases right now, so I'll take a look. See if I can get a hold of the local law enforcement and track him down. That would be great. Michael's called the police in the area, but they don't want to do anything yet. Yeah, it's hard to get help when adults go missing. Especially when it's a man. The town he was in might have local officers, but many of these small places rely on the state police or sheriff. That's not a bad thing in this case, because he could have driven out of that town and gotten stranded somewhere else, or stopped to see something along the way. But before I look into things, I have a few questions. Go for it. What is Anson into? He's big on old stuff. Loves ghost towns, Americana, spaghetti westerns, anything that has been forgotten he likes. So, a little town in Nebraska would speak to his heart. Exactly. That's why I'm nervous. He's young and fearless. We've all been there. Unless you had a history like mine. My twin brother had been kidnapped when we were 10. It had taught me to be overly cautious. Yeah, I guess. I just don't want to wait too long. If something has happened, I want Anson found. He could be hurt, stranded, or lost. If we can find him, then maybe we can. He trailed off, not wanting to state the obvious. Do you have the time and date that he left? I can find out. Can I stop by your office this afternoon? Working cases for acquaintances was a no-no. The disappointment of not getting the answers they so desperately needed was heartbreaking. No matter how much you do, it was never enough unless you found their loved one. James wasn't the boy's father, but he was still pretty close to the source. Sure. It'll be good to meet in person. I don't know if I can help, but I might be able to put you in touch with someone who can. That wasn't entirely true. I had some connections with other PIs, but I didn't know anyone in Nebraska. Whatever you can do would be helpful. Those were the words I dreaded. It was a nice thought, but unless I could safely bring the boy home, it would never be enough. 2. James showed up an hour later. He entered the office with his head downcast and his brow creased with worry. His phone is going straight to voicemail, he said before collapsing into the chair in front of my desk. I'm going to do all I can to get some answers. Let's go through it from the beginning. James nodded. I sat down behind my desk and pulled out my laptop to take notes. I positioned my hand over the keyboard and said, "When did Anson first mention this cross-country trip?" I'm not sure, but Michael mentioned it about a week after Anson's graduation. He wasn't happy about it, because they wanted Anson to get a job and work through the summer. He's going to state in the fall. Did Anson have a job? Yes, but it was very part-time. Anson worked 10 hours a week at a thrift store, but quit right before graduation. How was he financing his trip? James shook his head. That's the infuriating part. My parents gave him thousands of dollars for graduation, and Mike and Brienne ended up giving him a credit card so he wouldn't spend the money. So, Anson has a fair amount of money at his disposal. Yes. He could be in Mexico partying it up, or in California experimenting with something dangerous. Does Anson have a history of experimenting with dangerous things? No, but he definitely has enough money to start, James said, disgust in his eyes. I know you're worried, but I need you to think a bit about this question before you answer. Okay. Has Anson gone missing in the past? James took a moment before saying, never. Good. That will be the first thing the authorities want to know. They'll probably contact the police in the precinct where Anson lives. If the officers there say he's gone missing in the past, the cops in Nebraska will probably avoid talking with me. Okay. There was a time when we didn't know where Anson was. This was back when he was 15. He called it running away, but he wasn't really going anywhere. Michael found him walking around near the old train station. I stopped typing and looked up. Are we talking about the abandoned train station in Detroit? Yeah. Anson loves old stuff. The train station was an interesting but ultimately unsafe place for someone to head to. It was recently purchased and slated for restoration, but it was still in a sketchy part of town. Is that the only time Anson went missing? Well, he came to live with me and my wife, Anna, after he had a fight with his mom. They didn't know where he was for about 6 hours, so yes. They reported him missing. What can you tell me about Anson's relationship with his parents? They're very close. I know it might not seem like it, but Anson is just different. He's one of those people who lives on emotion. That's caused issues with Michael. He's pretty hardcore. Michael is a Marine, isn't he? I asked, doing my best to remember what I could about James's brother. Yeah. Do you think it's possible Anson has taken off? Are you asking if he's just out there doing his thing? Yes. Is that possible? James laughed. No. He wouldn't do that. Do you know if the credit card is in Anson's name? I'm not sure. How about his phone? No. It's on Michael's family plan. That's good. It means Anson's parents can check for transactions and calls. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to do that. Great. You've given me excellent information, but there's one thing we haven't talked about. What's that? Why aren't Michael and Breyer here? James sighed. Michael is concerned, but he's not sure what to do. Breyer thinks Anson's just doing what he does. They're not as concerned as you are. You could say that. They feel like he's just a young man exploring adulthood. I want to look into this, but I'd like Michael and Breyer's blessing. I understand that you're worried, but there might be factors we're not aware of. James nodded. I think if you talk with them, you'll be able to get them to understand how dangerous this is. James called his brother and set up a meeting for that evening. I left the office at 5:30 and headed to Rosedale Park, a quaint residential area of Detroit made up of attractive homes with broad, well-kept lawns. The Greens lived in a modest bungalow in the middle of a quiet residential street. I parked out front and headed for the house. A friendly German shepherd met me at the gate, causing me to wait until someone came to greet me before entering the yard. Michael Green appeared at the front door a few seconds later. He was tall and broad-shouldered with a shaved head, dark brown skin, and a handsome face. He stepped off the porch, his head slightly lowered and his hands stuffed in his beige khakis. The resemblance between Michael and James was stunning. Hello, Mr. Green. Sylvia Wilcox. I haven't seen you in decades, he said, his eyes still diverted to the ground. You remember me from school? Faintly. And call me Michael. Any friend of James's is a friend of mine, he said, looking up and smiling. You were a firecracker back then. Guess it's fitting that you would end up being a private detective. You think so? Yeah. You never played by the rules. That's the one thing I remember about you. I didn't know if that was a compliment or a criticism, so I nodded and said, I'm very sorry for what you're going through. I'd like to gather some information and see what I can do to help. I think that would be best. Tisha won't bite you. Come on in, Michael said, opening the gate. Tisha the German Shepherd sniffed my pant leg and nudged her nose against my shin. I took a moment to pet her, before heading to the door. The dog followed me and moaned when Michael told her to stay put. It's so nice of you to come. Anson is a good kid, but he's a dreamer. We think he might be having one last adventure before he enters college. We can't just take off for Nebraska to look for him, but we're getting worried, Michael said. Understandable. It's difficult to hold searches when you don't know the area, so staying here might be best. That's why I'm going to get us some help from local authorities. Michael opened the door and motioned for me to enter. I stepped into a short hallway that led to a winding staircase. A dining room sat on one side of the stairs and a den on the other. Thanks for coming. A petite woman with a warm smile and a short, carefully sculpted afro took my hand. Hello, Mrs. Green. Everybody calls me Bree. Come into the den. I followed Michael and Brienne into a room lined with bookshelves and famous art prints. A Van Gogh was in one corner and a Rembrandt in another, but one in particular caught my eye. The Behemoth and Leviathan, I said, stopping in front of the print. It's a reminder that all that's good must have an unpleasant side. Nothing is truly innocent. I recently read Encounter with the Self. That's on our shelf as well, Brienne said, motioning for me to sit in a beige recliner. I sat and waited for the Greens to take a seat across from me. As you know, James is worried about Anson because he's fallen out of contact. James is a worrywart. He and Anson are very close, Brienne said, shaking her head. Michael agreed with his wife. We don't have any evidence he's in danger, but it can't hurt to look into things. Anson promised to call, and it's not like him to go back on his promises. When was the last time you heard from him? A couple of nights ago. When he got to Kimball, Nebraska, Anson called us and told us he was going out for dinner. He loves trains, and the little places that were built up around the railroad intrigue him. He also mentioned a courthouse he wanted to visit. Anson loves old architecture. I could hear that excitement in his voice. Did he mention what he had planned for the next day? He was heading into Wyoming next. The border was a few hours away from where he was staying. Any place in particular? Laramie. What's in Laramie? Nothing much as far as we know. Anson said there were a few stops he wanted to make. I tried to get more info, but I got the feeling he didn't have much planned, Brienne said. He's impulsive. We've tried to move him away from being so spontaneous, but it hasn't worked yet, Michael added, shaking his head. James mentioned that there were a few other times when you couldn't find Anson. Michael stood up. His eyes were wide with anger. It wasn't like that. Anson was mad and he took a walk. To the old train station downtown? Brienne put her hands on her knees, straightened her back, and sighed. He's a teenager. They do things like that. I know, and I'm not judging you. I just need the facts before I contact local law enforcement. If I go to them and start asking questions and they find out Anson has gone missing before, they'll assume I don't know much and won't want to talk with me. I guess that makes sense, Michael said. We had an argument about Anson joining the track team. He loves to read and never wanted to play sports, but I was on the track team in high school and did well. He's tall and fast, so I encouraged him to try out for track. How did Anson feel about running track? He didn't want to do it, but we wanted him to build more community at school. He was always in his room, reading or at the library. We wanted him to make some memories. And he liked it once he got going. That's where he met his girlfriend Jean, Brienne said. Has Jean talked with Anson? Not for 2 days. He sent Jean pictures of the building he liked in Kimball. She's into history too. What was the argument about the second time Anson left? A homecoming dance. Once again, we were encouraging Anson to get out and enjoy his time in high school. Anson was hesitant. He ended up going to live with James for a little while. He's also into electronics. He spends a lot of time online chatting with people. Any idea which forums or websites he likes? Anson loves ghost towns. He spends time chatting with other dreamers who sit around on their computers and talk about digging up buried treasure. He has an interest in the Lost Dutchman mine in Arizona, but we made him promise not to try to find it, Michael said. There was a challenge a few years ago. A man claimed to have buried a treasure chest of gold coins and money. Has Anson ever mentioned that? Yeah, but he isn't interested in that type of thing. He doesn't like new things. That treasure has only been out there a few years. Anson wants to find something old that's been hidden away for decades or even centuries. He's just fascinated with the past. What is the purpose of his trip to California? He wanted to go. Are you seeing a pattern here? Brienne asked, a small giggle slipping out. Yes. Anson likes adventures. They don't have to have a set purpose, I said. Michael smiled and nodded. He says no destination is best, because you never know what you'll find along the way. I bet he's somewhere without cell phone reception. He's probably on the edge of some ghost town daydreaming right now. Or he's talking to some old-timer about how things used to be, Brienne added. The two looked at one another and laughed. May I see Anson's bedroom? Of course, Michael said. We headed up the winding staircase and entered the first room on the right. It was designed with an Old West theme. Anson's bed was atop a rustic loft with a wooden ladder. Old Time and Newsweek magazines were scattered on the floor near a large oak desk. I recognized Big Ben, a train engine I'd gotten the chance to see in Colorado years ago. Old West and Americana, I said. That's right. We do not know why, but Anson loves this stuff. Old cowboy movies too, Brienne said. Do you know what's in the lockbox? I asked, pointing at a medium-sized container on his dresser. Nothing. It used to have Anson's money, but we made him put it in the bank before leaving. He got thousands from my parents for graduation. He put it in his bank account, so we know he doesn't have much cash, Michael said, confirming what James had told me. Do you know how much money Anson has on him? We gave him a credit card with a $5,000 limit. We also told him to call if he needed more. I don't want him spending his money. The kid could be anywhere, I thought. I know what you're thinking, Brienne said. But we didn't want him to spend what he received. He's headed to state in the fall, and we want him to take that money with him. He can use it to reduce the time he has to spend working. Is the credit card in your name? Yes. We just gave him one of ours, Brienne said. I'd like to see a printout of the transactions if possible. Maybe we can get a feel for where Anson is now by tracing where he's been. No problem. I know I can trust a raven, Michael said, referring to our middle school sports team name. What type of car is Anson driving? A Volvo 244. He bought it with his savings. It's burgundy in decent shape, but it's old. I smiled cautiously and asked, is there anything else you can think of that might indicate where Anson has gone? Michael and Brienne looked at one another for a moment. Hesitating before speaking, Brienne said, no. That's all we know. One more question. Okay. Does Anson have siblings? No. He's an only child. I finished jotting down notes and told the Greens I would be in touch. 3. Is this a case? We don't know that the kid is missing. I'm just doing some checks for an old friend, I told Martin. We'd arrived at the office at the same time that morning. I'd filled Martin in on what I'd learned about Anson. You have friends? Martin joked. Yes. In fact, we had a little get-together about a month ago to celebrate the 25th anniversary of our 8th grade graduation. A 25th anniversary of graduating from middle school? Can you get any weirder? How about congratulations on me attending a social event of any kind? Martin laughed. Okay. That's a good point. You didn't spend one night holed up in your house reading and sipping some overpriced wine. Point scored. Okay, simmer down and listen up. Anson Green is an 18-year-old kid on some type of cross-country road trip Old West tour. He's 6 feet tall, thin, and African-American, with a light brown complexion and a shaved head. Loves Americana cowboy stuff and railroads, I said, getting us back to the topic at hand. Let me guess. He's an offspring of someone from this super-savvy 8th grade reunion? Not quite. He's the nephew of my friend James. Anson's father attended the same school as we did, but he was older. What was in the water at that school? All the good stuff, I said, shaking my head. He's driving an older model burgundy Volvo 244, and the parents gave him a credit card with a $5,000 limit to use during his trip. They haven't talked with him for 2 days as of yesterday. Doesn't sound like anything too alarming. He's 18 and just graduated, and they gave the kid a credit card. I know, but he promised to call and was following through until a few days ago. I'm going to contact law enforcement in Kimball, Nebraska, the town he was last seen in. I hope they'll give this a little attention, even though it hasn't been too long since last contact. The parents are checking the credit card and cell phone statements. I'd like you to look around online and see what you can find about Anson Green. Okay. Anything in particular to look for? Old West, ghost towns, Route 66, Lost Dutchman mine, and road trips. Those are pretty broad topics. I know, but let's start there. I looked up the Kimball County Sheriff's Department online. It was housed in a small structure in the middle of a major road that had all the markings of a boom-and-bust railroad town. Closed businesses from previous decades lined the street, and their iconic facades whispering the history of a town in decline. I called the police station and listened to the phone ring 6 times before leaving a voicemail. Next, I turned my attention to researching the area. Kimball, Nebraska, had a population of less than 3,000 people, and demographics showed that the African American population was almost non-existent. That gave me hope that someone would remember seeing Anson. Landmarks and historic markers were limited in Kimball. Most of the entertainment and places to visit were built around the shared history and community of the locals. There was some information about the railroad and its impact on the decline of the town, but Kimball appeared to be a standard small town on the surface. I got a call back from the Kimball County Sheriff's Department an hour later. This is Officer Clay Remington from Kimball County Sheriff's Department. His voice was hard and his words flowed fast, the armor of a cop. Thank you for calling back. I'm a private investigator in Michigan, and I'm looking for information on a young man named Anson. He's fallen out of communication with his parents. He was in Kimball the last time they spoke to him. His uncle called us yesterday. I told him that sadly we couldn't open a missing person report based on the information he gave me. Totally understandable. I was a cop in Detroit for 5 years before becoming a private investigator. Oh yeah? How's the private route treating you? Remington's voice softened. It's good. Pros and cons like anything else, I said, keeping my voice friendly and calm. Here's the thing. Anson hasn't been heard from in a few days. He's 18, and this is his first time on the road by himself. I bet he's just enjoying the first fruits of being an adult, but I'd like to track him down if possible. He's 6 foot tall, African American, with a light brown complexion and shaved head, and he's driving an old burgundy Volvo. Kimball's a small town. I think he might stand out there. Yeah. He would, Officer Remington said. That's what I thought. Do you think you could call around, ask if anyone has seen him? His parents said he went for dinner at a bar there, and took pictures of a building. He liked the architecture. They last spoke to him around 6, and he sent a text message with the pic after that, so I guess it would have been 7-ish. The county courthouse is the building. It's nice. There's only one bar, so I know where he would have been. If he spent the night, it would have been at the Relax Inn. It's just a small place, so they definitely will remember him. Tell you what, the last bar is pretty empty after the lunch rush, which typically ends around 1. If he went there, they'll remember him. I'll head to the last bar for lunch and call up Brooks at the Relax Inn. I contacted the Greens to see if Anson had called yet. We pulled up the credit card statement and took a look, Michael said, his voice full of defeat. What's the date, time, and location of the last transaction? Telluride, Colorado, at a pizzeria at 8:22 Tuesday night. I stopped writing on my notepad. Colorado. Where was Anson going? Clearly not California. Any idea why Anson would go to Telluride? I don't think it was him. I think someone carjacked Anson and has the card. The card hasn't been used since Telluride? No. So I guess that theory is out, Michael said, defensive. Not necessarily. Everything is on the table. I just want to make sure I have accurate information. If Anson is headed to California, Laramie is on the way. After that, he could continue across Wyoming into Utah, and finally into California. Dipping down into Colorado could mean several things, including someone else having the credit card. So far, we just know the card was in Colorado. Anson could have dropped it, and a stranger picked it up. You're right. I'm sorry. Just starting to think something might be wrong. When we didn't hear from him the first day, I thought he'd just gotten distracted. The second day I thought, well, he's on a trip and having a good time. But now that the third morning has arrived without a call. Michael's tone had changed from the previous day. I'm sorry this is happening. I'm going to do what I can to track Anson down. A police officer in Kimball is asking around at the bar and hotel. It's a small place, so I think we'll get some information. I'd like to see the credit card statement if possible, and it would be helpful to have a few photos of Anson and his car that I can email out to businesses and police departments along I-80. No problem. I'll email photos and the credit card statement. Thanks. That will be helpful. Did you have a chance to check into the phone log? Yes. Most of the messages are to us or Jean, his girlfriend, but he also was texting back and forth with some other people. The messages are mostly about ghost towns and things like that. Basically nonsense from what I can tell. I'd like to look at those text messages. Sure. I'll email a print-off with the pictures. Thank you. I also have a few questions before I let you go. Ask away. Does Anson want to go to state in the fall? Of course. Okay. Why do you ask? Mr. Green, I just want as many facts as I can get so that I can move forward and find out where Anson is at, I said, keeping the frustration out of my voice. I hope that's what you're doing. He didn't leave on his own. If you think that, you're no better than the cops. Biting my tongue, I refrained from explaining the complex situation missing adults present. Law enforcement agencies don't have unlimited resources, and just like loved ones don't know where the missing person has gone, law enforcement officers are even more in the dark. Instead of getting into the intricate details of policing, I said, the more I know about Anson, the better I can serve you. Speaking of which, we don't take charity. What's the bill so far? I haven't done anything that warrants charging at this point. If I have to travel, we can talk about the financial end of things. Right now, I'm just a raven doing a solid for another raven. Officer Remington called back that afternoon. The folks at the last bar saw him that night, and he stayed at the Relax Inn. It's close to the courthouse, so he spent a lot of time talking with them and taking pictures. He already knew some history of the town, which is odd. Most people have never heard of Kimball, Nebraska. Not much to our little piece of land here. The place is named after a railroad man. Ever since the highway was diverted from town, we've been watching the population dwindle. For example, Brooks and his wife own the Relax Inn and do everything there. They live in one of the rooms and take care of all the necessities. There's no need for staff, and frankly, I'm shocked they're still in business. Interesting place for a young man to stop. Did they have any information about where Anson was going next? Brooks said the kid got up early and checked out before 6. He was heading to Laramie, where he planned to stop by the museum. Don encouraged him to have some of the continental breakfast, but the kid refused and said he was going to stop at a roadside cafe. Anson said he wanted an authentic experience. His parents say he's a big fan of the Old West. He probably would have liked something like the Baghdad Cafe, I said. I don't think we have anything like that. I love living here, but I don't live under any illusions. It's not an exciting place and options are limited, Remington said. Are there many points of interest in Laramie? There's a pyramid around there, the Vidavoo Rec area, and the State Territorial Prison. That's all I can recall. Haven't been there in a long time. A pyramid? I know it's weird, but yes. There is a pyramid in Wyoming. It's a monument to a pair of brothers that funded the railroad back east. The idea was passengers would get off the train and be so thrilled with this obscure pyramid in the middle of nowhere. I don't know who put that marketing plan together. I laughed. Good point. A pyramid doesn't really scream, buy more train tickets. Exactly, but if this kid is into railroad history, this is the place for him. Trains made settlement of the West possible. An Old West history buff would love driving around here. They'd also love the State Territorial Museum. Butch Cassidy was imprisoned there for a while. There's a big exhibit on him, and the prison itself is a notorious part of the Old West. There's a lot of great info about what Wyoming was like in the 1800s. Thanks for the information. You've been very helpful. No problem. Hope you find the kid. 4. Michael emailed 3 photos of Anson, a copy of the text messages and the credit card statement around 3 o'clock that afternoon. He called soon after to make sure everything had arrived without fail. Thank you for sending these documents. Also, I talked with an officer in Nebraska, I said. Did you learn anything new? Anson told the hotel owner in Kimball that he was headed to Laramie, where he was going to visit a museum. I noticed a transaction at a museum in Laramie the day after we last spoke to him. I did the math in my head. Anson's last phone call to his parents was 4 days ago. The trip to Laramie was 4 days ago, and the transaction in Telluride was 3 days ago. Anson was on some type of wild goose chase, had met foul play, and someone else had the credit card, or he'd simply taken off. So he went to Laramie and then Telluride. I think at this point, we have to go with the theory that Anson is still in possession of the credit card. I'm going to do some research and see what he may have done around Telluride. Hopefully, we'll be able to track him down with the credit card transactions. After the call was over, Martin said, I've got something. Fill me in. I found some chatter about the Lost Dutchman mine on Anson's social media accounts, which, by the way, have virtually no security opt-ins. You can go through all of his posts. His About section lists his city, birth date, and any other information hackers like to repurpose for nefarious needs. I know he's young, but that's reckless. Martin, he's 18. He's invincible, adventurous, and impulsive. What does he say about the Lost Dutchman mine? I asked. He wants to find it because so many people have died looking for it. There doesn't seem to be a lot of drive for some type of payday. Instead, he's interested in the longevity of the legend and the deaths surrounding searches for the mine. Obviously, it's dangerous to head into rugged territory, but the special circumstances of the Arizona heat and the isolated area make it even more dangerous. Anson seemed to think of it as an adventure. Fitting mindset for a treasure seeker who's willing to search for riches in a place called the Superstitious Mountains. Well, here's an interesting thing. There's speculation that there are 4 Lost Dutchman mines. 2 in Arizona, 1 in Colorado, and 1 in California. Anson is supposed to be on a trip to California. Maybe this explains the detour to Colorado. Perhaps, but there are so many legends about buried treasure out there, it's hard to believe that Anson was so taken by this one that he had to take off to find all 4 caches. It sounds weird, but it's a theory we probably need to consider, Martin said. You're right. Let's look at the documents Anson's dad emailed. I printed off the information and handed Martin half of the stash. We spent the last few hours of work poring over the messages and transactions. By the time we looked up, it was 6:30, long past closing time. What do you think? I asked Martin. His stops are weird. Not what I'd expect from an 18-year-old. Not sure what this trip is all about. I totally agree. We might be missing key pieces of info that will illuminate the rationale behind the stops. Let's just make copies and come back to it when we know more. Okay. Before we go, we should list all the places we know he stopped up on the board, Martin said, grabbing an expo marker. Good idea, but we're done for the day after that, I said. Deal. Martin headed for the whiteboard. Okay. He starts off in Michigan, where he most likely would have taken I-94 to I-80. From there, he takes the interstate through Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa. He stops at the Amana Colony's I-80 truck stop, a Pony Express Historical Museum, Lincoln, Kimball, Laramie, and Telluride. His parents said that his plan was to drive 8 hours a day, rest and move on, I said, flipping through the credit card statement. It looks like he did that the first day. But he started breaking up the driving as time went on, Martin said, jotting down points on the whiteboard. I bet he overestimated how much he could drive in one day. Fatigue set in. Or his plans changed, and he wanted to spend more time in certain places. Where's the Pony Express stop? Gothenburg, Nebraska. I think that fits into the idea that Anson was doing some type of Old West history tour. Okay. Where does he go next? He spends the night in Kimball, Nebraska. People remember seeing him there. He stops at a bar and stays at a hotel. In the morning, he tells the hotel owner that he's heading to Laramie, where he uses the credit card his parents gave him for food, gas, and a ticket to the museum. But the parents don't hear from him after Kimball. Correct. They don't talk to him after he tells them he's headed to the bar that night. The last piece of communication is a picture of the county courthouse and messages about how wonderful the building looks. Do we know for sure Anson made it to the museum? Is it possible someone else had the card? Sure. Anything is possible, but I think he made it. I'm going to email a picture and call the museum. They might blow me off, but that's more difficult when the credit card shows he was there. Or someone with a card used it there. It's hard to get answers over the phone. Right, but I'm going to plead my case, I said. Are we heading west? We'll see. If it comes to that, can you go? Yeah. I'm free until the end of August. Then it's time to dive into law and order on the other side of the coin. Law school, here I come. Great. I'm going to need a lawyer one of these days. The next morning, I had messages from Charles, a Wyoming County sheriff named Chris Ruiz, and Michael Green. I called Charles back first. James called and told me about his nephew. I referred him to you, but of course you're already on the case. I'm taking a look. The kid is driving all over the western United States. We have credit card statements and phone logs, but none of that makes much sense. I'm trying to determine his next move. James told me the parents filed a police report, Charles said. That's good. I don't know what's going on yet. I can't tell if this kid left on his own or if something else happened to him. Nebraska, big state with few people. It's easy to go missing there. What are you thinking? Anson made it out of Nebraska and into Wyoming and Colorado. He used the credit card his parents gave him at a museum, 2 gas stations, and a pizzeria in Telluride, Colorado. I have a bit of concern about the relationship between Anson and his parents. I think they're doing their best to shape him into someone he might not want to be. What made you draw that conclusion? He ran away twice during high school. Teens can be capricious, but it sounds like those instances were relatively recent, I said. Are you heading west again? I wanted to say no, but I knew if something happened, I'd be in Wyoming or Colorado or wherever the clues led me. We'll see. Sylvia, I know you're just doing a favor for a friend, but are you up for this? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? I'm just asking. Charles, I wasn't having a relationship with Brady. We are friends, and everything is okay. What about the trial? It's going to be great to get justice for Derek, but it will also be hard to go through all of that, Charles said, referencing a trial that hopefully would hold my husband's killers responsible for his death. They're still investigating. I don't expect a trial for some time. Okay. I'm a little worried. You've just returned to your old self. I'm tough. Mind your business, I said. Charles laughed. All right. Keep me posted. I checked the second message from Sergeant Ruiz again. Hello, Miss Sylvia Wilcox. This is Detective Ruiz, and I'm calling about Anson Green. I talked with an officer in Detroit who pointed me in your direction. Please call me back when you get a chance. I jotted down the number and returned the call. He picked up after 3 rings. Detective Ruiz. Hello. This is Sylvia Wilcox, and I. Thanks for calling back. I talked with an officer from Kimball County in Nebraska, and he put a bug in my ear about an old burgundy Volvo 244. Spotted the car you're looking for on CCTV at a gas station. Pretty sure this is the kid, too. He looked a little distraught. Where was he at? Near Fort Bridger. He hadn't quite made it to the stretch of the road where it's clear you're heading into a somewhat populated area. If he doesn't know Wyoming well, he'd probably be nervous because it seems like you're never going to hit another town. It's just desert, mountains in the distance, and scrub brush around there. I looked at my map. Uinta County. That's right. That's much further than I would expect. Anson was in Telluride after Laramie. When did you see him on the CCTV? Yesterday morning. Yesterday? That's a relief. His parents haven't heard from him since Sunday. I jotted down a note, reminding myself to add Fort Bridger to the growing list of locations Anson had traversed. It's good to have seen him, but he's still out of contact and he looked nervous on the video. The gas station he stopped at doesn't have an attendant most of the time. You can buy gas, but the kid wanted to go inside. He yanked on the door and was upset that it wouldn't open, Ruiz said. Interesting. Anything else going on near that station? It's a de facto truck stop. Like I said, that section, like most of Wyoming, is sparsely populated. The kid probably was driving around and got hungry or something and saw a gas station, thinking that he could just head in and buy something. But it's an empty area. No private homes close by, so the gas station isn't manned often. A few trucks usually park across the road in an old park and ride lot. They stop for gas and rest there. Any landmarks or sights to see in the area? No. There's not much at all around there. It's vast and empty. Beautiful, but very few signs of civilization once you hit that road. There are some mines and oil fields off in the distance, but it's not a place many people hang out. We have officers checking other cameras in the area. People stop there often, so there's a slightly higher rate of missing persons in that area. Anson's into mysteries. We discovered he was in a forum where he was talking about the Lost Dutchman mine, I said. Superstitious mountains. He's headed the wrong way for that. Yeah, Arizona would be south. So right now we're trying to figure out if Anson detoured from I-80, did some exploring in the area, and headed down into Utah and on to Arizona. You think he's headed to Arizona? No idea, but possibly. I guess we just have to be satisfied with seeing him on the CCTV, I said. I'll keep my ear to the ground, see if I hear anything. Kid doesn't look like he's prepared for what we have around here. I hope he headed to a city. So do I. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. I'll keep you posted, Ruiz said. I wasn't sure what to think of the phone call. Was Anson okay? If he was distraught in the video, was he running from some type of danger? Did he drive out somewhere and get lost? Martin showed up an hour later. I filled him in on what Detective Ruiz had told me. So the kid's okay, he said. Maybe. The officer said. Anson looked stressed on the video. We still don't know much, huh? Why did he stop calling his parents and using the credit card? I don't know. Maybe he has money. His parents said he deposited his graduation money in the bank. They seemed pretty sure about that, but I'm going to ask them to check. Are we done with this thing? Well, I don't feel that great about the fact that Anson is still not locatable. He was at a gas station, but it's not really close to much, and the sergeant told me that people go missing from that area occasionally. It's a place where truckers stop and sleep. We need to keep looking until we're sure he's safe. You want me to continue the deep dive online? Yeah. Look for online forums, chats, and social media posts. People put a lot more information out into the world via the internet. Find us the puzzle pieces so we can track down this kid. I'm going to call the Greens and let them know that there was a possible sighting. After that, we're heading home, I said. I considered how I should phrase things when telling Michael that Anson had been spotted. I played it safe and let him know that there was an alleged sighting at a gas station the previous day. Are they sure? Why hasn't he called us? Michael asked. They believe it was Anson. I'm going to do more digging to verify. As far as why the credit card isn't being used, and why he's not calling, I do not know. We filed a report here in Detroit. Yes, I heard that. Great idea. Now we have a paper trail started. That will help. I'd still like to speak with Anson's girlfriend. Maybe we've missed something, I said. Her name is Jean Wilson. She's a minor, so you'll want to call her parents first. Her parents are Lila and David. It was 7:15, but I figured a quick phone call wouldn't hurt. Fighting off a sudden burst of fatigue, I called Lila Wilson. I don't think Jean knows anything. This is just a puppy love kind of situation, Lila said. I understand, but Anson's parents are worried. He's been out of contact for several days, and it's not clear what's going on with him. I'd love for you and your husband to both be present when I talk with Jean. Her frustration seeped through the phone. I don't want the police sniffing around here. Jean has only been dating this boy for a few months, and it was a very innocent relationship. I'm not a police officer, I said. Well, let me check with Jean. I won't make her do it, but if she wants to talk to you, she can. I'll check with her and call you back. I thanked Lila, ended the call, and headed back to the road map I had spread across my desk. Anson told his parents he was headed to California, but the places we suspected he'd been showed he wasn't driving west for some of the trip. Telluride was definitely off the beaten path, and depending on where he went after the CCTV sighting, Anson could be headed anywhere. And why hadn't he called his parents? I have a theory, I called from across the office. What's up? The sighting I told you about was near Fort Bridger in Wyoming yesterday morning. Anson stopped at a gas station that doesn't have an attendant and was caught on CCTV. The officer said he looked distraught. What if Anson has had some type of break with reality? A mental episode is definitely possible, Martin said. Or he's lost and doesn't quite know where he is. What else did the officer in Wyoming have to say? Just that he'll keep an eye out for more sightings, I said. I think I might have something too. Anson likes the Lost Dutchman mine in Arizona, but he also branched out and started talking about buried treasure in other places. He's part of a group called the Seekers, and he uses the handle AdventureMan18. He chats away about having a big adventure, and starts talking with a person called Kitty Forever. She claims to live in Yellowstone and rattles on about all the buried treasure in Colorado and Wyoming, Martin said. Yellowstone, That's at the top of Wyoming, but we already know Anson is driving all around the country. Yellowstone's a little over 300 miles north. He could have been heading there when he was spotted. Maybe he's meeting up with this lady. Any hints at romance? Not really. He even mentions his girlfriend to her, so I don't think that's it. Kitty Forever talks about different ghost towns and legends of where treasure is supposedly buried. They chat back and forth, but there's nothing pointing in a specific direction. That's why I think he might have headed her way to learn more. Or they eventually switched to text messaging. They could have been using a texting app. That would make it difficult to track down through his account, Martin said. That's kind of what I'm getting from it. He's just traveling to places most people don't care about. Maybe to learn more about railroad history or the Old West, but as his journey goes along, he's deciding to make some changes. College and his parents are on the other side of his trip. What if he wants something different? A kid from Detroit who's tired of the big city. Or a kid who is just ready to break free and do what he wants. The West has that romantic pull. Think about it. People head west with big dreams of starting a new life. I just don't understand why Anson doesn't seem to choose places where he can safely explore the area. That's a great point. If you want to see beauty and the diverse landscape of the country, there's plenty out there. The national parks are there if you're outdoorsy, and there are towns and cities to fill in the rest. From what the sheriff told me about where the CCTV cameras were located, that area is so sparsely populated that they don't need an attendant at the gas station. Says that truck drivers park around there, but that's it. If you don't have experience in empty spaces, you really want to start with the parks, I said. That's true, but the other side of the coin is that the parks, if you pay attention to directions and signs and all that good stuff, are relatively safe, but they can be crowded. Anson might be looking for genuine Western experiences. I'll keep searching through these messages. He was pretty active on there, until recently. Maybe I can find a hint about where he's gone. 5. We left the office just before 8 that evening. I walked home, fixed a ham and cheese sandwich on rye, ate, and was in bed by 10 o'clock. My sleep was fitful, and I was up before dawn. It was Saturday, and the familiar weight of not knowing what to do with my free time sat in the pit of my stomach. I went for a quick run through downtown Ypsilanti and Riverside Park, over the Frog Island Bridge, and was back home half an hour later. Feeling a bit unsettled about Anson's whereabouts, I headed into the office. Lila Wilson had left a message a few minutes after Martin and I had left the office. Jean is willing to talk. She wants to do it on her own, and since she has nothing important to add, that's fine. You can stop by the house this weekend or next week. Just call and confirm. I sat and wrote out the questions I intended to ask Jean. At this point, it looked like Anson was having a mental break with reality, was searching for something or someone, or was conflicted about where his life was going. Perhaps Jean had some insight. Martin called my cell an hour later. Okay. This is something. There was talk about meeting at a burger joint just outside of Evanston, Wyoming. The conversation was a few months ago, but I think it's worth checking into. Definitely. What's the gist of the exchange? It's a conversation about the grand adventure Anson is planning. Kitty Forever asks for details, but Anson's vague. My guess is that he had little planned at that point, but weeks later, the two have chat conversations that show they might talk on another platform because things become cryptic. She suggests they meet at Ridley's, which is a burger joint near Evanston, and Anson agrees. This Kitty Forever lady probably has info about what's going on with Anson. The place near where Anson was spotted on CCTV isn't too far from Evanston. Maybe he's with Kitty Forever. Any clues about her actual identity? Not yet, Martin said. I'm going to talk with Anson's girlfriend today. The girl's mom called back last night and said I could stop by. Wait a minute. Are you at work? I don't have any plans today. I figured I'd come in and see what I could get done. You need a vacation. Or more work to fill every waking hour. I hung up with Martin and returned Lila's call. Mrs. Wilson, thank you for calling back. I figure we should try to help Anson's family. He's a sweet boy. Are you coming today? I can be there by 10 if that's okay, I said. Yeah, the earlier the better. I hopped on Interstate 94 and took it to the Southfield Freeway, cruising through and enjoying the minimal amount of traffic, the family lived a few blocks from the Greens in a quaint brick colonial. I pulled up at 9:55, parked in front of the house, and sat in the car for 4 minutes. I took my time to walk up to the door. Then I raised my hand to knock, waiting for my watch to strike 10 o'clock. A tall and slender woman with a short feather cut answered the door. She looked at me with a creased brow, pushed the screen door open, and invited me in. "I'm Lila. Thank you for allowing me to meet with Jean." "Sylvia Wilcox," I said, holding out my hand. "It was her choice," Lila said, looking at my outstretched hand and smiling before giving me a firm handshake. "I'm sorry I was hesitant. I just don't want Jean to get hurt in all of this." "No need to apologize. I understand." "Thanks for saying that." "Come on in," Lila said. I stepped into a modest foyer. The house was decorated in pastels, creating a bright and soothing atmosphere. "I only have a few questions. I promise it won't take long." "Okay. Have a seat," Lila said, motioning toward the living room and calling up the staircase. "Jean?" "She's here." I sat on a white leather couch and waited. A few minutes later, a pair of skinny legs appeared on the staircase, and a bright-eyed girl entered, kneeling to avoid hitting her head on the drop ceiling. "Hi," Jean said in a quiet voice. Dressed in black track pants and a tank top, the young girl cast a shy smile my way before sitting on the opposite end of the couch. "Thank you for talking with me. Anson's parents are very worried about him." "They're overprotective," Jean said. "Jean, be respectful," Lila called from the kitchen. "Okay, Mama." "When was the last time you talked with Anson?" I asked. "When he was in Nebraska. A little town with a cool building." "Kimball, Nebraska." "Yeah. That's it. He was excited about seeing more of the West. He loves trains, ghost towns, all that stuff." "Did Anson tell you why he was taking the trip?" "Well, I don't want to talk bad about anyone, but his parents are strict," Jean said. "Why do you think that?" "He's kind of sheltered by his parents. They keep him in a lot. Like for prom, they had an early curfew for him. They wanted him home by a certain time, so we couldn't hang out as long with our friends. That's why I was excited for his trip. It's a great way to start his new life." "Was Anson upset about having a curfew for prom?" "No, he really loves his parents. They're really close and he didn't seem to mind. Everybody else did, but he was fine with it and thought it made sense to get home at a decent time." "What time did you two have to be home?" I asked. "My curfew is midnight, but I'm only going to the 11th grade this year. My birthday is late, so I was only 15 during prom time. Anson had the same curfew that night. He usually had to be home by 11. Prom was kind of like a splurge." "When did you and Anson start dating?" "A few weeks before prom. We met on the track team, so I've known him for a while. Anson's a quiet daydreamer. Really nice, and he's never in trouble. Gets good grades, cute, and he loves history. So do I, so we instantly clicked and ended up going to prom together. It was fun." "Did Anson's parents give a reason for the early curfew?" "Yeah. I was over there hanging out, and Anson's mom came into the living room and told us about how they took a limo to prom and had fun, safe fun as she put it. Then she told us that some of their friends rented fancy cars and stayed out late. One couple had an accident, and the girl was in a coma for a while. So they were really against us driving on our own, or staying out past midnight. We rented a limo with some friends." "Has Anson ever mentioned chatting online with people who like ghost towns or the Old West?" "Yeah. He enjoys talking about old towns, cowboys, and things like that," Jean said. "Do you know any of the specific places Anson was going?" "No. He didn't give me specifics. Said he wanted to see the country. He talked about going to a mine down in Arizona, but then some lady told him that there was lots of treasure and money buried in Colorado and Wyoming." "Telluride? Evanston? Either of those sound familiar?" "Not sure. I want to be an architect, so I like to talk about old buildings, but I don't care about ghost towns. I kind of didn't listen that much about that stuff. It seemed like he was just playing around. Has he contacted you a lot while he's been on the road? Yeah. He sent me text messages and called a few times, Jean said. What did he say? He told me how beautiful America was and sent pictures of sights he saw. Like I said, he loves history, so that was a big part of it. Any historical sites, in particular? Anson likes things that are off the beaten path. Anything old and weird. He mentioned a prison in Wyoming last time I talked to him. Anything else in Wyoming besides the prison? I asked. No, but Anson is all about taking things as they come. If he learned something cool, he might have just gone down to Colorado or Utah based on something that came up. He's a spur-of-the-moment kind of guy. May I see the text messages from Anson? Sure. Jean handed me her phone. The messages were full of emojis and pictures of landscapes and buildings. The short, cute, and innocent messages were full of puppy love. I noted the time of the last text message, 8:45, and handed the phone back to Jean. 6. The trail ran cold after leaving the Wilsons' home that afternoon, and the case slipped onto the back burner. The Greens called every day to check in, but there was nothing new to share. Then, 9 days after the interview with Jean, the phone rang. We found him. It was Detective Ruiz from Wyoming. Where? On a little stretch of road, close to Evanston. It leads to a ghost town called Piedmont. Is he no longer with us? I'm sorry to have to deliver the sad news. I sighed and said, I'd hoped that wouldn't be the case. Yeah, it's always so tough when it's a kid. We're going to contact the local police in the parents' area. Will you be able to talk to them as well? Yes, of course, I said. Actually, would you be able to talk with them first? I know it's a lot to ask, but you know them, and this is devastating news. It might be easier to have a friend talk with them, Detective Ruiz said. Impressed with the detective's level of compassion, I said, I'll coordinate with law enforcement. We're all so sad to have this be the outcome. Poor kid. Do you know this family well? Somewhat. I went to middle school with his uncle, but we haven't been in contact much as adults. We just reconnected last month. So there's a certain bond, but it's distant. Still, it helps to have something with a person when you have to give them awful news, Ruiz said. Indeed. What can you tell me about the scene? Ruiz cleared his throat and waited for a second before saying, the scene wasn't processed. What? Why not? They found him last weekend, so he was a John Doe for a while. The officer that responded to the scene suspected drugs. It didn't look like a crime had been committed. His body was found 2 days after the CCTV footage, I said, my heart aching with the sting of failure. Yeah. The road he was found on doesn't really go anywhere. The area has a few ranches around, but not any close to where Anson was found. The hood of the car was up, so it looked like he had car trouble. There's a good chance he was around Evanston from the day he was spotted on the camera until his death. We're doing all we can to pull information from cameras, and I put in a call to the police in Telluride. Great. Please keep me posted. You mentioned drugs. Any evidence Anson was using or dealing? Ruiz sighed again. It's kind of a failure in these parts. Outsiders are always quickly labeled to be involved in drugs or prostitution. I see. The victim brings it upon themselves, I said. Gives the locals a chance to feel safe. If an outsider is murdered, they don't want to think that someone they know did it. This is a small place. It's not how I think, but I'm sure that you're familiar with that type of process. Yes, not in our town. Unless some boogeyman shows up in the dark of night. Well, any info you can share would be helpful. Here's what we know so far. 2 girls headed to Piedmont last Sunday just to hang out. They saw a car pulled over to the side of the road, which is odd because the road really only goes to Piedmont, but there is a historic marker near the town. Seeing the car at the side of the road made the girls think there might be a stranded tourist. They stopped and found a man sprawled on the ground, dead, Ruiz said. I know the scene wasn't processed, but was there anything that suggested foul play? Nothing overt, but an 18-year-old isn't just going to die on a road for no reason. The highway isn't close, but if he had car trouble, I think he would have been walking back toward town. Other than that, I'll have to talk with the highway patrol officer that responded to the scene. So far there isn't much in the report, but they can't find his cell phone, and there was close to $5,000 in the trunk. He took his graduation money with him. His parents were pretty sure he put it in the bank, but I guess that makes robbery unlikely. It's weird that the phone is missing. Someone could have taken it, or Anson may have lost it. That might explain why he hadn't called his parents. Right, but for the record, robbery might still be on the table. The money was wrapped in his dirty clothes, and placed in one of those plastic bags from a hotel. Not sure which, Ruiz said. That's the brilliant way to stash cash when you're on a trip. Yes? No one wants to rummage through dirty clothes. His parents didn't hear from him after he left Nebraska. I've left messages for the police in Laramie. Of course, the kid could have left his phone at a rest stop, or it could have fallen out of his pocket somewhere. True. I'm going to work things on my end, I said. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Okay. Thanks. Hey, before you go, do you think you'll be coming out here? I knew the answer. Of course I was going to follow up, even though working cases in places I was unfamiliar with was tedious. I sighed and said, I'll keep you posted. I called James, cringing at the hope in his voice when he answered the phone. I have some news. Okay. What have you learned? I don't have good news. I'm so sorry. What happened? Anson's body was found last Sunday, just outside of Evanston, Wyoming. Was he murdered? Sylvia, what happened? We don't know yet. It looks like he was headed to a ghost town called Piedmont. Why? Why would he be there? Do you think this could be a carjacking? I'll fill you in as information becomes available. The detective that has the case is looking into foul play. The hood of the car was up, so we think he might have had car trouble. Everything else is speculation at this point. That sounds too simple, James said. Possibly. I promise to stay on top of this and find out what happened. But this is Wyoming we're talking about. The detective told me they see a lot of death from exposure. People underestimate the place and aren't prepared for what they find once they arrive. I don't know how I'm going to tell my brother, James said. I'm so sorry to have this terrible news. I wish things were different, but I can go with you to tell them if you'd like. There are only a few details at this time, but I'm sure they will have questions. I can give them the few answers I have. 7. I went with James to tell his brother and sister-in-law that their son was not coming home. There was no easy way to tell them, and the only solace I could offer was that I would do my best to find out what happened to their son. Brienne dropped her head into her hands and sobbed, while Michael rubbed her back as he choked back emotion. What happened? Brienne moaned. We don't know, but I promise I'll do my best to find out. A heartbreaking scene unfolded. James, Brienne, and Michael huddled together, hugging and crying. I saw myself out. I was still waiting to hear from Detective Ruiz on the cause of death, but was relatively confident that Anson had been murdered. Murder cases are tough to investigate when you have an agency behind you. A private investigator has even less of a chance of solving a homicide, but I couldn't abandon the Greens. Over the past few weeks I'd grown fond of Anson, a starry-eyed young man who was driving across the country. It was a coming-of-age story cut short, and it seemed so unfair. The next morning, Martin was in the office before I arrived. I'd filled him in on the case the night before. What do we know? Martin asked. I grabbed an atlas and spread it across my desk. Not a lot more than we knew last week. I've been told that Anson Green was a carefree spirit who had a certain nostalgia for the West. He wanted to drive to California, and it is assumed that he wanted to do that so that he could see little old West towns and the desert. His body was found on an isolated road in Uinta County, Wyoming. Where was he headed? That's the strange thing. The only thing on the road is a ghost town and 3 historic kilns that were once used to make coal. The town is private property, so it's not a good place to go exploring. In fact, it's illegal, so I don't know why Anson would head to that spot. Wyoming is full of ghost towns, isn't it? Martin said. Yes. Anson could have gone to plenty of ghost towns and had the run of the land. I grabbed the atlas off my desk and took it over to Martin. This is the area where Anson's body was found, I said, pointing to the southwest corner of Wyoming. There are several dirt roads running through the foothills of Wyoming and continuing into Utah, but there aren't any towns in the area. I bet there are people living out there, scattered around. You're probably right, but Ruiz says that there's nothing around there. Also, Anson had close to $5,000 in the trunk. His car wasn't taken either, so robbery as a motive isn't likely. Anything else from the scene? It wasn't processed. There were no outward signs of foul play, so they just collected the body and moved the car. That's terrible. I guess it's easy to get away with killing people in remote areas, Martin said. Yes. That's what I'm worried about. Not processing the scene, and the inability to get results from a coroner fast, could make this even more difficult to solve than the average murder case. Let's see if we can try to figure out what Anson was up to. First question, where was he going? The trajectory is so random, inexpensive hotels, a few restaurants, and strange sights that most people would just drive by. Nothing too crazy, and he was excited about spending a night in a tiny Nebraska town. He left early the next morning to head to Laramie, another place that few people think is a great road trip stop. I figure he probably drove into Wyoming an hour or so after that, went to Laramie, moved on to Telluride, and eventually made it back to Wyoming. What do you think happened to him? Martin asked. No idea. Detective Ruiz told me they should know the cause of death in the next few days. Initially, it didn't look like foul play was involved, but he pointed out that young men don't typically just die on an empty road. The scene wasn't worked. In terms of what they thought happened, he could have gotten lost in Wyoming and came across someone that did him harm. The terrain is harsh, and the towns are spread out to the point where he wouldn't have been able to just walk and get help. So what's the plan? We're headed to Wyoming, I said. When are we leaving? Soon, but let's work on this a while longer. Okay. Is there anything else Anson could have been doing on this road? He was a history buff. I looked up that place, and it's not terribly remarkable. It's possible he wanted to see the historic kilns. Piedmont was a railroad town, like most of the places he stopped along I-80. No one really knows what Anson was up to, Martin said. Right. In fact, there's a chance that he wasn't even headed to California. His parents said he's always been impulsive. Was he a rebellious kid? Doesn't sound like it. He was sweet and naive according to his girlfriend's mother, and the girlfriend said Anson didn't mind that his parents were strict. He sounds like an innocent kid, not someone who should have been traveling alone. Basically, we've got a nostalgic kid roaming around the western United States. A gentle soul just searching for an innocent adventure. So, what can you tell me about Wyoming? I've never been there, Martin said. It's quiet. Sparsely populated. Lots of wind, oil fields, mountains, deserts, and an abundance of land. When were you there? Several years ago, I went there for some R&R. Like the subject of our current case, I enjoy the occasional ghost town and open prairie. Why ghost towns? Because they whisper stories. When you go to a ghost town, see the ruins and what used to be there, you can fill in the blanks of the past. It's great. That's your idea of fun? Yes. That's why I'm single. We laughed and planned out our trip. It was going to take about 12 hours to get to Lincoln. We'd stop for the night and head for Kimball the next day. You just never know. We'll take the satellite phones as well, just in case we end up lost in the wilderness. We'll spend most of our time in towns, right? Martin asked, his eyebrows arched. We're going wherever the case takes us. Be here around 5 tomorrow morning, and we'll hit the road. Bring your gun. We'll need to be on our guard. Is this like a lawless place? Not really, but there's a lot of open space without prying eyes. We just need to be ready for whatever comes our way. That night I headed to church. My attendance had been spotty over the past several months. Now and then my soul demanded answers. When none came, it became more difficult to attend church. Even so, something always pulled me back to Mass. That evening I slipped into the back pew. The church was mostly empty, with only 4 other parishioners present. After Mass, Father Keegan stood out front, shaking hands with the few attendees. When my turn came, he said, "Hello, stranger." "Do I know you?" I asked. The old priest laughed. "I've got to lock up stuff around here. Hang around after this and walk with me." Father Keegan had been the priest at the parochial school I'd attended as a child. Our paths had crossed again when I returned to Michigan after graduating from high school in Connecticut. Now we were good friends. After the parishioners had cleared out, Father Keegan motioned for me to follow him. "So, what have you been up to?" "Nothing much. I'm heading to Wyoming for a case." Father Keegan turned away from the door he'd just locked. "Wyoming? What's taking you there?" A young man left on a cross-country trip, fell out of contact with his family, traveled to several states, and ended up dead on a road that leads to a ghost town. "That's terrible." "Yeah. Do you remember James and Michael Green?" Father Keegan folded his arms. "Yes. Was it Michael's kid?" "Oh no. I will pray for them. You need to be careful in Wyoming. It's a wild place. Committing crimes is easy and no one will ever know." "You've been there?" "Yes, and I hope to never go back." "Why is that?" "I served out there before I came to Michigan. One day someone called and asked for a priest. We'd get truckers passing through who hadn't been to church in a while because they were on the road, and they'd ask if someone could meet them for confession. Some just got to thinking while driving and decided they needed to talk with a priest. So we'd head out to meet them. 99.9% of the time, everything worked out. But that night, Jim never came back." "What happened?" "No idea." "Was his body ever found?" "Nope. The locals knew and loved Jim, so they organized search parties with the sheriffs. Nothing was ever found, not even his car. He disappeared without a trace." "Yep. Never to be seen or heard from again. One thing I regret most is the fact that I asked for a transfer soon after that. I was young and scared. I didn't know what to think, so I got out of there the first chance I got." "There's nothing to regret. It sounds like you did the right thing." "I should have stayed and looked for him. I was a coward back then. Sometimes I think about going back to Wyoming, but the place left such an unpleasant taste in my mouth, I never want to see it again." "I'm sorry it was such an awful experience for you. But it doesn't make you a coward," I said, noticing how troubled Father Keegan looked. I changed the subject fast. "This kid may have been hunting for treasure. There have been a few mentions of the lost Dutchman mine, but he ended up in Wyoming, so that's probably unrelated. I've heard tragic stories about treks to find that fabled mine. Supposedly the gold is somewhere in the superstitious mountains. Many have died looking for it." Yeah, this poor guy sounded like a sweet, naive kid. He loved trains, cowboys, ghost towns, and everything Old West. Kids nostalgic about the past. Yeah, he was knowledgeable about the late 1800s and early 1900s, but I think he saw things through rose-colored glasses. Sad. Don't underestimate Wyoming. It's not a place to be toyed with. 8. I took Father Keegan's warning to heart. That evening, I read up on Wyoming and found information about the priest that left and never came back to the rectory. It seemed the man had just vanished into thin air. I scribbled down some notes. Maybe I'd mention it while I was out in Wyoming. Cold cases always pulled me in. No one should be forgotten. I spent the last part of the night packing and preparing for the trip. I'd spent a week in a cabin near Jackson Hole years ago, but hadn't been anywhere else in the state, and I wanted to know what I was in for. The least populated state in the United States was a great place to go if you didn't want to be bothered, which meant it was also good if you wanted to disappear or commit murder. For a state with such a sparse population, Wyoming certainly had a fair amount of missing person cases and unsolved murders. Towns were spaced far apart, and most had dwindling populations. This case could be a dive down a long, dark rabbit hole. Martin and I left at 5 the next morning, taking Interstate 94 to I-80 and heading west. Martin slept part of the way, but woke up around 10 and kept me company. We limited our stops to 15 minutes apiece and pulled into Lincoln at 7:45 that night. We booked a hotel, grabbed a pizza for dinner, and were both asleep by 9. The next morning, we were on the road by 8. Nebraska transformed from forest and streams to elevated, flat, arid plains. The population of the western part of the state thinned out with small towns along the Interstate 80 corridor, but the closer we got to the state's border, farms and ranches filled the landscape. Around mid-afternoon, we pulled into Kimball and headed to the motel where Anson had stayed. The Relax Inn was a short drive from the interstate, on the main street of the town. The sun beat down on the empty streets, illuminating the shuttered storefronts with 1970s architecture, and the hotel shared a parking lot with an abandoned grocery store. One old, lonely Chevy pickup was the only occupant of the lot. A breeze blew through the lot, quiet and warm, as we parked near the office. "Is this still a town?" "We haven't seen one person since we pulled off the highway," Martin said. "The population is less than 5,000 people. It's an old town set up for the Union Pacific Railroad. Compared to Ypsi, it's tiny. That should work in our favor. Anson would have come through here a few weeks ago, but I'm sure he stood out." We grabbed our overnight bags and headed into the hotel lobby. A man with a long gray ponytail down his back and scruffy mutton chops to match emerged from behind a curtain. "Hi folks," he said. "Single?" "Hi there. May we have a double?" "Sure. How many nights?" "1. "Okay. It'll be." Before we settle things up, I was wondering if you remember a young man. 6 foot tall, African American, came in a few weeks ago. I pulled a picture out of my purse and slid it across the desk. The man waited for a moment. Remington asked about him. "Yeah. I remember him. Nice kid, eager to see this part of the world." He asked about the train and the general history of the town. "Did he mention anything about his trip?" "Wait a minute. Who are you?" "Sylvia Wilcox, private investigator," I said, grabbing a business card from my wallet. "Brooks Zimmerman," he said, giving me a handshake. "This is my assistant, Martin Bainbridge, and we're working to find out what happened to Anson Green. Remington told me he's missing. Unfortunately, he's been found. Not alive, I'm guessing." "Sadly, you are correct. We're trying to trace his steps. The last time he contacted his parents was the night he stayed here. Remington told us Anson skipped breakfast and headed to Laramie. You remember anything else about Anson, or something he may have said?" He seemed to have a bit of an unrealistic view of these parts. He was expecting roadside diners and attractions, kind of like a Route 66 type of experience. I tried to tell him it was different, but you know how kids are. He also asked what I knew about buried treasure and money from bank heists being buried in the desert, Brooks said. "Money from bank heists?" "Yeah, I guess he'd heard there was a fortune buried in Wyoming. Guess he thought he'd be the lucky son of the gun to find it." "Did he mention any other places he planned to stop?" "He wanted to know if I knew anything about the Lost Dutchman mine. Said he saw some show that said it was located, or something like that. I told him he can't believe everything he sees on television, or the internet, or wherever he heard that story." I thanked Brooks for the information. We grabbed the keys for the room and headed back out into the hot Nebraska sun to grab our luggage. Buried treasure? What type of legends was this kid reading? There are all types of myths and legends to get lost in. Some of the history that's taught or passed along is just a bunch of stories strung together. That might be why he was headed to a ghost town. Good point. Well, what's our next move? We're heading to the bar Anson visited, I said. My hope is that no one tells us he was talking about treasure. If that's what he was actually doing, it's going to be very hard to find out what happened to him. The last bar was in an old building on the corner of Main Street. The atmosphere was lively for a tiny town bar. Dim lamps provided a hazy, warm glow, and a man in an enormous cowboy hat was on stage, strumming away on a guitar and singing a sad song. We headed for the bar and sat on stools in front of the grill. While managing food on the grill, the bartender greeted us and asked what we'd like to drink. I'll have a beer. Whatever IPA you have will do. Stout for me, Martin said. What brings you folks to town? The bartender asked. We're passing through. Oh yeah? Where ya headed? Wyoming. Nice. What's it like to live here? Martin asked. Well, I actually have only been here for a few months. I'm from Michigan, but I lived in North Platte before I came here, the bartender said. A fellow Michigander. We're from Ypsi. Wow. Really? Michiganders go everywhere, don't they? Yeah. What a coincidence. Have you run into a lot of other Michiganders here? Not too many. Truckers now and then, but that's about it. This is such a small place, but it's nice and slow, kind of what I was looking for. One of my friends came through a few weeks ago. His name is Anson. I think he stopped in here. The bartender leaned on the counter and stared off into the distance before saying, Now that you bring it up, I remember a guy who came in. He was young. Cops came in and asked about him. Said he was headed to California. Real nice guy. He was super friendly, from Detroit, tall, bald, and a good tipper. Cool. I thought you might remember him. He's different. Yeah. He was very talkative and eager to know as much about the town as possible. He wanted to explore everything. Most people end up here because they're too tired to keep driving. He seemed to really want to be here. It was kind of neat. He's a talker. Yeah, very nice dude. Ordered a burger and fries, drank water, and left after we chatted, the bartender said. Did he tell you where he was going to head after this? He said he'd originally planned to go to California, but a friend in Wyoming had convinced him to spend some time there and maybe head over to Colorado. Guy was planning on going to a lot of places. He said there was a lot out there just waiting to be found. A lot of what? Martin asked. He didn't say. Did he happen to mention where he was going in Wyoming? Not exactly. I tried to get it out of him, but I think it was a secret. He got a little cagey when inquired about where exactly he was going. All I know is that he was headed someplace where he probably wouldn't have cell phone reception. Kid mentioned that he wouldn't need his phone soon. He was going to be in the wild, as he put it. 9. The next morning, we were on the road again by 7. Outside of Kimball, the gentle Nebraska prairie stretched in all directions. I-80 climbed in elevation before reaching the Welcome to Wyoming sign. The terrain of the cowboy state immediately told us we were in for something new. Long drop-offs and granite mountains greeted us upon entry. Looking out across the horizon, it was clear that there weren't many towns. Every now and then, a spattering of trailers thrown together in a haphazard manner would appear, an indication that some of the state's residents either didn't plan on staying too long or they were struggling to make ends meet. Martin pulled up information on his phone when he had service. The refrain of oil or mining town that went bust was a recurring theme. A lot of workers come to Wyoming for the mines and oil fields, but they don't want to move here, Martin said. I guess that would create the perfect opportunity for crime. Nomads move around so much, they could commit a crime here and head out to another state the next day. And if they're working in the oil fields or mines, I bet work history is hard to find. It's easy for nomads to slip through the cracks, I said. That really complicates things. If Anson was looking for something and a transient convinced him to change his plans, it's going to be hard to track that person down, Martin said. Yeah. Well, if he was looking for treasure, it's going to be tough no matter what. The whole point of buried treasure is that it's in a place where people can't easily find it. I hope that we can pin down Kitty forever. Maybe he ended up meeting with her at some point. Anson still had the credit card in his pocket, and his money was in the trunk, right? Martin asked. Yes, but we aren't sure how much money he took with him or what he spent. What if the person only took the money Anson had in his wallet, or in the car, or wherever? He was smart and put the bulk of his stash in the dirty clothes bag, I said. Originally, the cops thought this was about drugs, right? Yes, but they only said that because Anson is an outsider, and they don't want to think that their small-town lifestyle might include a murderer. What motive do you think the murderer had? Well, we've got a few avenues to consider. If Kitty Forever is a lady, maybe it was a love triangle. What if Kitty Forever was talking with Anson online, her significant other found out, and thought there was more to the chats? Maybe he caught Anson on an isolated road, confronted him, and things got out of hand. So, you don't think this was a failed robbery? That's also a possibility. Think about it. The road leads to a ghost town, but I assume people still drive through there from time to time. Like I said, there's a historic marker down there. You never know when someone is going to show up, so if you kill someone, you need to get out of there fast. No one expects a traveler's money to be in a bag full of dirty clothes. They could have panicked and left before finding the money, I said. Good point. You think this Kitty Forever is the killer? I think we need to find Kitty Forever. How are we going to find her? We need to go through the chats and look for patterns in her speech and catchphrases. That might give us a clue about her location or identity. We stopped for gas in a typical Wyoming town. Exiting I-80, we saw the remnants of a Mexican restaurant, trailers and cars scattered around sagebrush-laced land. A complex that contained a gas station and auto repair shop sat at the end of the road. A few buildings surrounded the gas pumps, but the town appeared to be deserted. We pulled up to fill up the car, the motionless town all around us. Is this a ghost town? No. People live here. But it doesn't look like a great place to live in. Boomtown? Indeed, I said. What would an 18-year-old do in this place? So far it looks like a total drive-through state. Well, he was adventurous. I guess he wanted to see the world, starting with Wyoming. The gas pump noisily chugged along. Heavy gray clouds hung over the landscape. I had read about the oil boom that had come with fracking. But unlike the towns in North Dakota, people hadn't moved to Wyoming. Instead, they just came for work and left whenever they could. A gust of wind pushed me away from the car, howling and sending a chill through my body. There's something interesting about this place, I said, climbing back into the car. What's that? Martin asked. If you're from a big city, this Wyoming would be intriguing. Think about it. The kid had probably never been to a place like this. It wouldn't be weird for him to stop off and explore a bit. Explore what? What's not here, I said. I don't follow. What are you talking about? A big city has everything. A town like this, a place that is barely a town, doesn't have all of that. You can stand here and have quiet. No sounds other than the wind and the faint hum of cars zipping past on the interstate. Who cares? I don't get it. There's a certain mythology about the West. I almost fell prey to it myself when I was younger. I guess I kind of understand, but I don't see how that would inspire a road trip. There was a time when I considered taking off to find myself. I wanted to see the world. I wanted to be Jack Kerouac or Chris McCandless, traveling the country. No job, no place to be, just on the road. There's a sense of freedom to that kind of life. What stopped you from doing it? Simon. Really? How? It's dangerous to be too free. Simon was too free, and look at what happened to him. We were playing in our neighborhood. He took a few steps forward, and after that, he disappeared. Whenever I think about how free Simon was, it reminds me that we have to be careful. We're not free, and it's dangerous to think that we are. So I became a cop, instead of hitting the road on a hippie trek. That's kind of sad. We should be able to do what we want, but you're right. Caution is necessary. 10. Later that afternoon, dipping down into lower elevations, we arrived in Uintah County. The place was nestled in a valley, on the other side of towering treeless mountains. The wind whipped across the empty fields, shaking the car and sending tumbleweeds across the highway. We headed to Evanston, the only town around, and booked a couple of rooms downtown. We picked a small local place that had a great deal on rooms. The building looked more like an apartment complex from the 1970s than a motel. We were greeted by slim long hallways filled with beige doors. Hungry and tired from the compressed drive across the country, we grabbed burgers, headed back to the motel, and planned our next moves. Tomorrow morning I'll go see Detective Ruiz. While I'm gone, I want you to learn everything you can about Piedmont. After that, continue combing through the messages exchanged between Kitty Forever and Anson. I think we've got something there, I said. Okay. I'll be on the lookout for speech patterns and clues. What are we tackling tonight? A shower and sleep. See you in the AM. I was ready to go by 7:30 the next morning. Recognizing the importance of a good first impression, I'd carefully ironed a black pantsuit, pulled my hair back into a neat ponytail, and applied a light spattering of makeup. Women in law enforcement walk a fine line. Your appearance must be appealing, but not so appealing that the boys don't think you mean business. The city was small, but there was a simple cosmopolitan feel to the place. With fewer than 12,000 residents and virtually no suburbs, it was a tiny town with a few one-off rural settlements around. Someone would have seen Anson if he spent time in the area. A small red brick building sat a mile away on a dusty patch of land. I parked in the tiny parking lot, across from the lone cruiser, and headed inside. The station was quiet. There was no chit-chat or computer keys clicking. As I approached the front desk, an officer popped his head out of his office. "Can I help you?" he asked. His eyes squinted in suspicion. "Yes. My name is Sylvia Wilcox. I'm a private investigator from Michigan. I'd like to speak with Detective Ruiz." "Michigan?" The officer exited his office and said, "Sheriff Barnett. What can I help you with?" Knowing that the next few moments could make or break the amount of access I had to information, I chose my words carefully. "Sorry to bother you. I've been speaking with Detective Ruiz about a case. A young man named Anson Green went missing and was found dead in this area. His family has hired me to look into his death." "A private investigator?" Sheriff Barnett said, a smirk climbing onto his lips. "I was a Detroit police officer for 5 years. I opened an agency after my husband was killed. Sorry for your loss." "Thank you." I waited. Sheriff Barnett walked over behind the desk, folded his arms, and looked down at a large calendar. "Detective Ruiz is really thorough, and he has a passion for these cases. He's got 5 kids of his own and wants to get answers for families, so Ruiz just really digs into things. He should be here in a few minutes. You got intel from the parents?" "Yes." "Okay. That's good. Obviously, this is a tough case because the kid was all over, and we do not know what he was doing headed to Piedmont. Sadly, it could have been a drug deal gone bad. But that's all I really know. Ruiz will be in soon. Maybe you could grab a cup of coffee and wait for him," Sheriff Barnett said. About 10 minutes later, an officer with short dark spiky hair and soft hazel eyes entered the station. Built like a tank, the officer's large biceps looked like they were trapped inside of his uniform. Hi, he said, walking in my direction with his hand extended. Hello? Detective Ruiz? Yeah. That's me. You are? Sylvia Wilcox. The PI from Michigan. Great to meet you, Ruiz said, giving my hand a vigorous shake. Come into my office. I followed Ruiz, who was only an inch or two taller than myself, into his office. Have a seat. I'll brew us some real coffee, Ruiz said, pointing at his French press. Sheriff Barnett should have offered you a better cup. It's not the best. Thanks for the upgrade. Absolutely. Have a seat. I'll grab some water, he said, motioning to an old wooden chair in front of his desk. I sat and waited for Ruiz to return. While he was gone, I looked at the family portrait he had on his desk. A picture of 4 children, 3 girls and 1 boy, and a short petite woman with dark eyes and bushy black hair were all smiling, posing near Old Faithful. The boy, older than the 3 girls that looked to all be well under 10, had a slight smirk on his face. The smallest girl held up bunny ears behind one of her sister's head, and all parties were smiling. That's the fam, Miss One. I need a new pic with the baby in it, Ruiz said, returning with a carafe of water and heading to the French press. So cute. A ridiculous amount of cuteness in that photo, I said. Thanks. The boy has been trouble lately, but he's 15, so it's to be expected. The girls are still little angels though. You got kids? No. Do you have a cause of death yet? I asked, steering the conversation back on track. Yes. The coroner wanted to get that information in as soon as possible. Strangulation is the cause of death, and it looks like he was dead less than 24 hours before he was found. So he would have been killed Saturday night or early Sunday morning. Ruiz nodded. Since the road leads to a ghost town, it's not really a place people go on a regular basis. This guy named Bill thinks he saw the kid, but he's out of town for the next couple of days. I'll get a statement when he gets back. That's too bad. Yeah, fresh statements are best, but Bill did tell me that he saw 2 guys. That means Anson was likely with someone. He was found a mile away from the edge of the ghost town. Piedmont is private property, so you can't just go and hang out and snoop around. Technically, you can take that stretch to other roads that lead into Utah, but it's not recommended. After you cross the state line, you hit some pretty steep territory. Not exactly a must-see during a cross-country road trip, I said. Not at all. I have no idea why this kid was on that road. What can you tell me about him? His parents say he loved the Old West, just graduated from high school, ran track and was college-bound. Nothing too crazy in his background. The trip itself is odd. Anson didn't really have a plan. His girlfriend told me that his parents were strict, giving him an early curfew. He also ran away a few times during high school, so he may have just gone wild once he had freedom. Nothing stands out. Well, we have plenty of history. Although not as much as he would have had growing up around in Michigan. The West in terms of our country is young, Ruiz said. Yes, but I think it was more of a nostalgic history. The Western United States has a certain pull you can't find back east. But I don't think Anson was clear on what he was getting himself into. He stopped off in Kimball and talked with the bartender that served him. Anson mentioned that a friend in Wyoming convinced him to spend some time in Colorado and Wyoming. The kid was a dreamer. He might have been looking for treasure, literally. Anson looked distraught on the CCTV footage, but that was days before he was murdered. We're also checking additional cameras around town. He was into mysteries. My assistant discovered a forum called The Seekers where he talks about his big adventure with a person called Kitty Forever, I said. Yeah, we're looking into his computer. Also, the stash of cash the kid had in a bag of dirty clothes in the trunk of the car is close to $5,000. Someone rifled through the suitcases in the back seat. So they may have taken something, but we really don't have any proof of that. Anson could have just been a messy traveler. Any population at all in that area? There are a few ranches, and some folks live in trailers around that area. They're kind of nomadic. Interesting. I was thinking about that on the drive here. We saw a lot of pop-up settlements. I assumed that the gatherings are mostly workers that move in and out for work. That's correct. We have a lot of people that come here, work for a while and leave, but there are others as well. People like their privacy here, and it's easy to get it. There's not a lot of population anywhere other than the cities, and even in those places you can find peace and quiet. Maybe one of the nomads saw something. We'll definitely check in with them, Ruiz said. A bag of dirty clothes is a good place to hide your money. I responded. That's what I'm thinking. Was Anson traveling with someone he didn't trust? If he met up with this kitty forever, that's possible, but he could have picked up a hitchhiker or something like that. Kitty Forever suggested they meet at Ridley's, the burger place, but she listed her location as Yellowstone. Ridley's is right outside of town. It is the internet, so we can assume most of what we read isn't true, Ruiz said. I agree, but where was Anson between the last phone call home and the discovery of his body? Plenty of time for him to head north, pick up this person, and head back down here. But why would they be headed to Piedmont? How would the perpetrator get out of there? The killer would have needed a ride, so we could be looking at a team. We also know he was in Laramie and Telluride, so why did he come back to Wyoming? Someone else could be involved. True. What can you tell me about the two girls that found the body? They're just your average teenage girls. Nothing really stands out about them. The story is that they were just hanging out on a lazy Sunday afternoon, got bored, and headed to Piedmont. Have they been questioned? Ruiz handed me a mug of coffee. One of the girls has been questioned. Why not the other one? This wasn't a crime scene when the body was first found. One of the girls, Sarah, wanted to wait to be questioned. Her parents said she was distraught, so since it wasn't a crime scene, I figured there wasn't any rush. It was a nice thought, but terrible for the case. Memories fade fast. Even an interview conducted right after something happened wasn't always reliable. When will she be questioned? Ruiz looked up at the clock. In an hour. The parents called yesterday and told me she's ready. Mind if I tag along? Nope. It'll be good to have a second opinion on what she has to say. After that, I'd like to see where Anson's body was found. Okay. The Newmans live on a ranch close to the spot where he was found. We can stop by after we're done talking with them. 11. The Newmans' ranch was on a piece of land down Wyoming Route 171. A metal sign that announced Newman Place Est, 1899 swung in the breeze. We turned off the main thoroughfare, and Ruiz put the car in park before pushing a button. An intercom, buzzer, and cameras were set up in front of the gate to screen visitors. Hello, a muffled, quiet voice called out from the box. Hi, Dina. This is Detective Ruiz. The gate opened, and we drove into an expansive pasture. 3 horses stood by a small pond to the right of an old, faded red barn. Several cattle milled about in the field in front of the house. We drove down a long dirt driveway and parked on the side of a modest brick ranch. A woman dressed in jeans and pink shell top was standing on the porch with her arms crossed. These are pretty pleasant people. I hope Sarah is okay with talking with us now. You want to take notes? Sure. I'll let you do the talking, and I'll listen and write. Ruiz waved as we got out of the car. The woman on the porch held up a hand. I could see confusion and suspicion on her face. I stayed several paces behind Ruiz while he exchanged pleasantries with Dina. As the two talked, a bright and warm smile spread across her face. Thanks for meeting with us, Ruiz said. This is Sylvia Wilcox. She's here from Michigan. Do you mind if she sits in with us? Not at all. I'm Dina, she said, stepping onto the first step of the porch and shaking my hand. Sylvia Wilcox. Nice to meet you. I'm so sorry to hear about this young man. Sarah has been shaken up. Come on in. We entered the house, walked through a short hallway, and stepped down 3 steps into a spacious den. Sarah's in here, Dina said, leading us through the sunken room, up another 3 steps and into the dining room. Sarah Newman was a tiny girl with chopped blonde hair that reached the tip of her shoulders. She wore thick framed glasses and a thin coat of makeup. She sat at the head of the table, her stick-like arms folded over her chest. "Thanks to all of you for meeting with us," Ruiz said. "No. Anything to help this boy," Dina said. "I'm Cal," Sarah's father said, getting up from the chair next to his daughter and moving toward me. He gently slid past his wife to shake my hand. Motioning toward the other end of the dining room table, Cal said, "Sit. Please." Ruiz and I sat on the opposite end of the table across from Sarah. Her parents took the chairs on either side of her, both taking one of her hands. "How long have you and Abby been friends?" Ruiz asked. "Since we were little. I've always known her, but we didn't really start to hang out until a couple months ago." "Why did you suddenly become better friends?" "We joined a club at school. Well, it's not a real club, we just hang out in a little group. It's kind of like for the non-popular kids." "What's the name of the club?" Ruiz asked. "It's about a game that we like to play. Do you know what magic cards are?" "I do," Ruiz said. "Good. That's what we do there. It's just fun and sometimes we play it after school." "No big deal," Sarah said. "So, you and Abby play magic after school with a couple of other kids. How many other kids are we talking here?" "We don't take attendance or anything like that." Ruiz waited a few seconds before saying in a soothing voice, "We just want to get a feel for how close you and Abby are. Is it just you and Abby hanging out most of the time, or other friends too?" "Me and Abby are the only 2 girls. We kind of became better friends because of it." "Makes sense." "Sarah, what can you tell me about that Sunday when Abby came to pick you up?" "It was just a regular day. We got together to hang out." "Was this a planned get-together, or was a spur of the moment?" "It was kind of like last minute." "Okay, I need you to try your best to remember what the conversation was before Abby came to pick you up." Sarah looked at her dad, then her mother. "Go ahead, honey," Dina said, squeezing Sarah's hand. "I was in my room on the computer, not really doing anything interesting, and Abby called. She asked if I wanted to hang out. I said yeah, and asked her what she wanted to do. She said let's get some lunch, so I agreed and she showed up around 1. We headed out and got some food and talked. Then she wanted to drive out to Piedmont and see the kilns." "Have you seen the kilns before?" Sarah laughed and said, "Of course. Everyone around here has seen 'em." "What was the purpose of going there?" "She just wanted to do something. So I said, let's do it, and we headed to the car." "You didn't finish eating before you left?" I asked. Everyone at the table turned to look at me, surprised by my interjection. "No. We weren't quite done eating when she said it." "Was there any reason why you 2 needed to go right away?" Sarah tilted her head. "Abby wanted to go then. She started wrapping up her food when I said okay." "Thank you, Sarah," I said, returning to writing notes. It sounded like Abby was in a hurry to get out to Piedmont. "Why?" "Okay. This is very helpful, Sarah. What happened next?" Ruiz asked. "We just hopped in the car and started driving to Piedmont. That's when we saw the body." "What was the conversation like on the way there, after you got in the car?" "We were talking about school starting in a couple of weeks. Nothing special. Just casual conversation. This part is really important. Did anything stand out to you about that conversation? Anything out of the ordinary?" "No, we just talked." Sarah looked at her parents and said, "Do they think Abby had something to do with this?" "Honey, they're just doing their jobs," Dina said. "That's right. We're just trying to get all the information we can." "Thanks for that, Sarah. Now when you come upon this car on the side of the road, what does Abby say?" Cal squeezed his daughter's hand. "You're doing fine, sweetie. Go on." We both kind of saw it at the same time, I guess because she was like, "What's that?" There's a car, and I was like, there's someone else out here, and the hood was up. We decided to go over and take a look. Abby wanted to park and check it out. Okay, so where did you girls park the car? A little way away. We didn't know there was a body on the road. We just kind of got out and walked toward the car. Abby joked about how there might be a ghost that left the car out there. I thought I saw his hand, so I stopped. Abby wanted to keep going. Sarah dabbed at her right eye, her face beginning to fall into sorrow. I know this is hard, but what happened next? Abby put her arm around me. She was calm and wanted to keep going to see if he was dead. I didn't want to keep going, but she had her arm around my waist and was kind of pulling me with her. I don't know why. Then I locked my knees and refused to move. Abby kept going and picked up a stick from the side of the road and poked the body. I hoped that maybe it was a mannequin or something, but when she poked it, I knew it was a person. That was when I ran off back toward the car screaming. Okay, Sarah. Very good. Thank you. So I know this is going to be tough, but do you have any idea what Abby did after you ran off? Sarah tilted her head, opened her mouth, and closed it. Then she said no. Abby stayed with the body, and I never looked back. Who called 911? I ran down the road for a while. Then I remembered that I could probably get 911, even if the service was spotty. I kept calling until it went through. What did you do once you knew they were on their way? I couldn't go back. I knew Abby had the car, so she was safe. When I called 911, they told me to stay where I was, but I just kept running. The ambulance saw me, stopped, and picked me up. They took me back to the scene. Abby was still by the body, and they told us to sit in the car and wait for the police. What happened when you and Abby went back to the car? We sat in the car and didn't talk at all. I was crying and Abby just kind of staring off like she was in shock. So there was no conversation about finding the body? Not that day. Abby didn't want to talk about it any other day either. When I brought it up, she got really defensive and told me to shut up. Well, honey, she's upset just like you. People deal with death in different ways. This is a traumatic thing, Dina said. Yeah, but she's supposed to be my friend. We had a bad experience together, and I thought we could talk about it, Sarah said, tears running down her cheeks. So would you say that Abby was irritated when you brought up finding Anson's body? Yeah, she doesn't really want to talk to me about anything now. I'm sure she's just upset, sweetie, Cal said. Is there anything else you can tell me about that day, or any other conversations that you and Abby may have had about Piedmont? No. Thank you, Sarah. This was helpful. If you think of anything else, please call me. Sarah nodded, and Dina thanked Deputy Ruiz for being so gentle. We shook hands with the family and left. 12. She seemed pretty straightforward, Ruiz said as we climbed back into the car. True, but why did they go to see the kilns? I guess they were just hanging out. Is that a place teens hang out around here? I asked. Not really. That's what I thought. I know the city isn't huge, but there have to be better places for young people to spend their time. You're right. It is an odd choice. It sounds like Abby was more eager to go than Sarah. Interviewing her a second time might bring some answers. I'll see what I can do, but her parents are going to get suspicious if I head back there. We need more information, Ruiz said. I'm not trying to hijack your case, but if these girls know anything, it's better to find out sooner than later. Ruiz shook his head. These are nice girls. They found a body on the side of the road. I think they're traumatized. I have 5 kids, and I can't imagine them finding a dead man. I just want answers for the family, I said. So do I, but I don't think 2 innocent girls are involved in this. Let's head out to the location where Anson's body was found. We turned onto a dirt road that looked remarkably similar to the one we'd just driven down, and continued for about 10 minutes. After a small incline and a twist in the road, Ruiz pulled over. Like I said, they didn't think it was a murder, so the scene hasn't been processed. Let's take a look anyway, I said, getting out of the car. The road was sandstone and clay. Scrub brush scattered across an incline on one side of the road, with long brown patches of grass on the downslope. Below the hills, someone had tried to plant grass, but the area was fading back into a desert landscape. The land surrounding the area was quiet and empty. That abandoned ranch is the only thing that's been lived in over the past 10 years. The town is still owned and cattle graze through here, but the odds of having witnesses to a murder are slim. Where was a car? Right about here, Ruiz said, pointing at a patch of land that looked just like the rest of the road and seemed to lead to nowhere. Is there anything beyond Piedmont? Not much. There are roads that will take you into Utah, but they're not something you want to drive on for the heck of it. They aren't maintained, and if something happens, you won't be able to get cell service, and the odds someone else is going to come along are slim. Take me to see the kilns, I said, hoping that seeing the only sight on the road would illuminate something about Anson's death. Back in the car, we continued driving down the road. A few minutes later, the skeletons of homes appeared. Old wooden structures bowed and giving over to nature were spread out throughout the windswept foothills. Eventually, a fence with 3 large charcoal kilns appeared. The enormous structures were carefully sculpted out of brick. Sure, they were interesting, but I couldn't imagine why Anson would choose to stop by. Other than being a wonderful testament to the pioneers that settled the town, it was an unlikely stop for an 18-year-old who was looking for adventure. I don't understand why Anson was here, I said. Well, there is a bit of lure about this place that might have drawn him in. What's that? There's a myth, or maybe a rumor about Butch Cassidy and Wild Bunch. They supposedly met here, or something like that. I don't know too much about it. I grew up near Casper, so all the folklore is lost on me. Casper? That sounds cold. It can be. My dad was a sheep herder, so we were tied to the area. Sheep herder? Does he still do that? Nope. Mom and Dad opened a little restaurant in town. My father is from Peru, and my mom grew up in a Mennonite community, so they both have a longing for recipes that aren't necessarily readily available. After years and years of sheepherding, my mom talked my dad into buying a little place in town. They're living out their passion of always having excellent food. Follow your passions. I had a teacher in elementary school that told us that every day. So here I am, living out this weird law enforcement dream. How much traffic do you think this place sees? I don't know. It's not a major place to stop. We've got great stuff to see here, so most people probably bypass the kilns. It's not exactly right off the road. Locals are more likely to be out here than tourists. Maybe, but no one is really around here most of the time. And we don't know that Anson made it out here. You said you've got calls out for camera footage around town? Yeah. I left messages for the gas station near the interstate exits, and I called around to the restaurants downtown to see if Anson spent time in Evanston. I figure he probably ended up booking a room and staying overnight, since he was in the area 2 days before he was killed. What else happened in this town? Not too much. From what I know, it was just a little railroad town that died out after a tunnel was built around Aspen. There's a mountain over that way, Ruiz said, pointing off into the distance. It was difficult for the trains to get up the inclines, so Piedmont had the helper engines. After the helper engines were no longer needed, the town started to clean out. It took about 30 years, but no one has lived here since the 1940s. I'd like to know more about it. The sheriff might know something. Before we headed back to the car, I said, I also don't understand why 2 teenage girls would come here. Yeah. Being out here reminds me of how desolate this area is. It really doesn't make much sense. There has to be more to the story. Why not go to Evanston? No idea. They were right there. Why head to Piedmont? 3 young people headed to the same ghost town, it doesn't make sense. I thought about the small but eclectic downtown of Evanston. It wasn't a bustling metropolis, but there were things to do there. Teens could catch a movie, hang out at a city park where there were other people, or if the girls didn't want an urban environment, there were plenty of open spaces that weren't owned by anyone. Perhaps they had a reason to head down this lonely road. "We better get back," Ruiz said. We remained quiet for the rest of the ride, and I wondered if we'd hit an impasse. I didn't want the girls to be suspects, but they had to be carefully considered. I made a mental note to dig into their backgrounds as best I could. We parted ways back at the station, agreeing to touch base soon. As I climbed out of Ruiz's unmarked, I spotted a figure on the other side of the road, standing on a slight incline. I headed to my car, catching another glance of the man before getting in and sticking the key into the ignition. A few minutes later, as I pulled out of the parking lot, I noticed the person was gone. 13. I called Martin and asked if he wanted to head to town for dinner. "Yes, but I need to show you something first," Martin said. "What is it?" "Just hurry back." Martin was waiting at the motel door, his face eager and excited. "There's a conversation between Kitty Forever and Anson about buried treasure." "What does it say?" I asked, reaching for Martin's laptop. He pointed at the conversation stream. Kitty Forever and Adventureman 18 went back and forth about Anson's trip. "When does the adventure start?" 3 weeks after graduation." "Where are you going first?" "Route 66 has always been a dream of mine, but you've inspired me to dig deeper. This buried treasure thing is fascinating. It would be fun to look for it. We'd be set for life. No college needed. That's what I want. I'm dreading the fall. My parents are making me go to college. That means it's the perfect time for an adventure. Maybe you won't go back." A chill ran up my spine as I read the last line. Maybe you won't go back? Why say that? No college needed. I think Kitty Forever is a kid, Martin said. You're right. She sounds like a high schooler. That's why she's talking about college and treasure. 2 young girls found Anson's body. I just met Sarah Newman. Detective Ruiz has talked with Abby Carter, the other girl, but I want to know why they were headed to a ghost town that is on private property. So far there aren't any answers. You think one of them is Kitty Forever? It's possible. Anson was strangled. Sarah is thin and I haven't seen the other one, but 2 girls could pull off strangling a man. It would be difficult, but if one girl comes up from behind and the other one struggles with him head-on, they could pull it off. I have to call Ruiz. Ruiz answered mid-ring. Sorry to bother you, but I want to run something by you. It's okay. I'm still at the office, Ruiz said. I think you should talk to Abby, and possibly Sarah, again. Why do you think that? Martin found some messages where Kitty Forever encourages Anson to go to Piedmont and Laramie. She also says that if they find treasure, they won't need college. So Kitty might be a young girl that doesn't want to go to college. Maybe we should take a look at Abby again, but to be clear, it could have been anyone. Yes, but 2 young girls found his body. We could look at them first. If everything checks out, we cross them off the list. I'm going to call her parents. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Stop by the station in the morning. Martin and I grabbed a bite at a deli and spent the rest of the evening going through information about the area. What Ruiz had told me checked out. Piedmont's history seemed tame in comparison with other Old West towns. It was just a small railroad and timber town established to expand the railroad throughout the West. There was a hold-up in Piedmont during the Golden Spike because of lack of payment to workers. The town was established in 1867, but like many Western boom and bust settlements, the town fell into ghost status less than 100 years later. In 1910, the tunnel Ruiz mentioned was built, hence eliminating Piedmont's main purpose. By 1940, Piedmont began closing up the last remaining businesses and people moved on. Frustrated by the lack of clues or rationale behind Anson's trip to the ghost town, I shut down my computer and went to bed around 9:30. I was at the precinct by 8 the next morning. Ruiz was sitting in his car in the parking lot. I parked next to him, rolled down my window and said, "Hey. Is everything okay?" "Yeah. Just wanted to talk before we headed in." "Okay. I'm listening." "The boss doesn't like having outside help, but he wants this case solved. If we're quiet and fast about it, he won't say anything. I'll tread lightly. Also, there's a guy out over the foothills watching the precinct. He was there when I showed up." I resisted the urge to turn my head and take a look. "I think he was watching us yesterday." "Who is he?" "Not sure, but it's probably Lenny Cartwright. He works at the gas station closest to the road where Anson was found. Last night, I went over to get the video from the gas station. Lenny answered the phone when I called about it. It makes me think he might be worried about something." "Interesting. So he wants to tell us something, or he wants to see how much we know," I said. "This is the only homicide we've had this year. It's big news in these parts. He might just be jazzed up about things. I'll let it play out." "Let's head in," Ruiz said. We headed into the station. Sheriff Barnett was waiting in the lobby at the front desk. "Morning, Ruiz." "Morning. I'm sorry I forgot your name," Sheriff Barnett said. "Wilcox. Good morning." "That's right. Welcome back to our humble station. How's the investigation going, Ruiz?" "We're making progress." "Hey, do you know anything about Piedmont?" Barnett tilted his head. "Why?" "Well, Anson was headed to Piedmont and we're trying to find out what would have drawn him there." "Maybe ghosts," Barnett let out a squealing laugh. "I didn't expect you to take this angle. What are you getting at?" Annoyed by his amusement, I said, "We're curious about why Anson was on the road to Piedmont, and why two young girls just happened to be driving out there. It's pretty isolated, which makes it the perfect place for drug-related activities, pick up sex workers, and of course, murder someone. So, if you know other reasons why people might be hanging out in Piedmont, we'd like to hear them." "Okay. I see. Listen, I didn't mean to suggest that it was a silly question. I just didn't get the angle. I don't know much about it, other than it's a ghost town. My parents don't remember it, and my grandparents never talked about it, so I have little information for you. What else do you need to know? Is there any unique history associated with the town?" I asked. He shook his head. "None. I think it was a simple town. Not super violent like your typical Old West town." "Thanks, Chief. We're going to head into my office and brainstorm," Ruiz said. "Thanks for your time," I said, flashing the chief a warm smile to show that there weren't any hard feelings. Ruiz started his routine while I organized my notes. A few minutes later, he handed me a mug of coffee and closed the door. "I have a confession," Ruiz said. "Okay. I'm listening." "I'm not that popular around here. The chief doesn't have much faith in me." "What do you mean?" "I'm different from them. I don't go out drinking with the guys, and I keep to myself. Fitting in can be hard. I was in a similar position when I was a cop." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to know that my time on this case will be limited. If the chief doesn't care about a case, we do a little investigating, and eventually it falls into the cold case files. So we need to move fast. Let's not waste any time then." "My sentiment exactly. So, there's a guy that lives in a trailer around here. He's kind of a recluse of sorts. Strange. Not friendly. Have you talked to him?" "He may have heard or seen something," I said. I reached out to him. Like I said, he's not nice. He hates any type of authority." "Does he have a record?" "Yes. Assault. About 20 years ago. Nothing since." "Has he gone straight, or is it just easier to hide evidence when you live in the desert?" "It's hard to say. I haven't dealt too much with him. I just know what the other guys have told me," Ruiz said. "Okay. Tell me more." "Sure, but Jericho isn't actually a suspect. Right now we have no idea what happened. This morning I want to talk to 3 people. Jericho, Lenny and Bill. Okay. Bill's the guy that thinks he saw Anson and some other guy, right? Yes, and he saw them after the car stalled. Nothing major. He's on the back roads often, Ruiz said. Anything suspicious when he saw them? Says he saw 2 men. One was under the hood, and the other one was digging in the trunk. Did he get a good look at them? Only Anson. The car was on the side of the road, and he was under the hood. This guy Bill stopped and asked if he could help. He said the kid gave him a big smile, and told him they'd be okay. The other guy was digging around in the trunk. Bill thought he probably was looking for tools. Let me guess, the man that was digging around in the trunk never looked up. Exactly. This might have been premeditated. That's what I'm thinking. Anson didn't have a clue. What time was that? He's not sure, but it was before 6 that evening. Bill was rushing home for a family dinner. He'd been out near Piedmont surveying some land in the area, Ruiz said. So someone was with Anson. Mostly likely the killer. And the killer was planning on taking Anson's life. He might have even caused the car trouble. Maybe he did something when they first met up. The perp could have used a moment when Anson was in the bathroom, taking a shower or something like that, to do something to the car. Or the car died, and the man decided to kill Anson. The perp might have found a few dollars in Anson's pocket, so it still could have been a robbery, but he also still had the credit card, I said. Yeah. We're still at the beginning with this thing. Absolutely. Thanks for letting me come along. What's Bill's story? Bill was at the Duck Inn for dinner, and had a late night there with his kids. He had a few too many, so he booked a room and stayed there. So his whereabouts have been verified, but he is sure he saw Anson and another man on the road. He's eager to talk, so we'll go there after we tackle Jericho, Ruiz said. Tell me more about Jericho. He lives out in the desert, has 4 kids, still married, but lives most of his time in a trailer. You know what? Jericho is hard to explain. Let's take a ride. We drove through grassy incline that gave way to bald patches of parched land, and finally descended into a wash where a solo trailer sat. 2 young boys and 1 girl were running around the trailer, and a teenager was at the grill. The kids are here. That's great. Jericho basically leaves Derry, the oldest one, in charge of the kids while he takes it easy in the trailer. Talk to them. I'll handle Jericho, Ruiz said. We parked near a vintage Airstream and got out. Prepare yourself, Ruiz muttered as we headed toward the door. Hey kids. Is your dad in? He's inside, Copper, the oldest boy said, pointing his spatula toward the trailer. Thanks. This is Sylvia, Ruiz said. She's from Michigan. Hey, one of the little boys said. Hi. What's your name? Unique. This is Derry, he said, pointing to the boy who was flipping burgers on the grill. Nice to meet you and Derry. I'm Ronald. I'm Lainey, said the little girl. Derry, the oldest, carefully flipped burgers on the grill while holding his hand up to keep the youngest, Lainey, from coming closer. It was 10 in the morning. Burgers were an odd choice for breakfast. Is it done yet, Dee? Lainey asked. No. Now have a seat, okay? Derry said, gently tapped his sister on the arm. Are you a cop too? Unique asked, coming over and tugging on my pant leg. No. I am a private investigator. A private cop. That ain't no better than a real cop, Derry said. I was a regular policewoman once, I said, focusing on Unique and ignoring Derry's comment. Our dad says that private cops are like him. Just outlaws waiting to happen, Derry threw his head back and laughed. I smiled and nodded. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jericho open the door of his trailer and invite Ruiz inside. You're looking into that kid's death, right? Derry said, separating pieces of cheese. That's right. Anson Green was his name. It can be dangerous around here. People ought to stay where they belong. When they don't, they get hurt, Derry said. Makes sense. I'm working on verifying the whereabouts for anyone in the area. Your father was close by the road that leads to Piedmont. He said you kids were with him that night. Derry laid the cheese slices on the burgers. I don't keep track of stuff like that. It's summer. We don't have school, so the days just run together. Unique, stop it. Don't hit Ronald. He hit me first. Unique said, hitting Ronald on the head. Split up. Now. Derry yelled, sounding like a father and waving his spatula in the air. I waited until the teen had his siblings sorted out before asking, do you remember where you were the night Anson was murdered? You can't question me without a parent. I'm a minor. That's true for cops. I'm not a cop. Derry's brow creased. Whatever. Were you with your father that night? Derry waited a moment, paused, and said, I think we were with him that night. He wanted to show us some stars, so we drove out away from town and pulled out the telescope. We like to do that on summer nights. Are you sure it was the same night? Yeah. Can you tell me the date? Derry looked up. His pale green eyes narrowed with irritation. I don't keep up with dates. Then how can you be sure that you were stargazing the night Anson Green was killed? Derry looked up from the grill, grabbed a paper plate, and started piling the burgers on top of it. I told you, we don't pay much attention to days around here, but we like the stars. We went stargazing all that week. Every night we'd set up shop out there and look up at the skies. It's beautiful. You ought to try it before you head back off to the big city. We like the stars, Unique said, rushing over to my side, his arms thrusted high in the air. Oh yeah? That's nice. We haven't gone to look at them for a while, Unique said. Derry peeked out from underneath his shaggy hair. No stars in a while, huh? I said. Yeah, Unique, come get your food, Derry said. Distracted, the boy looked away and headed over to his brother to take the plate. Go into the trailer to eat. But I want to stay out here with the private cop, Unique said. Head inside, kiddo. I wanna. No whining. Inside. The young boy flinched but headed toward the trailer. I see what you're trying to do, Derry said. What's that? Take advantage of a little kid. Just remember that a kid's sense of time is always off. So the stargazing is still taking place on a regular basis? I asked. No, Lainey chimed in. Again, a kid doesn't understand time. Lainey, come get your plate and get in there with Unique, Derry said. Sometimes, but other times, kids know exactly what they're talking about, I thought. The girl came over and grabbed the plate from her brother. Are you friends with Abby Carter and Sarah Newman? I know them. We aren't exactly friends. One more question before I go. Fire away. Did you see any cars in the area that night? No. It's an isolated road. No one really goes around there, unless they're heading up to see the kilns. But for some that's not enough of a draw, because you can't go on the land. You know what I think. What's that? This is all about drugs, but you don't want to believe a clean-cut boy like this kid could be into that stuff, Derry said. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Another vote for Anson's murder being drug-related without any proof of that being the case. Duly noted. What do you know about buried treasure in Piedmont? Yeah. That's a fantasy. Have you ever been to Piedmont? Course. I've looked for the treasure before. Never found anything. Probably should head back out there and look some more. Is there anything else you can remember about that night? No. But if you really want to find out more about what this kid was up to, check out the drug dealers around town. I bet that's what this is all about. The small door of the Airstream popped open and Jericho and Ruiz emerged. Lawman and a woman. Kid, head on inside. I want to talk to these two on my own. Derry took his burger and headed into the trailer. So this one's been talking to me, but I ain't heard nothing that needs to be said. Let's start over. What brings you to my little patch of paradise? Jericho asked. Jericho was tall and slender with a long black and gray beard, and a fuzzy ponytail that ran down his back. He wore raggedy cut-off faded blue jeans, and a black t-shirt full of holes that had the word rancid written across it in white letters. Jericho, this is Sylvia Wilcox. She's a PI, and we're looking into a murder that took place near here. You think I murdered somebody? Why would I do that? We just want to know if you heard or saw anything strange, Ruiz said. You want my help? I don't do much for pigs, Jericho said, heading back into the trailer and emerging with a camp stove in a bag, containers, shiny new spatula, paper plates, and plastic silverware. Ruiz's shoulders had tensed. I winked and nodded, hoping that he understood the cue that I could take over. Coffee? Jericho asked, nonchalant and defiant. Sure, I said, my voice easy and casual. She speaks while the Mexican stews. Okay. I've got something good for you piggies. Jericho ambled back into the trailers, rumbled around inside, and came out with 2 mugs held by the handles in one hand. Thank you. So what's it like living out here? I asked. It is what it is. How long have you lived in the trailer? Since the beginning of time. That's great, because we're looking for an old and wise elder to help us decipher a mystery. A desert mystery. What if it doesn't want to be found out? Leaving the mystery unsolved isn't an option. Lady Cop is tough. I'm not a cop. Piggies are piggies, Jericho said, leaning his head back and laughing. A young man has been murdered. You live around here. So? That don't mean nothing. Until it does. We'll need to verify your whereabouts, and we'd be very appreciative if you could tell us anything you know about this tragedy. Jericho started setting up his camp stove. There had been burgers for the kids, but it looked like Jericho was going to have something else. There's a code out here. We mind our own business, and no one spies on anyone else. You wouldn't understand that because you claim to be some type of law, but aren't you an outlaw yourself? A private cop, what does that mean? Huh. What do you need the privacy for? She still operates within a system, Ruiz said. Jericho's opaque green eyes narrowed as he slammed the griddle of the stove together. Tough guy defending his girl. What's wrong? She can't take care of herself. I'm not a private cop. I am a former cop turned private investigator. Why did I do that? Because I agree with you that some systems in our society are broken, but I don't think that innocent people sowing their wild oats should be cast aside because of some code of silence. This kid was starting his life, and someone ended everything for him. Jericho took off in a huff and went into the trailer, returning with a spoon and a plastic butter jug full of batter. Pancakes and coffee in a quiet, breezy spot. I was surprised at how normal Jericho's morning was. Sit. Drink the coffee. It's my best try at being hospitable, Jericho said, waving his hand over the camp stove. Gotta be the right temperature before I throw on the flapjacks. I motioned at Ruiz for us to sit at a small, rickety picnic table to the left of the table where Jericho was cooking. I took a sip of coffee and was surprised by its richness. That's good, I said. You wasn't expecting that. I buy the best coffee I can find. It's my splurge item. I nodded and did my best to appear relaxed. A glance at Ruiz told me I should take the lead. Were you born and raised here? Yep. My grandparents came out here in the 1950s. They raised my pa here. Don't know much about my mom's people. It's not something she talks about much, but she showed up in the 1960s and married my dad. He worked his own land until the government came and took it away. Worked away the last of his life, trying to get all the spoils. You know, fancy stuff. Have you ever thought about leaving? I asked, before taking another sip of coffee. Never and always. What determines where you stay each night? Wherever the wind blows. This young man was murdered on the road to Piedmont. You're not that far from there. Again, that means nothing. I don't have any information for you, and I'm not here to do your job. I turned the cup up and drained it. Jericho was pouring the first pancakes on the griddle. I winked at Ruiz and said, "Thank you for the coffee. I think we better get going." "And there she goes," Jericho said, laughing and moving into a rapid-fire explanation. "I stay around where I can see the night skies. I like the stars, so I stay anywhere around this place for the most part. There are camps of people north of here, and the area around Piedmont is privately owned, so I don't go around there. Plenty of places to park my trailer. Why go somewhere that's owned?" I considered what Jericho was saying. He was right. It didn't make much sense to set up shop in places that were owned. "Is there anyone who can verify your whereabouts that evening?" "Who knows? Maybe the kids. I bet you already asked them. I don't keep track of the days. No point for me. I was either alone, watching some DVDs, or the kids was here. Nothing different from what I was doing last night or the night before. Things blur out here. I fix things at my uncle's shop every now and then. He pays me, and that's that. Odd jobs here and there, moving the trailer around and having the kids over, that's my life." "What about your children?" "That's a small Airstream." Jericho slammed his spatula against the camp stove. "What about them? You think I should put them before me, right? Well, believe it or not, I do. Their mother is all materialistic, and I am trying to show them that other things matter. I live simple, but that doesn't make me a failure." I'd clearly touched a nerve. I debated whether I wanted to push on it. "Do your children come out here to stay with you often?" Ruiz asked, shifting Jericho's focus. "Yes. I have places for them to sleep, plenty of food, and I teach them how to live on their own. Bet your kids can't hunt and fish." "My kids?" Ruiz stopped, took a deep breath and started over. "Do the kids like staying out here with you?" "Yeah. Why wouldn't they?" "Just wondering." "That's great," I said. "I think teaching your kids to be self-sufficient is a wonderful idea." "It is. The government ain't gonna get at what they have. We're operating outside of the system, and nobody's going to take that away from us." "Have you noticed a burgundy Volvo around?" "Over the past few weeks?" Ruiz asked. "It would have been around 2 weeks ago," I added quickly. "Oh. That long ago? I was watching the stars with the kids 2 weeks ago. I think they stayed with me all weekend, so whatever you think I did, I couldn't have." 14. "My kids know how to hunt and fish," Ruiz said, slamming the car door shut. "Don't let him get to you. He's a weird guy living out of a small Airstream trailer. Did you notice how he went from not keeping track of days to knowing what he was doing 2 weeks ago? Derry did the same thing. Makes me think they might have rehearsed things." He also brought up the weekend. "We didn't mention any specific day, and since today is a weekday, that seems odd. That's why I said it was around 2 weeks ago. Wanted to leave it open for him to fill in the blanks." I'd say Jericho was eager to shift any suspicion from himself, but that sudden change from having no clue about the days or things he does makes me think we need to look deeper into his background, I said. "I agree, but just so you know, he's the sheriff's cousin. That complicates things a bit." "Yeah. Also, Jericho is viewed as a hero to some, and just plain weird to others. His marriage is odd, and he floats in and out of town working random jobs and getting paid under the table. His wife works hard to keep the kids in order, while Jericho takes it easy in the Airstream. It's one of those things everyone thinks is terrible, but no one talks about. So Jericho might need money." "Yeah, but rumor has it he lives off his wife. She's from a prominent family and doesn't want to get a divorce, so she's financing his life out in the desert. Does she own everything and he just lives off of her?" "I think so." "Do you know much about the family?" "Not really. There are rumors and gossip about them, but because Jericho is the sheriff's cousin, we don't talk too much about that at the station. I thought Jericho was a viable suspect, but kept the idea to myself." Ruiz investigating a member of his supervisor's family wouldn't go over well. After another few turns on dirt roads, we made it to a short paved road that led to a cul-de-sac of homes. The new construction stood out amongst the desert scene, with the 5 houses being the only sign of civilization in the immediate area. We parked in a half-circle drive of the last house in the cul-de-sac, and a tall, thin man with a weathered face walked over to the car. "Ruiz? You need more from me?" Bill asked. "Hey Bill, I just have a few more questions. This is Sylvia Wilcox. She's a PI from Michigan." "Pleased to meet you," Bill said, holding up a hand and giving me a wave. "Nice to meet you as well." "Okay. What do you two need?" "I've got a job in about an hour, but I have a little time to talk. We're hoping that you can go through what you saw that day on the side of the road." "All right. Come on out of the car. We'll sit on the patio." We followed Bill to a small red brick patio on the back of the house. He motioned for us to sit and said, "I'm sorry that things turned out the way they did. I wish I'd done more." "No way you could have known what was going to happen. First, can you tell us what you were doing out there?" "Sure. I was surveying some land beyond Piedmont." "What time did you pass Anson?" "It was around 6, and I was headed back for a family dinner in town." The car was pulled to the side of the road, and one guy was messing around in the trunk. The other guy was under the hood. I pulled up level with the guy under the hood and asked if he needed help. He looked up, was real friendly, and told me they were fine. I didn't think much of it. There were 2 of them, and since the kid was under the hood, I thought he knew what he was doing. Didn't want to hurt anyone's pride, so I just headed back to town. "Did you get a look at the man that was looking in the trunk?" I asked. "Nope. All I saw was a glimpse of long legs and jeans." Bill waited a moment and said, "So I think the man was tall, but I can't be sure." "Anything stand out about the jeans?" "Nothing. Just blue jeans. Kind of faded, I think, but I wasn't really looking that hard. Like I said, once the kid told me things were fine, I decided to head down the road." "Anything else you remember about that day?" "Now this is something. I'm not sure this means anything, but earlier that day, I saw some people near the gas station around there. I filled up, and out of the corner of my eye, I remember some folks milling about before I headed out." "How many people?" "Not sure, but I think there were 2 or 3. I wasn't paying attention, but I remember seeing a few figures. Don't know if that matters." "What time were you at the gas station?" "Probably around 3. I remember thinking it was strange because the gas station isn't in town." "Did you recognize the people?" "No. I just saw them out of the corner of my eye." "Did you notice anything else out of place about the gas station that day?" Bill folded his arms and creased his brow. "That kid that works at the gas station was flustered. The place was busy, and he was the only one working. I remember feeling a little sorry for him." 15. "We need to talk to Lenny Cartwright, but before we do that, let's take a look," Ruiz said, taking a zip drive out of his pocket. We headed to his office, and he stuck the drive into his computer. He clicked on the video, and turned his monitor around so both of us could see. The video was fuzzy and dark, but the old model Volvo was easy to identify. Anson parked at a gas pump and took a moment to get out of the car, but eventually headed in to get gas. A few minutes later, he came out with a drink, tossed the bottle in the car, and fueled up. We watched him pull off and turn out of the lot, heading in the direction of the interstate. "Let's see if anything else happens after he leaves," Ruiz said, using his cursor to move the video forward. "Hold on." "Stop there," I said. "What do you see?" Someone runs out of the station, at the top of the video. "Go back just a little." Ruiz dragged the cursor back and hit play. "He's in quite a hurry." "Yeah. I think it's Lenny Cartwright." "Yes. He seems like he's got somewhere to be." "What's the timestamp at that point?" Ruiz dragged the cursor back and stopped it just as Lenny reached his car. 3:33. What time did Anson stop at the gas station? Around 3 o'clock that day. 2:58 to be exact. It looks like Anson's alone. I didn't see anyone else in the car. Neither did I. He showed up just before 3. Anson was close to the road, but he wasn't killed until later that night or early Sunday morning. Where did he go after the gas station? That's a great question. I've called around to restaurants and hotels, but it doesn't seem like Anson really stopped into town. I haven't found anyone who recognizes his picture. Let's stop by and see Lenny. We climbed into Ruiz's unmarked and headed toward town. The gas station was close to the exit that led to Piedmont Road, and it served as a last stop before travelers hit a stretch of road that took travelers across the state line into Utah. Lenny lived in a small trailer park on a side road a half-mile from the gas station. Ruiz turned into the lot and parked in front of a double-wide trailer with several potted cacti in front. He doesn't know we're coming, so he might be cagey. I'll stay quiet and take notes, I said. We got out and headed to the trailer. Ruiz knocked twice before a young woman cracked the door open. What do you want? She asked, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Detective Ruiz. Is Lenny home? The woman opened the door and motioned for us to come in. Lenny, she yelled. Cops are here. We entered the trailer. Sit, the woman said. She held out her hand and said, Alice. A bare-chested man with curly blonde shoulder-length hair, dressed in boxer shorts, emerged from the bedroom. Sylvia. Nice to meet you, Alice. We sat at a small round wooden table in the living room. What's up? Lenny asked, running a hand through his hair. We just want to ask a few questions about that day Anson Green came into the gas station, Ruiz said. You can go back to bed, babe, Lenny said, kissing Alice's forehead. She nuzzled against his chin, before heading back into the bedroom and closing the door. Sorry to wake you, Lenny. Can you go through what you remember about that day? It was normal. Nothing special. He came in and asked how far Piedmont was. I told him and he bought a soda, filled up and left, Lenny said. What did he ask about Piedmont? If it was a worthwhile stop. What did you tell him? To not waste his time. Told him the only thing worth seeing in Wyoming were Yellowstone and the Grand Tetons. Was the gas station busy when Anson came in? Not really. I think there were a few other people there, but nothing out of the ordinary. Did Anson talk with anyone else? I asked. Lenny looked at me, waited, opened his mouth, and closed it again without speaking. Lenny, what do you want to tell us? Ruiz asked. I see you hesitating. I don't think he talked to anyone else. You left soon after Anson pulled out of the parking lot. Where did you go? Home. Ruiz nodded and asked, Can anyone verify that? No. I was the only one here until about 7. Alice was working. Are you into ghost towns? I like them and I head out to Old Town sometimes, but not Piedmont. I grew up around here. It's not that interesting, and it is private property. How long have you worked at the gas station, Lenny? Ruiz asked. Long time. Probably 5 years. Things are going well with the job. If you're asking about money, it's not great, but that's always been the case. Doesn't mean I'm going to rob and kill some guy, Lenny said. Anson wasn't robbed, from what we could tell. I wondered if Lenny was just speculating, or if he knew something about Anson's death. Ruiz must have read my mind because he asked, Who told you Anson was robbed? Lenny's eyebrows shot up on his forehead. I just assumed. That's it. I didn't have anything to do with this. Lenny, if I find out that you... I don't have anything to do with this. That kid came in and left. Just like so many other people that day. Nothing special at all, Lenny said, his legs beginning to shake underneath the table. What time did you get off work? I was there until about 5. I wrote down 5 o'clock, adding a question mark at the end and circling it. The video shows that you got off at 3:30. Well then, that must be true. So you got off your shift and headed straight home. That's right. What did you do once you were here? Lenny's eyes flicked from one side to the other. Nothing. I just hung out. Did you go out that night? Nope. I was home for the rest of the evening. Probably had a beer and watched something on television. Lenny, what do you think happened to the kid? Drugs. It's always drugs when things like this happen. 16. Ruiz and I left Lenny's place without any answers, but we had another avenue to investigate. If Lenny's whereabouts couldn't be verified, and we didn't know where Anson had gone after leaving the gas station, we couldn't rule out the fact that they could have been together for a time. I assume Lenny isn't exactly rolling in the dough. That's correct. He's worked at the gas station for a while. The cost of living isn't cheap around here, but you can get by on a lower salary if you try. What if Anson bragged about having the money? You think he was smart enough to hide it, but not smart enough to keep his mouth closed about it? He was a kid. He'd never been anywhere by himself. Having $5,000 would be a big deal. It wouldn't be strange for a kid to brag a little, I said. Someone found out. You think it was Lenny? He lied about when he got off work. Makes me think he might have something else to hide. We need to find out if Alice actually worked until 7 that day. She works at the creamery in town. I'll check with her boss. So far we don't have much of a suspect list. I think we need to talk with Abby Carter. We also need to get more info on Lenny and Kitty Forever's identity. Ruiz nodded. Okay. I think you're right. Let me talk to her parents. It might take a little time for them to warm up to the idea, but I'll work on it. In the meantime, let's take a look at the gas station video again, I said. What do you think happened there? We've watched the video and Anson just got gas and a drink. Nothing else. It looks like that, but there might be more to it. I don't know if we need to watch more of the video, or if we need to talk to some people who were there. Some people aren't going to be open to talking with us. It's been hard to get information from anyone. Let's put the video aside for a moment. We can always come back to it later. Okay. I'm just looking for any sparks. Maybe this thing is bigger than we think. That's possible, but it also could be because this is a random act. Especially when someone's traveling. We know that killers often prey on travelers, and people who are making our way down the interstate by themselves. Wouldn't be unheard of. Okay, I guess we can continue watching the video. We'll see if we see anything. Yeah, I can totally do that. I'll have Martin watch it. Great, that sounds like a good plan. What can you tell me about Lenny? He's an ordinary kind of guy. Lenny isn't rich, but he's a decent guy. Never caused any trouble. Why? I'm curious about him, because on the video the only thing that struck me as strange was the fact that he left the gas station around 3:30. What's strange about that? Well, Anson was at the gas station around 3. That means he probably headed toward Piedmont around that time. We know he got a drink and he filled up on gas. Did you ever have a friend that worked at a gas station? I asked Ruiz. He shook his head and said, no. Why? Because if you had a friend that worked at a gas station, they might hook you up with free gas. If that's the case, then we know they knew each other. And it could explain why Lenny left work soon after Anson stopped by. It also would explain why there weren't 2 cars on the road when Bill passed them. Anson probably came in and filled up. After that, he might have told Lenny to meet him somewhere else and maybe they drove out together. That's a lot of speculation, Ruiz said. Do you really think that all of that was going on? Well, it's just a theory. $5,000 isn't a large sum of money. Killing Anson for a paltry amount doesn't make much sense, right? Being a gas station attendant isn't going to bring in much money. Even if he's living within his means, he could still want more cash. Maybe he was robbing Anson and things got out of control. Once he realized Anson was dead, he took off before finding the money. Well, sure, that's a theory, but we don't have any reason to suspect that he would become a criminal because he didn't have enough money. Fair enough. But we need to verify where Lenny was after he left the gas station, I said. I agree. If he left at 3:30, then there is a chance he and Anson were planning on meeting up. Especially if he didn't charge Anson for gas. Although I don't know if that's true because Anson could have paid with cash, and we know he stopped using the credit card after Telluride. Sure, but that would fit the pattern, so I think we need to look a little deeper into what we know about Lenny, I said. We know a few things. Anson was driving along a road to a ghost town. His car stalled and he was strangled, I said. He was mostly likely traveling with someone. At least, according to Bill. Was Anson carjacked? I wish I had more answers, but I don't. And the drug angle has been completely cleared, right? No new information from the autopsy? No. Drugs aren't a factor. The trooper just assumed, because we're starting to see more and more drug activity. His parents are adamant that he's squeaky clean, I said. Computer search history supports that. Kid had PG tastes. Memes, history, and pictures of his girlfriend, fully clothed by the way. But we still can't find his cell phone. Maybe that's where he did his dirt. We need to find that phone. 17. We headed back to the precinct to wrap up for the day. Ruiz wrote down the main points of our day before we reviewed what we'd learned. Anson was traveling with someone, but he appeared to be alone at the gas station. I said, yes, and the other man was digging around in the trunk where the money was located. Maybe Anson picked up one of the people in front of the gas station. Maybe. It's also interesting that the money wasn't taken. The bag where the money was found was a great hiding place, so the killer could have been rummaging around in the trunk looking for money, but couldn't find it. But killing someone over not being able to find money doesn't compute. Why not just walk away? Good question. It's also curious that Anson and this guy were headed to Piedmont. What is that all about? I said. We need to figure out when and where Anson picked up this person. Bill saw them around 6. Anson is killed later than that. Where was he between 3 and 6? And what was he doing between 6 and the time he was murdered? This guy Anson picked up. Was he from town? A straggler on the interstate? Everyone knows everyone that lives here. Bill would have recognized the person if that was the case. The other thing is that I didn't see any people milling around on the surveillance videos. Neither did I. Like I said, I'll have Martin watch the whole thing over again. But if there were 3 people out in front of the gas station, did Anson pick up one of them? Were they together, or just a random 3 people? No clue. It's odd, Ruiz said. Have you had a look at the car? Yep. Not too much out of the ordinary, besides the clothes pulled out of the suitcase in the back seat, and granules of dirt from the road on the floor of the driver and passenger side, and a little bit of dirt in the back seat. Bill saw 2 guys, but could there have been 3 people? Well, right now we know about one other guy for sure. We need to try to pin him down. Back at the station, Ruiz let me make a copy of the gas station footage, and we parted ways, agreeing to meet up again the next morning. On the drive back to the motel, I thought about Jericho. There were pockets of people across the country that didn't want to live within society's parameters. There was nothing wrong with that, but I was aware of a few groups that had slipped into criminality. The sovereign citizen movement came to mind. After Martin and I swapped information about what we'd learned that day, we began to read about the sovereign citizen movement. It's not a cohesive group, Martin said, scrolling through a web page on the Federal Bureau of Investigation's site. I know a little about the movement. Basically, they don't want to pay taxes or follow any government laws. Jericho definitely fits into that category, but he lives in a nice Airstream trailer and drinks fancy coffee. They're labeled as domestic terrorists. Seem to be big into fraud, and they prey on people on the margins. I jotted down notes and thought about Jericho. Living in a trailer doesn't have to be terrible, but Jericho was downright cozy. We could be dealing with a sovereign citizen with a touch of class, but I don't know that he needs a label. Jericho could just be a guy that doesn't want to work or live in town. That's a possibility. Sometimes we get too caught up in labels. This dude could just be lazy or irritable. That's enough of a reason to not want to be a part of everyday society. I guess so. Seems to like the finer things in life. He also was preparing a pancake breakfast for himself, but his kids were eating burgers, and according to Ruiz, he's married. Why? Who is the lady that's putting up with that mess? No idea. Maybe she a saint. As far as the kids go, they have to fend for themselves. The oldest kids seem to be in charge. How big is this Airstream? It's nice but small for a guy with 4 kids and a wife, and the kids just visit, so I guess he's fine with that. But he lives alone. He got defensive when I asked about the kids. I bet there's something there. Why stay married if you're not actually together? It helps to have a sugar mama if you don't want to pay for things, but like the finer things in life. True story. Let's see what we can find out about Jericho Willis, I said, pulling my chair around to the same side of the table Martin was sitting on. A simple search turned up a few old newspaper entries. Jericho's marriage to Melissa Blake had been big news. A full spread in the local newspaper detailed the couple's accolades and provided a brief summary of their families. I guess this is Wyoming cred, I said, pointing to a chart showing Melissa's family from the 1800s on. That's interesting. His wife seems to be from a prominent family. Martin said. The couple had been all smiles, and the announcement detailed their courtship as if they were royalty. Most of the article focused on Melissa's family that had come from Quebec, Canada, in the mid-1800s. Investments in the railroad had led to prominence in the community, and based on the elaborate wedding, it seemed that the fortune had been maintained to some extent. After Derry's birth, Melissa and Jericho's names stopped appearing in the local news. The rest of the children hadn't been introduced to the world via newspaper announcements. The next search results showed Melissa had a few social media accounts. We also were able to find her address and documentation showing she was the sole owner of her home. Okay, so we know Melissa is carrying the weight of the marriage's financial burden, but if she's living in town and Jericho's out in the desert, she probably isn't too connected to him. Jericho isn't a part of the virtual world, but there has to be something beyond the announcements. Martin refined the search. I don't see much on Jericho Willis, but there is info on Buck Willis, who had owned a ranch not too far from Fort Bridger, Wyoming. It was on the other side of the interstate, but by all accounts, it seemed that Buck Willis had enjoyed success and prominence throughout the community. Looks like a normal rancher, Martin said, clicking through links. Go back to that last one. Martin hit the back button and pulled up an article titled Longtime Rancher Losing Land to the State. Hit the text to audio feature, I said. We listened to a robotic voice tell us that Buck Willis's land had been taken in an eminent domain land grab in 2006. After that, the elder Willis also faded into the ether of the internet. The government took his father's land. I can see why Jericho is leery of being an average citizen. A mining company wanted the land, but Buck had refused to sell. The company used a government provision to get their way. They took more than the land. Sil, look at this. Martin clicked on the last entry in the search queue. It was an obituary for Buck Willis, dead at 48. I guess we all have our reasons for why we become who we are. The next morning I showed up at the station at 8:30. To my delight, Sheriff Barnett and one other officer were the only two present. Sheriff Barnett, may I have a word? Barnett was standing at the front desk, travel mug in hand, flipping through the desk calendar. About what? The desert. The chief nodded and sighed. Of course. Come into my office. I sat on the far wall of a neat and organized office. Barnett stood in the doorway and folded his arms. "Thank you for taking the time to talk." "Don't do that. Just give it to me straight." "What do you want to know?" Barnett asked. "What can you tell me about the sovereign citizens in the area?" "I can tell you they have a right to exist, just like everyone else. It's a constitutional right, and they have freedom just like the rest of us." I looked up at the sheriff. He was clearly irritated. I waited a moment to compose myself before saying, "A young man is dead. We've started an investigation. We're looking into this thing. Yes, we made a mistake with the drug assumption. It happens. We're not perfect. Let's start over," I said. "I understand that sometimes things happen, and you simply don't have the manpower. I've been in that position before, but I'm here and ready to do whatever it takes to find out what happened to Anson. I'm not judging anyone. I just want to get answers for this family, and I know you want the same thing. So let's put all the animosity aside and work together." Barnett turned his back to me and spent a few seconds staring out into the lobby before saying, "You're right. So let's have a discussion about these people you call sovereign citizens." "I'm all ears. Why shouldn't I think they might have something to do with Anson's murder?" The sheriff smiled. "Here's the thing. I'm related to the only one that stays close to civilization. He's my cousin Jericho. The others that are like him travel around through the Red Desert, down into Utah and Arizona and over to Nevada. They just don't like the government knowing what's happening with them. Of course, since I am a government official, sometimes I'm not welcome and we're not exactly kissing cousins, but we're related nonetheless." "How long has Jericho lived in the desert?" "About 5 years, and he has his reasons. His dad lost his property to an eminent domain thing. My uncle ended up dying soon after that. My aunt and some of my cousins moved out to the Red Desert. Jericho was already married, and they had dairy, so initially they didn't go with them. But as the world continued to deal him difficult blows, Jericho wanted to move too. Let me guess. His wife didn't like that idea. She's a good lady, but you're right. She wasn't up for a life in a trailer. Most of my cousins have gone back to cities and towns, but Jericho decided he wanted to stay out there. They've worked something out where she and kids live full-time in the city, but the kids go out there with him regularly. Jericho and his wife run a couple different businesses that she has licenses for, and she works a virtual customer service job that lets her be there for the kids." "What type of businesses do they run?" "They sell essential oils. Jericho helps at a shop and his wife sells things online. They make random things to sell at market and live their lives. They're not your average people, but they're not killers either." "Thanks for the information. Everything sounds on the up and up. I guess you don't need to protect them." "I wasn't protecting them. I just know that they look strange on the outside. Since you're not from around here, you might bark up that tree and it's just the wrong way to go." "Okay. So we've got them out of the way then," I said, but I actually was putting Jericho on the long list of suspects. "Yeah. This one stumps me. We've got 2 teenage girls that find the body, but we know they didn't do it, so." "What do you mean we know they didn't do it? Why would they kill a stranger?" "That's what the investigation is all about, right? Finding out if they killed a stranger. The why doesn't always make sense." "Point taken. Ruiz interviewed one, and you went along for the other. These are 2 fragile girls in shock because their innocence has been stolen by finding a dead body." "Are there any extremist groups in the area?" I asked. "It doesn't look like their work. Anson was black. We have to take that into account." "We don't typically play the race card here," the sheriff said. "That's not playing a race card. It's a fact. You can pretend that it doesn't matter, but in reality we know it does, even if it's on an unconscious level. So let's just be straight. If Anson was up in Idaho somewhere, I think this would be a viable line of reasoning. But here in Wyoming, I've never encountered any racism. No one would know it until a race-related issue came up. You've got a point. The sheriff moved from the doorway and sat behind his desk for the first time. We don't know what happened to Anson. Anyone could have killed him. That means everyone is a suspect. I know you're clear on that, but it's hard when family and friends are involved. Your cousin seems like a guy who simply wants a different type of life, and that's great, but we still need to rule him out. I know what it's like to have to question someone you're close to, or someone who is not going to appreciate you questioning them. This isn't my first rodeo either, so I get it. But a kid is dead. What if murder becomes something that happens again and again? If you let someone get away with it, criminals might start to think you're soft on crime. This is the perfect place for people to set up shop, live in the desert, come out when they want to, and attack people on the road. Do you want that type of reputation for your town? No. Of course I don't want that. But people die here. It's usually because they're someplace they shouldn't be. This kid comes to our town, spends the day, and thinks that he's just going to head out to a ghost town by himself and explore. Maybe he took someone with him or met someone there. We don't know what he was doing. It could have been a sexual thing or something like that. We can't be sure it wasn't drug-related just because the talk screen was clean. Maybe he was a dealer, Barnett said. Maybe. It's unlikely, but we need to investigate the drug angle as well, just like we need to look into unlikely suspects. I want to go back home, but we're not doing our jobs if we just write this off as some obscure drug deal gone bad. It doesn't make any sense in this case, and you know it. Okay, so tell me this, what type of motive are you thinking of in this case? I thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Possibly money. Then why did they leave the money in the trunk? We don't know how much money he had, and the money was wrapped in dirty clothes. It would be easy to miss. That's true, but the credit card was still in his wallet. I don't know what the motive was, but he died from strangulation, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it probably was someone that he was acquainted with, Barnett said. Yeah, that makes sense. Young man gets strangled. It's probably going to be someone coming out from behind the trunk and grabbing him fast. They've got to be strong. He's not a huge guy, but it looked like he could handle himself. Wilcox, here's the thing. I'm happy you're here because I want this case solved fast. I also don't have the manpower to put a bunch of officers on it, so thanks for helping out. But you're not from around here, and you're not an officer. Let Ruiz lead and stay out of trouble. 18. Ruiz showed up 20 minutes later. I was sitting in the lobby waiting, sipping terrible coffee. Sorry I'm late. Had to meet with the principal at my kid's school. Couldn't wait for the good coffee? I still expect the good stuff. This is just a gross appetizer, I said, laughing and getting up to follow Ruiz into his office. So, a few things happened after you left. Okay. How late were you here? Too late. My wife was less than happy, but I got a call from the police in Telluride. There's a gas station along the route from here to there that Anson might have taken. The gas station attendant may have seen the kid's car down by the Colorado border. When? Last Friday. Would that be around Bags? You know Bags? No, but I've been studying my atlas to try to find out where Anson traveled. I figured if he left Laramie and headed to Telluride, he would have taken Route 789. You've really been studying that atlas. That would be the best route. How far is Bags? I asked. It's just north of the border. It should be easy to get information. A black kid driving an old Volvo 244 would stand out. I'm going to make some calls. I'll check with the highway patrol in Craig, see if they know anything. Also, Anson's phone is in Telluride. The owner of a restaurant found it 2 days after his body was discovered. Someone else took it there, I said. I think you're right. It was at a pizzeria near the front door. Anson had been there the week before, but if he dropped the phone, it would have been picked up by a patron, the owner, or a worker long before that. Someone may have taken the phone down to Telluride to throw us off. I'm assuming it was off when it was found. Yes, but the last ping was off a tower near Telluride during the time frame we're pretty sure Anson was there. So it was either turned off by then, Anson lost it at that time, or someone else had it from then on. The owner is going to get the surveillance video to see if she can spot anyone the night the phone was found. They use a company for it, so she doesn't have it on hand, but she's requested the video and it should be there in the next day or two, Ruiz said. Losing the phone, or having someone else in possession of it, would also explain why the calls to his family and girlfriend stopped. Indeed. But who had the phone? That's what we need to find out. What do you think about me heading to Telluride? I could trace his steps. That's a long drive or an expensive flight. It's fine. Martin will help drive. Could be worth going through the town and collecting information about where Anson went while he was there, I said. It's a small town. People will probably remember him, Ruiz said. It's almost 8 hours through some desolate backcountry areas to get there from here. Yeah, but you know how it is. The answers you get when asking in person are totally different from the ones you receive over the phone. True. Also, there might be pieces of the puzzle there that we don't uncover if no one shows up in person. If you can head to Telluride, that would be great. Okay. The first thing I want to do is figure out if Anson was on this road trip by choice, or if someone forced him down there. If he was looking for the money, I think he probably wouldn't have been coming alone. Yeah. We should be able to trace a conversation, or get images of someone on the CCTV somewhere that show us who he was involved with. Any other prints on the car? Not that I know of. Unfortunately, this wasn't a crime when we started looking into things. There were all types of prints on the car by the time we determined a crime had been committed. It was assumed he'd overdosed or succumbed to the elements, right? I don't know if that was the case, but people who head out to the remote places unprepared die all the time. We'd had a little rain, so the scene didn't look terribly nefarious. I can see why it wasn't originally thought to be suspicious. A guy headed to a ghost home has car trouble, gets out to fix it, but isn't able to. He works too long on it, maybe walks to see if he can find help, but ultimately decides he can get himself out of the situation. He returns to the car, tries to get it going again but doesn't, and dies from the elements. That was the thought process. We didn't find any water or food in the car. The kid wasn't prepared at all. Could have been hours since he ate or drank. Right, so we initially thought it might be natural causes. Now we know different. Anson was definitely killed by something unnatural. Later that evening, Martin and I planned our trip to Telluride. Here's the route we'll take, I said, tracing the line on an atlas with my finger. Is that a country road? Looks like it. While we're looking at this thing, let's go over the route Anson took. There was a sighting of his car and bags, so we're pretty sure he took this state route down into Colorado. This doesn't make any sense. Anson headed to Colorado after stopping off in Laramie. Then he comes back up to Wyoming, but his phone didn't ping after he was supposedly in Telluride. Did he turn it off, or did the battery die? Perhaps he lost the phone while he was near the pizzeria. I don't think so. My theory is that someone took the phone while he was in Telluride, or maybe Anson picked up someone there, came back to Wyoming with them, and that person killed him, I said. Is our killer some shadowy figure living in a ski resort town? Martin asked. Possibly. Think about it. Anson goes to Telluride and returns to Wyoming. Who's saying he was alone? But he was alone on CCTV, right? I'll double-check with Ruiz, but I think he would have mentioned a second person if anyone had been seen with Anson. Bill, the man that saw Anson, said that there was a second guy digging around in the trunk. Did he have any type of description of the other guy? Tall, long legs and faded blue jeans. Martin rolled his eyes. I know. It's not much, but Bill didn't expect to have to recount what he saw later on. He was told all was well, and he kept on his way. How long will it take us to get to Telluride? We're going to drive. Why aren't we flying? Because the flight is only 2 hours shorter than the drive, and I read that they have one of the shortest runways in the world. We turned in early and hit the road at 5 the next morning, taking the quickest route possible. Our drive took us through the edge of the enchanting Ashley Forest, and through the otherworldly Red Canyon in Utah, before dropping us down into Colorado near the Dinosaur National Monument. We crept along the Douglas Pass Road, my fingers squeezing the steering wheel as we navigated the switchbacks high in the Book Cliff Mountains. How are you feeling about that short runway now? Martin joked. The Atlas made this look like a piece of cake. After traversing switchbacks and blind twists and turns, we arrived in an enchanting valley. We booked a hotel in Ouray to save a few dollars and headed to Telluride. The area was breathtaking, with the edge of shale mountainsides a couple of 100 feet from the hotel. I've never been anywhere like this. So beautiful, Martin said. This place has a wildness you can't get in a city. Anything goes. You could create a new life and live in perpetual beauty. I can see why Anson was drawn here. I wonder what it's like living here. Do you ever get used to living in a place that looks ripped out of a fairy tale? I bet reality hits hard in the winter. After we settled in, I decided to head to Telluride. Watch this like it's an Oscar-winning film, I said, handing Martin the zip drive that contained the footage from the gas station near Piedmont. I get all the exciting work. Where are you going? To the pizzeria. I'm hoping that I'll have another video after this trip. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. The Telluride Historic District was a quaint little downtown left over from its mining history. Colorado Street contains facades and replicas of what the place looked like during the 1800s. The old red light district had historical buildings and plaques to explain what the town was like during the mining rush. After being a major metals center for about 35 years, population had dwindled and the mines closed. The town's full-time residency had decreased, but a thriving summer festival season and ski resorts kept the town afloat. That day things were quiet, with only a few people milling about. The pizzeria was a restored building that had maintained the integrity of the old wood siding. A thin woman wearing a chef coat was at the front of the restaurant, wiping down a table. Hey, grab a seat anywhere, the woman said without looking up. Thanks, I said, taking a seat in a booth near a window and waiting for her to finish. Sorry about that. We keep staffing low during the day in the summer. I'm Linda, the owner. What can I get for you? How about a pesto pizza to go? Sure thing. Anything else? Yes, but it's not on the menu. My name is Sylvia Wilcox, and I'm a PI from Michigan. Officer Ruiz from Wyoming may have mentioned me. Oh yeah, she said, tucking her notepad back in her chef coat pocket. He called the other day about the phone. Poor kid. What would you like to know? Do you remember Anson coming in? I asked, sliding a photo across the table. The woman looked at the picture and said, Oh yeah. That's him. Nice kid. I served him. Talked a lot about his trip, and the fact that he didn't want to go to college in the fall. He even asked about working here. Really? Yes. He asked what the servers make here and how rent prices were. Of course that's not too rare. This is a special place. I moved here after visiting. Moving to Telluride was in stark contrast to the plans Anson's parents had for him. It is a thing of beauty. Any other talking points from the conversation? Cassidy and the Old West. That also isn't uncommon. Butch Cassidy committed his first robbery here, so we're kind of famous for that. Old West history buffs come in and ask all about it. Interesting. Okay, so Anson seemed asked about the history of the town and possibly working and living in the town. Right. When did his phone show up? Several days after he was in here. It was weird because it was right near the door. It was like someone planted it there, Linda told me. Any idea who may have placed the phone there? I've got some ideas. Not sure, but I got the videos from cameras. The video isn't clear, but I plan on sending it to Detective Ruiz. It just keeps getting busy, and I forget to send it. You can look at them if you like. That would be great. Do you have time to let me see them? Yeah. Let me get your order in. Then we'll head back to the office. I want to help with all of this. I feel like this poor kid deserves better. Linda came back to the table, led me to the office, and queued up the video. It showed patrons coming in and out of the pizzeria throughout the day. Nothing strange or suspicious. Just people congregating, talking, and eating. She forwarded the tape to 3 a.m, when a tall figure moved into the frame. The blurred image gently sat the cell phone near the edge of the door and ran off. I'm sorry the video is so blurry. It's one of those things we don't spend a ton of money on. Things are very safe around here. This is good. Thank you. May I see it again? Linda rewound the video. I jotted down notes. All I could gather from the video was that we were dealing with a tall male. He was wearing blue jeans and a jacket that looked like it was for a pro sports team. I couldn't make out the emblem. May I make a copy? Sure. I pulled out a zip drive and downloaded the video. Oh, you may want to go down to Mountain Village. There's a coffee shop called Edna's. I know the kid stopped in there. One of my friends runs it. It's just really her and her kids working through the summer, so someone there will be able to tell you about the interactions they had with him. 19. Back at the hotel, Martin and I ate and made a plan for the next morning. We were up by 6 and out the door before 7, and waiting for the gondola rides to start. Telluride sat on top of rigid mountains, above an adorable little resort town. We're going down there? Martin asked, pointing to the little village at the bottom of the cliff. Close your eyes, I said, winking at Martin. The gondola provides a mesmerizing 13-minute ride down the side of the Coonskin Range, with the views of the San Juan Mountains stretching off in the distance. At the end, riders are dropped off below aspen groves and sandstone mesas. This is quite a little town. So tiny, Martin said. I bet someone remembers Anson being here. Mountain Village was nestled in a tight swath of land with only so much room to grow, but that hadn't stopped developers. Instead of building out, they built up. The former company town had been transformed into a world-class ski resort, with skyscrapers inching up toward the sky. The valley was spread out to its limit. It seemed that the place was going to be forced to stop its progress soon. We headed to the center of town. Take one of these photos and work that side. I'll get the businesses over here, I said, splitting off from Martin. I showed the shop owners pictures of Anson. The first few stops didn't elicit any responses, but things changed when I stopped in a cute little coffee shop. When asked about Anson, the barista said, "Yeah. I know that kid. He was in here a while back." Did you talk with him? The boy, who probably was around 17, tilted his head. Not much. Just basic chat about him being in town. He told me he was here from Detroit, and was interested in the history and the mountains. Seemed to be into the Old West stuff. Anything stand out about your conversation with Anson? The kid wanted to know about the treasure that's supposed to be buried somewhere around here. I pulled out my notepad. There's a legend about buried treasure here. Oh yeah. Up in the mountains. What's the story? Basically, something about some bank robber who left treasure there. People say he never came back to get it. It sounds weird, but some folks still head up there to look for it. Did Anson talk with anyone else while he was here? Yeah. He chatted with a couple and an older gentleman. Just sounded like small talk. Is there anything else you can tell me about Anson? Not really. Oh wait. Yeah. He was on his phone constantly. Even while I was talking with him. It kept going off with messages. I asked him about it, and he said it was his partner. Partner? Someone who was going treasure hunting with him, the barista said. I stood up and closed my notebook and thanked the young man. I headed for the door and stopped. Turning around, I asked, "Is there anything else?" The boy tapped his foot, folded and unfolded his arms before saying, "Circleville, Utah." That was the place he was headed next. I did a quick search on my phone for Circleville, Utah, while I waited outside the cafe for Martin. A tiny windswept town in central Utah, with around 500 residents, the town looked abandoned. Images of boarded-up buildings lined the main street. "Home of Butch Cassidy and nothing else," I said aloud. "No one remembers him," Martin said, heading my way. I know where he was going next. "Really? Great. Where?" "Circleville, Utah." Doesn't sound like a destination. It's not. Martin threw up his hands. "Is there anything cool there?" "Nothing except for the childhood cabin of Butch Cassidy. That's the only reason I can think he would have been there. The place barely exists. Let's head back to the hotel and see what we can find out about Circleville." We took the gondola back up the mountain and drove to Ouray. I called Ruiz to fill him in on what we'd learned. He had a partner that was going treasure hunting with him. I said, "Really? I wonder if that partner was in Telluride, or somewhere in between here and there." "That's a great question. This case would be much easier to work if we could pin down one location and stick with it." "I know. I don't know what I'd do without you working that end of things." "Hey, you're at work late. You probably should get home," I said. Ruiz sighed. "Yes. I'm on my way. My oldest boy is stressing me out. He had a lot of trouble at school last year, and the only way he can go back this fall is if he complies with the community service work he needs to complete. Unfortunately, he hasn't done that, and the principal isn't happy." "Sorry to hear that. How old is he again?" "He's 15. A 10th grader who has decided he knows everything and doesn't need his mother and I for anything other than free room and board." "Sounds like a typical teen. I'm sure he will grow out of it." "Let's hope. When will you be back in town?" "Tomorrow. Also, I have a copy of the footage from the pizzeria. The owner is going to send you a copy, but if she takes a while to do that, we have my copy." A tall man wearing some type of pro sports team jacket is on the video. I can't make out what team it is or anything like that, but maybe you will be able to. "That's great. Thanks for grabbing that footage. I'll head to the station as soon as we get back." "Sounds good. I think I'm going to rent an RV and hang out in the desert for a while." "Why would you?" "Oh, I see. You want to get up close and personal with the sovereign citizen crew." "Exactly. I'm also tired of staying in hotels. An RV will be a bit more livable." "That's actually a good idea. Well, I better go. Give me a call when you get back to town." I woke up in the darkness of the early morning, with Martin standing over my bed, shaking the mattress with one hand and holding his laptop in the other. "What the?" "I've got a theory," he said, his eyes wide with enthusiasm. "One that can't wait until I wake up." "What time is it?" 5 a.m. You're going to want to hear this." "Okay. What is it?" I asked, sitting up in the bed. "Butch Cassidy lived here for a while." "Okay. So what?" "Butch Cassidy. Think about it. Cassidy was in jail in Laramie, and he committed his first bank robbery here." I rubbed my eyes, still groggy, and said, "This better be more than an obscure history lesson." "The treasure in Piedmont? Guess who left it there?" Things were starting to sink in. "Oh yeah, I think I read a plaque near the kilns about Cassidy." "Yes. He also hung out in Bags. So we got Laramie, Bags, Telluride, Circleville, and Piedmont. All of these towns have Cassidy in common. This is where Cassidy went to a bank with the Sundance Kid, robbed it, and left with about $21,000 in cash. They headed to the mountains and got away. There's a legend that they buried the money there." Cassidy's first robbery, the place he was in prison, and another place where he supposedly left treasure or money. That's something. It's odd, but that might fit well with Anson. Okay, you've got my attention. Keep going. Martin rushed over to the end table and grabbed the atlas. Here's what I think happened. Anson came here, headed over to Circleville, Utah, to visit Cassidy's childhood home, and I bet he headed up to Montpelier before finishing up the journey in Piedmont. Explain the randomness of this journey to me. The randomness isn't random at all. Circleville is where Cassidy grew up. Plausible. What about Montpelier, Idaho? The legend of the money left in Piedmont starts in Montpelier. That's where the bank was located. So, they robbed the bank in Montpelier and supposedly buried the money in Piedmont. You've got it. I took a moment to digest what Martin was telling me. It was off the beaten path, but it made a certain type of sense. This is good. I think we can work with this. 20. We were back in Wyoming late that afternoon, where we rented a 19-inch Winnebago RV. Ruiz called while we were picking up groceries at the local store. I was going to call you as soon as we finished shopping, I said. Okay. Martin came up with something I think might explain what Anson was doing. Really? I'm all ears. Anson was retracing the steps of Butch Cassidy. Not all of his steps, obviously. But Anson went to Laramie, where Cassidy was held in prison, Telluride, where Cassidy committed his first robbery, and Circleville, where Cassidy grew up. Anson was found on the road to Piedmont. We think he went to Montpelier before that, because that's where Cassidy robbed a bank and allegedly headed to Piedmont and buried the treasure. That's an extensive theory, but it might just fit. I've got a friend who knows the story of Piedmont pretty well. He actually lived there for a few years, before it turned into a total ghost town. He's close to 100, but he loves visitors. We'll go see him tomorrow. Sounds good? I'm stopping by the gas station Lenny works at. Were you able to verify his whereabouts? No, but I was able to verify that he lied to us about Alice. She worked until midnight that evening, which means Lenny can't account for his whereabouts from the time he got off work until the next morning when he worked at 7, Ruiz said. What would his motive be? No idea, but that fact that he's lying to us must mean he has something to hide. I'm going to fuel up. I see his Kia Sorento parked on the side of the building. Maybe I'll stick the feelers out while I'm here. Lenny was behind the counter when I walked in, his cell phone pushed close to his face. Both hands were moving fast over the keyboard. I turned left and headed down an aisle of chips and candy bars, standing near the end where I could still see the front counter. I spent a few minutes watching Lenny. He shook his head a few times, smacked his lips, and sighed. Clearly, whatever he was doing on his phone wasn't going his way. I grabbed a bag of chips and headed up front. Hey Lenny, I said, placing the chips on the counter. It took a few seconds, but Lenny put his phone in his pocket, mumbled, "Hey," and scanned the bag. This is a different shift for you, isn't it? Lenny looked up. I work all kinds of shifts. That's good. What about Alice? Does she work all kinds of shifts too? $1.10, Lenny said, pushing the chips back toward me. I put $1 and a dime on the counter. Lenny, it will go easier if you tell us how it went down. If we have to dig, there will be no mercy. I don't know anything about the kid that died, so stop trying to blame stuff on me. He shouldn't have been where he didn't belong. The door chimed, announcing another customer entering the store. Being where you don't belong, that works both ways. Try to remember that, Lenny, I said before taking the chips and leaving. That night, Martin and I got settled into the RV. We parked in a scenic spot in the foothills that was slightly elevated, giving us the opportunity to see across the valley. It would be nice to have something smaller and more adapted for this terrain, I said, tossing my phone back and forth between my hands. You could rent a Jeep or an ATV. That's true. Maybe. But you actually don't want to do that, do you? Listen, you're relatively close. Just make the call. What are you talking about? Sylvia, just call Brady. My cheeks started to warm up. You don't think that's a mistake? It doesn't matter what I think. Listen, Brady might be familiar with this area, and he has a decent vehicle for trips into the backcountry. He'd be an asset to the team. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. I winked at Martin and picked up the phone, giving in to a yearning I'd had since traveling to Wyoming. The phone rang 3 times. Were you debating whether to pick up? I asked. Well, I don't know why you'd be calling me. I don't want to put any demands on you by answering the phone or anything like that, Brady said. Hey, listen. I'm sorry about the way that things went down in Michigan, but we can talk about that later. Right now I'm in Wyoming, near Evanston. What are you doing there? Another vacation? No. I have a case. A young man from Michigan was killed in Wyoming, so I've been out here for a little while. It appears he traveled to Colorado, Utah, and Idaho before coming back to Wyoming where he was murdered. Wow, sounds crazy. He was all over the place. Yes, and it seems like he had an obsession with Butch Cassidy. All of those places have Cassidy in common. Right now I'm in an RV, and I've got my car here, but I need to go into the backcountry. I want to keep an eye on some people. I think they might know something about this kid's death. I see, Brady said. Suddenly I felt silly for calling. Why had I called Brady? You know what? I'm sorry to have called you out of the blue. I hope you're doing well. Take care. Wait. You're a little over an hour away. I'll bring the Jeep up, and we can head into the backcountry. I've been through some areas around there. It's rough. You'll need someone with you, Brady said. Don't feel obligated. I don't. Tell you what I'll do, I'll head out there and help out. My brother-in-law can cover things while I'm gone. Thanks, Brady. I really appreciate this. I just have one thing I'd like in return. What's that? I want your word that you'll spend a week with me here in Utah. Maybe after you solve this case, you can come on out. You're not that far. It sounded like a great idea. Deal, I said, making sure that my voice remained calm. Well, that was not awkward at all, Martin said after I ended the call. Don't listen in on my phone calls. You need a life, mister. Listen, I'm out here in Wyoming helping my boss. I don't know where else you want me to go. Besides, it's not like that was a juicy conversation. Whatever. It was just an idea to get us out into the backcountry. Brady has a Jeep. That's it. Total denial from the enlightened one, Martin said. Martin and I studied hundreds of messages that night. Most were redundant chats about treasure and adventures. Around midnight I said, I'm beat. Let's call it a night. I climbed into the bed in the back of the RV, sinking into the soft, soggy-feeling mattress. I dozed off within a few minutes. Later, in the dark of night, I awoke to Martin standing over me. Are you going to wake me up every night from now on? I asked, turning away from him. Sylvia. Wake up, Martin whispered. Did you hear that? A faint click came from the door. Startled by the sound, I quickly shook off sleep and grabbed my gun. Sliding out of bed as quietly as I could, I heard the lever of the door shaking. It was slow and quiet, but someone was trying to pick the lock. I moved toward the door and waited for the pickpocket to finish the job. The door flew open and my heart raced as I yelled, Don't move. Don't shoot. I just want to talk, Lenny said. I kept the gun trained on him. Keep your hands up and step inside. Lenny was shaking. He entered the RV with his hands up. What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night. It's 3, actually. Remember, I worked a late shift? I need to tell you something. Who is that? Martin asked. Lenny Cartwright. Ruiz and I interviewed him a while back. Sit, I said, motioning toward the bench seat. Lenny slowly eased himself down, his arms still raised. Aren't you going to put the gun down? Lenny asked. No. I don't feel like searching you, so you're going to have to talk to the end of the barrel. Can I put my arms down? No. It's 3 a.m, and you were trying to break into the RV. Keep your hands up. I need to tell you something, Lenny said. Martin, take notes. I kept my eyes and gun trained on Lenny. Martin scrambled to find a notepad and pen. Okay. We're ready. Talk. I think I saw someone's car go down that road right around the time you said this kid went there, Lenny said. Great. What were you doing on the road? Lenny scratched his head. Nothing. I was just around. Okay, so what type of car do you think you saw? I can't be sure, but I think it was an older car. Something maybe from the 1990s. What color? I don't remember, but I think it was dark. I wasn't really looking at it with the mind that I'd have to identify it. Wasn't thinking I'd need to remember what it looks like. It could have been blue, it was dark, that's what I can say. Okay, what else do you remember? I think there was another person in the car. Who was it? I don't know, but it's someone from town, Lenny said, shrugging his shoulders. How do you know that? This is a small place. How close were you? He waited a minute before responding, hesitating before saying, I was close enough to kind of see inside. Remember how you said this is a small place? Well, that's true, and you've lived here all your life. I know you know who was in the car, I said. No, I don't. It could have been someone from the interstate, right there. I'm just telling you it was a dark car. This better start getting improving real soon. What do you want to tell me? I think you should look at Jericho. Why? He's been asking a lot of stuff. What type of questions? He was asking about you. He wanted to know what I told you. Why me? I'm not the law in these parts. Because you're an outsider. He said that you must be working for some rich client. Lenny's eyes were wide. He wanted me to confirm or deny the financial status of Anson's family. I kept a poker face. Lenny, you came out here in the middle of the night. You must want to tell me something. I'm listening, but you didn't come here at 3 o'clock in the morning to tell me you may have seen someone in the car with Anson. What do you know? The sheriff said it was drugs because he knows there's some drug pushing going on, and his cousin is responsible for that. Okay. What do drugs have to do with this? Why else kill someone like that? What does this have to do with Jericho? He's a drug dealer. It's been happening since we were young. Part of the reason that he's out there in the desert is because he had trouble being in everyday society. He doesn't get along with Barnett because he's the sheriff, but he's just kind of a bad guy all around. Jericho might be a drug dealer, but that doesn't make him a killer. Are you here to tell me that you have some type of evidence that led you to believe that he's responsible for Anson's murder? No, I guess when you put it like that, I don't. But he's always been trouble, and I just thought it was weird the sheriff goes right to drugs when there's really no reason to. Why is this urgent now? Has someone threatened you? I'm afraid. Jericho came around asking questions. He's never been a friendly guy. He's dangerous. I've always been scared of him, so I'm here to tell you this. I know that if I tell the sheriff, he's just gonna brush it off and say no, they're just living out there because they like freedom. Lenny, I don't feel like playing games. Here's what you can tell me. First, why did you lie about Alice's work schedule? Lenny blinked. I didn't lie. She was at work much later than you said. I get confused about things sometimes. You need to talk with Ruiz about this. No. I told you he's weird. He's a great cop, and he's trying to do the right thing here. He doesn't have a conflict of interest like the sheriff does, and he's trying to help close this case. If you talk to Ruiz, that might happen sooner than later. Remember, I don't have any jurisdiction here. Actually, I don't have jurisdiction anywhere, but you're in luck. This is the kind of thing I specialize in, bringing people together. We need to make sure that we move on this. If they start to think that we suspect something, they'll be taking off real soon, Lenny said. Okay, so we'll start from the beginning. What is the cousin selling? Where does he sell it, and how do you know this? Also, sorry Lenny, but I have to ask this. Are you using or dealing? No, I would never do that stuff, but I mean, everybody knows everybody. It's not like if you live on one side of town, you don't know people outside of town. He sells pot, meth, and other stuff. I know it because everyone knows it. He also uses high schoolers to sell that stuff. Do you know Abby Carter? Yeah, of course. What's the word on the street with her? She knew Anson. She'd been talking with him and knew that he was coming to town. So what I think happened is that Abby went out there because maybe she was going to meet him, but maybe she told someone else. Okay, Lenny. Here's the thing. I feel there's more to the story, and I want to hear it, but you're not ready. I need to get to bed, so tell me why you're here. Abby and Jericho. They have a connection. I looked at Martin. You're telling me that Abby, a 16-year-old girl, has some type of relationship with Jericho, the 50-year-old man? Lenny nodded. He's only 40-something, but yeah, and it's bad because some people know about it and they don't want to say anything. His dad died like 20 years ago and people still pity him for that. He's also the sheriff's cousin. He's a drug dealer and unhinged. We know he's doing all types of stuff out there in the desert, and he's related to law enforcement, so he's kind of untouchable. The sheriff has tried to put on a good front. He wants everyone to think that he would go out there and take care of things if something really happened, but that's not true. So, what are we talking about here? They are close. Abby is working for Jericho, and there might be more to the story. His customers know about it because she does drug runs for him. Abby does some drug runs? Yeah. I mean, she's a good salesperson for it. She's a pretty girl. Sometimes she can get extra money for the drugs just by talking to guys. This is complicated, Lenny. What happened to get you to come here? You don't think I just want to do the right thing? I think you are afraid of something, but if you tell me, maybe I can help you out. I'm nervous that talking to you will cause trouble for me. If anyone finds out I'm here, I'm a dead man. That's why we're having a meeting with Ruiz first thing in the morning. Well, second thing in the morning since you're here at 3 a.m. I don't want anything happening to you, so give me a text when you get home. Let me know you made it. I'm going to be up until you do so. If you don't, I'll come looking for you. Okay? Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks for letting me in. Thanks for not shooting me. You got lucky this time. Don't try it again. 21. I stayed up for 20 minutes after receiving the text message from Lenny stating that he'd made it home. I didn't know how much of what Lenny said I could believe, or if he was trying to shift the blame so that he didn't look suspicious. The next morning I was on my way to the precinct when Ruiz called. I'll come to you today. Where are you parked? I gave Ruiz directions, and he was knocking on the door 10 minutes later. I have decent coffee for you, Ruiz said, handing me a medium-sized styrofoam cup. Thanks. Come on in. I introduced him to Martin, and the two made small talk for a few minutes. I interrupted their bonding session by saying, Lenny came to see me. Really? When? Ruiz asked. Around 3 in the morning. I thought someone was breaking into the trailer. Since he came in the middle of the night and tried to pick the lock, I guess it's appropriate to say that he would have broken in if Martin hadn't woken me up. What the hell did he want? Why did he come at that hour? He said that he's scared to be seen talking to me, and he worked a late shift. He claims Jericho has been asking him what he said to me. Interesting. I didn't think Jericho and Lenny talked much, but they both kind of live on the fringes. Lenny says that Jericho has a relationship with Abby. He also thinks that Anson is the son of rich parents because I'm in town. Ruiz shook his head. There are rumors about Jericho being a drug dealer. I don't know how true that is. I'm not up on the local gossip. And yes, since Jericho is related to Barnett, we're not going to go out of our way to find reasons to arrest him. You know how that goes. Every department has a few untouchables. Yeah. I remember the list of people in Detroit we were supposed to turn a blind eye to, regardless of what happened, I said. Jericho is definitely on our list, but he's also a colorful character that some of the locals like. There's a mixed feeling about him around town. He's got this hippie, lives off the land vibe, but then there's the guy that just wants to avoid taxes and steal as much as he can. So yeah, Jericho being a drug dealer isn't surprising or hard to believe. What about Abby being involved with him? I haven't heard that one, but I'm not in the know around here. I'm a family man that goes to church and stays faithful to my wife, and I don't go near anything that seems crooked. Most of the guys I know are divorced or on their second or third marriages, and I'm definitely on the outside looking in when it comes to church. If Abby and Jericho are having a relationship, it's more plausible that Jericho killed Anson. You're thinking something like a love triangle? I'm grasping at straws, but I guess it's an angle. Then again, it could also have to do with the drug dealing. But this isn't about drugs. We know that. Right, but it could definitely be about money. Jericho could probably live quite nicely with a $5,000 cash infusion. If that's the case, the motive is easy. A good lot of drug dealers are very poor, and if Jericho is using kids as foot soldiers, he could have had Abby set Anson up. But the cash wasn't taken. Right, but they could have been spooked and took off after going through the suitcase. Even though the likelihood of someone coming down the road was basically null and void, the killer might have been eager to flee. Taking a life is a difficult thing to process once it's done. Ruiz nodded. Okay. Abby's parents have agreed to meet with us this morning. This is the perfect time to interview her a second time. After that, we'll head to the station and watch the video from Telluride. The Carter family lived on an acre of land in a blue split-level house about 5 miles outside of town. The parents are overprotective, so let's take it slow, okay? Sure thing. I'll follow your lead, I said. The dad is a postal worker, and her mom is an English teacher. Everyone loves her. She has adoring fans spanning over the 20 years she's been in the classroom. So play nice. Okay. Got it. But don't be afraid to jump in. Okay. I'll be a bulldog. No, Ruiz, I'm joking. I know how to do this. Let's go. A smiling woman with bright brown eyes answered the door. She greeted us, stepped back into the short hallway behind the front door and asked us to come in. I'm Clara, she said, shaking my hand. Abs is struggling with all that's happened. We are doing our best to help her move past it, but it's hard. Thank you for meeting with us. We won't take up too much of your time, Ruiz said. She's right in here. I apologize for any attitude ahead of time. Abby Carter was a tall, legging girl with sorrowful brown eyes. She was standing in the family room with her arms folded over her chest, and her mouth in a pouty frown. Abs, the detectives are here. Let's have a seat, Clara said, giving her daughter's arm a slight tug. Mother and daughter sat on the love seat. Ruiz and I sat across from them on a sizable matching sofa. Clara poked her daughter to prompt a response. We're sorry to disturb your morning, Abby. We just have a few questions, Ruiz said. Okay. I don't mind. I want to help, Abby said, sounding like she'd been coached. She's such a good girl. A towering man with salt and pepper hair beamed as he entered the room. Hello, Jim. Nice to see you, Ruiz said. This is Sylvia Wilcox. She's a PI here on behalf of the family of the young man that was killed. Nice to meet you, Ms. Wilcox, Jim said, taking long strides toward the couch and shaking my hand. Well, we better get started, Ruiz said, before giving me the look we'd agreed upon as a signal. I took a deep breath before saying, Abby, how long had you been communicating with Anson? Clara gasped. Ruiz, what the hell is this? Do we need to call our lawyer? Jim, I can't provide legal advice. How long, Abby? I pressed. She's an innocent bystander, her mother said, turning to her daughter. Tell them, honey. You never saw that young man until you stumbled upon his lifeless body. Abby looked up at me and said, I never saw Anson until then. See, her father said triumphantly. But I had spoken to him online a few times. Her parents sighed and moaned. What did you talk about? Ruiz asked. Nothing important. I told him I lived in Piedmont. He wanted to know about the Butch Cassidy legend. Did Anson know about the legend before you brought it up? Abby's face turned red. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sure he asked her about it, and Abby was just sharing information with him, Jim Carter said. We've read the messages on the Seekers board, Ruiz said. What is the Seekers board? Clara asked. Abby sighed. Okay. Yes. I told him about it. Why were you talking to a grown man online? Her father asked. Dad, I'm 16 and Anson was 18. His birthday was only a few months before he died. Her father opened his mouth, but abruptly closed it. You knew him? Abby, that's terrible, her mother said, wrapping her arms around her daughter. He was nice. And it wasn't anything like what you're thinking, Abby said, looking at her dad. I wasn't thinking about that, Abby. I'm sorry you lost a friend. Even sorrier that you discovered his body, Jim said, taking hold of his daughter's hand. Abby, why did you and Sarah go to Piedmont? I'd been communicating with Anson the day before. He'd gone to Telluride and was heading to Piedmont. He was just really into treasure and money hunting, and he loved stories. We'd chat about stuff like that. After he mentioned going to Piedmont, I'd posted a few things asking about what he found, but he never responded. So I went there to see if he was okay. Did anything else make you want to head to Piedmont? Abby shook her head. There were quite a few people interested in his trip. Lots of people knew he'd be there. Someone could have followed him. Why didn't you call the police? Ruiz asked. I didn't know what to think, but part of me thought he was there or something like that. Maybe he was camping out or got stuck. He was on this cross-country trip, and he was just so open to the experience. It was cool. So I headed out there to see what he was up to. You heard from Anson after his trip to Telluride? Yeah. He said he'd been in the mountains searching for the gold. After that, I didn't hear from him for a couple of days. The next time he messaged me, he said he was going to Piedmont. We agreed to meet at Ridley's that Sunday. That's why I took Sarah with me. I didn't want to show up by myself, just in case he was a serial killer. But Anson didn't show up. The call about Piedmont was the last time I heard from him. I thought he'd found treasure or something like that, or something bad had happened to him. I was worried, so I asked Sarah if she wanted to go. We drove out there and found him on the road. Why Telluride and Piedmont? There are many stories about gold buried in these parts, Ruiz said. I told him the story about Butch Cassidy and the Wild Bunch. It's a fun story, and Anson really liked it. It would be helpful if you could give us copies of any conversations you had with Anson. It sounds like you know it all. Abby, we can get a warrant for your devices, and even if you erase things, we'll probably be able to recover them. She will give them to you willingly. All of them, her father said, standing up, shaking his head and leaving the room. I didn't do anything wrong, Abby muttered, tears running down her cheeks. What can you tell us about Kitty Forever? The sob stopped. I don't know what you're talking about. We've got conversations between Anson and Kitty Forever. She suggested that they meet at Ridley's, and told him about the Cassidy legends. Abby shook her head. Oh wait. I did use a different name when I first started talking to Anson, but when I found out he was cool, I started using my real name. When I first started chatting with him, I used the screen name Free Girl Soon. Her eyes were wide. It looked like she was genuinely shocked at the Kitty Forever accusation. What platform did you and Anson chat on? I asked. We used a texting website. You weren't communicating on social media? We met there, but everyone can see your conversation on there. Sometimes people say inappropriate things. Also, Anson said his parents were strict and they would check his phone from time to time. Using a texting app without downloads in the app gives you a certain amount of privacy. Why did you need more privacy? Clara asked. No reason. We just wanted to chat about ghost towns and treasure hunts. The adults in the social media group would bring up all types of stuff. Politics, not being able to afford their rent. We didn't want to keep reading that crap. Why Cassidy? Ruiz asked. He's cool, and he found a way to have adventures even though the world wanted him to do a specific thing. It's like everyone thinks there's one way to live, but he decided to be different. I know some people think he was a criminal, but was it really so bad to take money from people that had everything? Sweetie, he was a thief. That's not the type of person you want to have as a role model, Clara said. The world makes it hard to do the right thing. It's like you always lose if you do that. I like that Cassidy lived on his own terms. Abby, do you have any connection to Jericho Willis? Ruiz asked. Abby gasped. No way. I don't have anything to do with him. He's a weirdo that lives out in the desert. I stay away from him. 22. We ended the interview and saw ourselves out. It doesn't sound like Abby is Kitty Forever. So much for my theory, I said as we climbed into the car. It was a good guess. I was starting to buy into it, but she looked perplexed when we brought it up. Any other ideas about Kitty Forever's identity? Not really. I don't have an angle at this point. What about you? Ruiz shook his head. Let's head back to the station. Sheriff Barnett was waiting in the lobby when we showed up. Ruiz, a word, he said, his arms folded over his chest. The two men headed to his office. While they were gone, I pulled out my notepad and read over what I'd written down. At this point it seemed that Jericho was the most likely suspect, but something didn't sit right about that. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Ruiz emerged from his boss's office, his head down as he motioned for me to follow him. Everything okay? I asked. Fine. The boss is not happy that we're working this so hard. Makes me think that you might be onto something, Ruiz said, logging into his computer. Okay. Before we watch this, let's think about what we know and what we need to find out, I said. Taking out my notepad, I read aloud as I wrote. Why was his phone in Colorado when we know he went there before he came here? Someone took the phone and deliberately left it in Telluride. There are mountains and desolate roads all around the town. If the person wanted to stick the phone somewhere it wouldn't be found, they could have tossed it out in the mountains and that would be that. They wanted us to find it. Yeah. Maybe it's a dare or something like that, but why would the killer want us to find the phone? He's not the killer, but he knows the person who took Anson's life. And how did they know to leave it at a pizzeria Anson had stopped at? That's what we need to figure out. The pizzeria owner said that the phone was in plain sight when she showed up in the morning. We know someone put it there. Someone wanted her to find it. Guilty conscience or something else? The CCTV image is blurry. Someone sat the phone on the edge of the doorway. It was like they were calm at first, but then realized that there might be a camera and suddenly became cautious. Let's cue it up. Thanks. Maybe we can figure something out after watching it together, Ruiz said, turning his monitor to face me. The video started. Initially, it was just the dark Telluride night, interrupted by a few street lights. Ruiz moved the video along to 3 that morning, when a figure entered the frame. Okay, let's see if we can make it clearer, Ruiz clicked away on the keyboard, enhancing the image. The fuzzy image was clearly a young man wearing a Denver Broncos windbreaker. Denver Broncos jacket. You see that? Ruiz was silent. I pushed my face closer to the screen. He's wearing a hat to match. Want to play it again? This time when Ruiz didn't respond, I turned around. His eyes were wide, and his hand covering his mouth. Ruiz, what's wrong? Are you okay? We have a problem. What's going on? Wilcox, can I trust you? It was the first time Ruiz had called me by my last name. A chill ran down my spine. Yeah. You can trust me. That's my son. My son is the one that took the phone to Telluride. I wasn't sure what to say. Stunned and not sure what the video proved, I weighed my loyalties. Anson Green deserved justice, and if Ruiz's son was involved, I had a duty to find the truth. Over the past few weeks, Ruiz had mentioned problems with his son, but I'd assumed it was regular teenage angst. I wasn't sure what to say, but I needed Ruiz's access to continue pursuing the case. Having a phone is not the same as killing a man. Wilcox, he's my son. How am I going to be a cop if I can't even keep my own flesh and blood out of prison? Let's not jump to conclusions. This is my son. My son is going to have to be questioned. My Raymond's going to be locked up. I can't take this. Take it easy. Deep breaths and let's think for a moment. Where was Ramon the night Anson was killed? Hope came over Ruiz's face. His eyes flicked back and forth from side to side. I could almost hear his mind working. Honestly, I don't know. Like I told you, we've been having trouble with him. He's been running away. I know what happens to kids when they're reported missing too much, and since I'm a cop, we don't report it when Ramon disappears. Most weekends he slips out of the house on Fridays, and we don't see him for a while. I usually end up tracking him down, but it's out of control. I should have gotten help for him a while ago. Ruiz, where was Ramon the night Anson was killed? He shook his head. Wilcox, I had no idea my child was in Colorado recently. It is clear that I have no clue where he's been or what he's done. Let's slow down and think about this. No. I'm the law and I have to tell the truth. I told you. I'm not a crooked guy. I tell the truth. Ruiz's voice was full of emotion, and his eyes had glassed over. I didn't know what to say, but I knew what he was thinking. We don't need to tell anyone about this yet. Let's talk with your son and find out what is going on. I can't be on the case anymore. My boy is involved. I can't even. Ruiz rushed out of the office. 23. Within minutes, Sheriff Barnett knew about the video and the conflict of interest forced Ruiz off the case, which left me without a connection. Frustrated and shocked, I left the precinct and headed back to the RV. After Lenny's late-night visit, we decided to move to a campground site on the outskirts of town. It was less isolated, reducing the chance of a 3 a.m. visit. You will not believe this, I told Martin. Tell me. Ruiz's son is the person who left Anson's cell phone at the pizzeria. Wow. Do you think this kid is the killer? Martin asked without looking up from his computer. I don't know. I hope he's innocent, but I know nothing about the kid other than that he is Ruiz's son. What are you looking at? Well, I've been studying the video from the gas station near Piedmont. I think that Lenny comes back around 5 to pick someone up. Really? Let's see. I sat down next to Martin and watched a grainy video of a car pull over in front of the gas station. The brake lights came on, but it pulled off seconds later. The front of the car isn't in the video, but I'm pretty sure that's Lenny's ride. Someone was out there waiting to be picked up. Lenny claims he spent the night at home by himself. I wish I could call and tell Ruiz. I don't know what we're going to do without him. He was my connection. Poor guy. His son being involved has got to sting. Yeah. I don't think the boy is the killer. I'm leaning toward Jericho or Lenny. I think we need to do what we can to get answers for the Greens and Ruiz. We have to help him. What's the plan? I don't know, but Brady will be here soon. I don't want Ruiz's son to be the one, but we do need to look into him. You never know when a person is going to slip into a situation where they do the unthinkable. That's why murders are so hard to solve. So, now that Ruiz is off the case, what do you think is going to happen? Honestly, I think his son will be questioned and the case will slip away. Ruiz's son shows there is a local connection. No one wants to know that one of their neighbors is a killer. Do you still think Jericho is the killer? Martin asked. I don't know, but I don't think Ruiz's kid is guilty. Is that because Ruiz is becoming a friend, or because you think the kid is innocent? That's always the question. Is my mind being clouded by my fondness for Ruiz? Maybe. But if I clear his son's name, I might also be able to find out who killed Anson and bring peace to his family. So what's the plan? We need to find out what connects Ramon to Anson's phone. We'll need to dig deeper into Jericho and Ruiz's son. What do you have in mind? Let's wait for Brady. I've got a few ideas kicking around, but I need a moment or two to get them in order. Brady showed up that afternoon, parking his truck with the Jeep in tow in a parking lot near the campground. Brady's hair was held back by a number of hair ties. It looked like a blonde rope hanging down his back. I headed across the parking lot to meet him halfway, noticing his mouth spreading into a smile as I got closer. Hey stranger. What kind of mess you got yourself into this time? Brady asked. I sighed and held out my hand. Thank you for coming. Brady shook his head and pulled me into a hug. This isn't a courtly visit. It's good to see you, Sylvia. We broke the embrace and stood awkward and quiet for a moment. The cop I've been working with has run into a snag. What's that? Come on in. It's a long story. We headed into the RV. Martin and Brady talked while I brewed coffee and organized my notes. I filled Brady in on Anson's murder and the recent development of Ruiz's son being spotted on a surveillance system. That is a twist. You got any idea about next steps? Yeah. We need to find out what happened in between Anson's death and Ruiz's son dropping the phone off in Telluride. He's 15 and having problems with running away and causing issues in school. Is he the killer? Probably not, but he knows who did this. That means we need to track Ramon. Tailing someone in this area is going to be hard, Martin said. Yes, but it can be done. In fact, it might even be easier because you don't have to be close to see where the kid is going. You don't think he's going to be in custody? Brady asked. Not for long. I think they'll ask to talk with Ramon, and his parents will force him to head into the precinct. He'll either sit silently or deny whatever is going on. Technically, this isn't a big find. A phone could be dropped and found by anyone. Also, Anson hadn't used the phone for a while, so he could have lost it and Ramon found it. But why would he go all the way to Colorado and drop the phone in a place Anson had been the previous week? That doesn't make sense. That's the zinger, but still, there isn't much to go on and the video is not very clear. So who's the suspect? Brady chimed in. Well, right now I think we have a few. There's a guy named Lenny who works at the gas station Anson stopped at before heading down the road where his body would later be found. There's a girl who was chatting online with Anson, a man that lives in the desert near the road and has a unique lifestyle, and now we have a cop's kid in the mix. Okay, but who are the most likely suspects? Jericho, Ramon, and Lenny. Ramon is a kid, but he's been getting in trouble lately. Could he have turned to the dark side and killed Anson? Absolutely. If the kid took off for Colorado with Anson's phone, he has to be a viable suspect. Lenny lied about what he was doing the night Anson died, and Jericho's whereabouts are in question. He says he was staring at stars with his kids, but only one child, his oldest, said that was what they were up to. Any motive to speak of? None really. Close to $5,000 were found in the trunk of the car. Seems like a tough case. Yes, but I think we will get answers if we follow a few of our most likely suspects. I want to head into the backcountry and watch Jericho. Ramon is also a good target because I think he knows who killed Anson. He will eventually lead us to that person. Where's the guy you want to watch at? He moves around, lives in a trailer, and likes this area. Last time I checked, he was living near Piedmont in a wash. A wash is good. We can get up high and monitor him, Brady said. The three of us don't need to go. What do you want me to do? Martin asked. You're going to tail Ramon. Got it. Give me the address, and I'll head over there. Thanks. Before we split up, I'm going to bring Ruiz in on the Jericho angle. The boy's dad? That's not a good idea. What if the kid is guilty? Martin said. I'm trusting a hunch that Ramon is not guilty, but if he is, Ruiz is straight as an arrow. He'd want justice. How old is the kid? 15. Ramon runs away regularly, so confirming his whereabouts the day Anson was murdered could be difficult. What has the kid said so far? I don't know. Now that Ruiz is off it, I don't have an in. That's another reason we need to bring him into the fold. He also will have information about Jericho that might help. Brady and I headed to the wash where Jericho's trailer was last parked. He was sitting outside in a white plastic lawn chair with his legs crossed at the knee, reading a newspaper. We parked far enough away to be nothing more than a dot on a hilltop. I took out my binoculars and confirmed Jericho was just enjoying an afternoon in the emptiness. What's this guy's story? Brady asked. He doesn't like society. He wants to live out by himself, but he has 4 kids and a wife in town. I'm assuming the marriage is strained. To say the least. There's something weird about their arrangement, but I don't think it has anything to do with the case, so I haven't dug too deep. Well, a strange situation like that might indicate that he has something on his wife. Why would she stay married to someone who is checked out of the life she's living? Great question. Maybe that's something we should look up. I'll hook up my hotspot when we get back to the RV. We spent the next several hours watching Jericho. His life was remarkably normal. Around 5:30, he headed into the trailer to grab supplies, and started a routine similar to the one Ruiz and I had caught him in the middle of the morning we'd stopped by. First, he set up the chef stove, warmed it, and brought out a slab of meat. After throwing the meat on the grill, he brought out a cutting board, knife, and an onion. We might need to get dinner after this. This guy is making up a feast, Brady said, peeking through his binoculars. Is it just me, or is this guy just your average dude grilling and reading his newspaper? So far, that's all he's up to. Are you sure this is your number 1 suspect? I think I've missed the mark, but let's continue for a few more days. On the 5th day of watching Jericho go through his routine, a white F-150 pulled up in front of the Airstream. Sheriff Barnett got out of the truck, high-fived his cousin, and the two headed into the trailer. I can't believe this, I said. Who is that? It's the sheriff. The guy that lives in the trailer, Jericho, is his cousin. He made it a point to tell me they weren't close. Looks like that might have been an exaggeration. Sheriff Barnett emerged from the trailer with Jericho. They were laughing and having a good time as they headed to Barnett's truck. We're on the move, Brady said, getting into his seat and buckling up. Staying far behind on the trail, Jericho's truck was an insignificant speck in front of us, dropping into a valley. Hey, there are other trucks down there. Let's pull over and stop before we're seen. Brady pulled into a patch of trees and parked. I got out and approached the dip in the landscape, staying far enough away from the road to remain out of sight. As I pulled my binoculars up to my eyes, an involuntary gasp slipped out of my mouth. I couldn't tell which was Jericho. A group of 10 men dressed in all black with skull masks over their faces grouped together in the clearing. Obstacles were set up, and a pile of automatic rifles sat on a small incline. After a salute to a tall, thin figure, all fell to the ground for sit-ups and push-ups. Next, they started the obstacle course. What do you see? Brady whispered. I slowly handed him the binoculars. He watched the scene play out without saying anything. We need to get out of here. This might be related to Anson's death. It might be, but those guys aren't out there playing around. They're training for something, Brady said. That was when it sunk in. We were watching a group of men preparing for some type of attack. But from whom? You're right. Let's get out of here now, I said, turning to head for the jeep. 24. What's the story with the sheriff? Brady and I made it back to the RV. We filled Martin in on what we'd witnessed. Ruiz told me that the sheriff wants him to hurry up and move on to the next case. This is interesting, because the sheriff decided it was probably drug-related immediately. He went on the local news and put that idea in the public sphere. He was trying to throw off the scent. That is odd, Brady said. So now we're adding the sheriff to the suspect list? Martin asked. Everyone's a suspect until they aren't. I'm going to call Ruiz. Hopefully, I can get him to join us for a brainstorming session. Ruiz answered before the first ring ended. Hey, it's Sylvia. So I've got some information. The sheriff is involved in some type of group that trains in the desert. What? Barnett? Are you sure? Ruiz asked. Yes. I've spent a few days watching Jericho, and Barnett showed up. He was pretty comfy with Jericho, and the two headed out to this weird training session with a bunch of other guys. What do you know about the sheriff's personal life? Not much. We aren't exactly friends, and I don't know him that well, but I don't think he's a killer, if that's what you're getting at. How long have you been on the job? 7 years now. Barnett took over probably 3 years ago. It was a rough transition, because the other guy before him was highly personable. He was the kind of guy you go have a beer with every night if you could. A family man. He loved and defended us. Barnett never stays late, kind of wants petty cases solved fast and major crimes pushed out of the limelight. I think he's in it for political reasons. So you think Barnett is just covering his bases politically? It's possible. Barnett is all about career advancement. He could have gone out to Jericho's to make peace and tell him to tone it down and cooperate. He doesn't want his wayward family to hinder the amount of votes he gets. That's why he's making it so hard for us to do anything on this case. I think that the sooner it goes away, the better. Right now with you here, it's not going away soon. So yeah, it could be political, Ruiz said. I'm curious about what happened before I got here. What did the investigation look like? I don't want to say he didn't care, but he definitely wanted it to go away. You don't think he's involved, do you? Barnett lied about his connections to Jericho. He told me they weren't close and didn't talk much, I said. I don't know why he did that. All that matters is that we get the truth about what happened to Anson. I know Ramon didn't do this. I believe that, but we've got to prove it. For starters, we need to find out what type of group Jericho and Barnett are involved with. Jericho is pretty anti-group, but Barnett is law enforcement. I don't think he'd be in an anti-government group. Well, I saw both of them working out and training with a bunch of other people. They were dressed in black and wearing skull masks. I don't know what that's all about. I figured as much. I think it's got something to do with the sovereign citizen movement, but that would be weird for Barnett. Oh man, I hope that's not the case, Ruiz said. I'm going to talk with Barnett about it. He can't belong to one of those groups. Good point. There's something else I'm curious about. What? Jericho and his wife Melissa. What's the rest of the story? It's not too interesting. She's just not leaving him for some reason. But why? He seems to have checked out of the life she's chosen. Why would she stick around? I just think it's an unhealthy relationship. Nothing special? What if Jericho has something on Melissa? Hadn't thought of that, but how would that make a difference in the case? What do you think is going on? The situation between Jericho and his wife is so strange. I think it has to be related to the case. I wonder who owns the trailer and how Jericho gets money. I don't know, but we can find out easy enough, Ruiz said. I'll work on Melissa. You talk to the sheriff. 25. Melissa Willis and her children lived in a 2-story home in town. It was a small home tucked between 2 other homes. The space between the houses was barely enough for people to walk to the backyards. A thin woman was leaning against the front door, smoking a cigarette and staring off into the distance. Dressed in a heavy sweater and cheap thin fabric jeans, Melissa looked tired and worn. I parked a few houses down, got out and headed for the house. Melissa never looked my way. Her gaze shifted to me once I was a few inches away, in front of the house. Mrs. Willis? I asked. Yeah. What can I do for you? I'm looking for information on the young man who was killed on the road to Piedmont. Who are you? She asked, her eyes hard with suspicion. Melissa ran a hand through her thinning brown hair and frowned. The purple wool sweater hung from her body, a strange sight for a 90-plus degree day. My name is Sylvia Wilcox. I'm a private investigator from Michigan. What do you want? I'm working to get answers for Anson Green's family. I don't know anything. Okay. I just was wondering if you could tell me anything about your husband, Jericho. What do you want to know about him for? If you think he's a killer, you are dead wrong. Excuse the pun, Melissa said, smiling to herself as if she'd said something rather clever. That's good to know. It's an interesting situation, him living out there and you here in town, I said casually, careful to keep any hint of judgment out of my voice. His choice. I don't like it, but what can I do? Some might think a divorce is in order. He has his reasons for being out there. I don't agree, but it is what it is. The night that this young man was murdered, Jericho claims he had the kids and they were stargazing. The last part of the sentence piqued her interest. The kids haven't spent the night out there since early June. When did this happen? The murder occurred in mid-July. Melissa tossed the cigarette butt to the porch and stepped on it. What do you think happened? I need to know for the kids. If he's dangerous, they can't be out there with him, Melissa said. I don't know that Jericho has anything to do with the murder. Right now, I'm just working with Detective Ruiz to verify his whereabouts. But while we're on the subject, do you know of any groups Jericho is in? Melissa smirked, stuck one hand underneath the sleeve of her sweater and scratched vigorously. Jericho doesn't do groups. He is a loner, so no. He's not in any groups. Do you work around here? I asked, trying to get the pieces to the puzzle. I do customer service for a credit card company. It lets me work from home so I can keep the kids. Another scratching fit started up. You're positive that the kids haven't been out at Jericho's late enough for stargazing in the past few months? Yeah. He has been busy with something, but that's nothing new. He's not the best father, but he's what they have. I have my flaws too. Melissa, why are you still married to Jericho? That's none of your business. I'm a private investigator. It'll be easier to talk to me than the cops, but if you prefer them, I can have Detective Ruiz stop by, I said, glancing down at her oversized sweater. Melissa sighed and rolled her eyes. It's a disease. You shouldn't use it against me. Listen, I don't want to get a divorce. That's bad for the kids. Jericho doesn't like the city or the government. His dad had some problems and Jericho's never been the same. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? You ever been married, Detective? Yes. Did it turn out the way you planned? Absolutely not. I understand how the best laid plans can fall apart, but it's hard for a kid to see how that can happen. You have 4 children. I want you to put yourself in Anson's parents' shoes. Tell me that they don't deserve the truth about their son, simply because you don't feel like talking. Melissa clapped her hands and nodded. Hardball. Okay. I like it when people tell me the truth. So here's my truth. It's all mine if that's what you want to know. I work day and night to keep this place going. It's not what I dreamed of, and I miss the nice place we had near Fort Bridger back when Jericho worked. I have my online job and several side jobs, and Jericho does what he does to bring in a little money. I don't know what he does with most of his time, but I can tell you that spending time with the kids or taking them out to see anything isn't one of his favorite activities. Where does Jericho's money come from? Where do you think? Melissa said, before heading back into the house. Back in the car, I took a deep breath and gathered my thoughts. Was Melissa confirming that Jericho was a drug dealer? If she was, did that mean that he was supplying her with drugs? Was it a strange quid pro quo where a husband supplied his wife with drugs, and she gave him access to equipment and belongings that were in her name? I called Ruiz. I just spoke with Melissa Willis. She says that Jericho hasn't had an overnight stay with the kids since June. That means he wasn't stargazing with them the night Anson was murdered. So, Lenny and Jericho both lied about their whereabouts the night Anson was killed. Ruiz let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. What else did you learn? Everything is in Melissa's name. The house, the trailer, and all the utilities. I figured as much, and I think I know why. Okay. Tell me. She's on drugs. What? No way. I know her. She's a nice lady. She was wearing a big sweater and scratching her arms. She works from home, and keeping her children seems to be top priority. My theory is that Jericho blackmails her and says that he'll take the kids if she doesn't subsidize him. She works for a credit card company doing customer service from home and says Jericho gets money from somewhere else. That made me think that the couple might have a system in place. A quid pro quo. You think Jericho is selling drugs, but also supplying his wife with product while she pays for his expenses. I hate to think like that, but I got that vibe from what she was telling me. It makes sense in a sick way. Too much sense. I have some information to share as well. Ruiz sounded sad. They questioned Ramon. It doesn't look like he's the one we're looking for. He provided information about his whereabouts the night Anson died. Apparently, there was a party that evening at a ranch close to the Utah border. The parents were out of town, but an older brother of the kid that gave the party came home and found a bunch of high schoolers partying it up. The older brother let all the kids stay the night because they'd been drinking. He's only 19, so he was responsible enough to stop the party and make sure the kids stayed put, but not mature enough to tell his parents. How did Ramon get Anson's phone? Said he found it in town? Just on the street. He picked it up and kept it for a while. Then he started hearing the missing person reports about Anson, and he got scared. One night he headed down to one of the summer festivals in Telluride and ditched the phone. That's it. Not innocent, but not nefarious either. I couldn't tell if Ruiz was in denial or trying to protect his son. I played along. That's a relief, I said, trying my best to sound convincing. I talked with Barnett. Great. What did he say? I didn't tell him he'd been spotted with Jericho. I just asked if he'd spoken with him. He told me they went out shooting, so he wasn't hiding the fact they were together. When I asked if Jericho was in some type of group, he said there was a chance, but that it's not a violent group. He gets together with a few other guys for emergency preparedness training. What I'd seen hadn't been about preparing for emergencies, but I kept that to myself. Ruiz was a good cop, but I couldn't expect him to see things as they were. He was too close. As we ended the call with awkward platitudes, I knew I no longer could count on him for reliable information. 26. Martin and Brady had spent the day monitoring the Ruiz's place, but they'd made it back to the RV a few hours before I did. I was pleasantly surprised to see that they had grilled up sausages. This is perfect. You two highly domesticated men put me to shame, I said, settling into one of the patio chairs that sat outside of the RV. The kid must be off the hook because he's back to his same old trick, Martin said. Yeah. He was questioned and nothing came of it. Ruiz told me his son was at a party the night Anson was killed. He also had a weird story about the phone. Basically, he says that Ramon found the phone, kept it, and got nervous when he heard about a missing traveler in the area. One night he goes down to Telluride for some festival, and leaves the phone in the pizzeria's doorway. The same pizzeria Anson had visited the previous week? Martin said, shaking his head. I know. It's nonsense. I think Ruiz is in a difficult position. I trust him, but he has blinders on. His son may not be Anson's killer, but he's a key to this investigation. So, as much as I hate to do this, we need to keep watching him. He's already been questioned and released. A kid thinks that's exoneration and freedom. I expect Ramon to slip up real soon. We need to be there to catch him. I thought about what the next move should be. We were so close to getting answers. Lenny and Jericho had both lied about their whereabouts the night Anson was killed, and Ruiz's son ended up with the cell phone. The three were the pieces to the puzzle. We just had to figure out how they fit together. All right, boss. What do you want us to do? I've got a few more days before I head back to Utah. Let's make them count, Brady said. Ramon is key. We get him to talk to us. On one of these trails, we stop him and let him know that we believe he's innocent. He will want to clear his name. A cop with a murderer for a son doesn't go over well. You think Ramon will be the weak link? Yes. Let's just keep watching him. Martin, watch Ramon. We'll watch Jericho. I think the two will meet up at some point. When they do, depending on what they're doing, we pounce and get answers. 2 days later, Martin rushed through the door of the RV at 5 a.m. You're not going to believe this. Brady and I were on our way out to watch Jericho. Martin had been watching Ramon over the past couple of nights, and Brady and I headed out to trail Jericho during the day. Ramon went to Jericho's with a friend last night. They were driving an old Honda Accord. I saw 2 people in the car before Ramon got in, but I couldn't make out their features. I followed them to the area where Jericho parks his trailer. Was the third person Lenny Cartwright? The guy that came to the trailer in the middle of the night? No. It wasn't him. It was a tall kid. Ramon, another boy and a girl stopped by Jericho's trailer. That is interesting. What did they do there? Talked. Then all 3 of them headed into the trailer and came out a few minutes later, got in the car and drove away. That fits with the idea of selling drugs. Did you see where they went next? Off into nowhere. I'm calling Ruiz. Ramon might be in danger. Wait. That might not be a good idea, Brady said. He's a dad. He'll want to protect his boy. I say we get more evidence before we loop him in on what's going on. You're right. Okay. That means we have to move fast. I don't want any more kids getting killed. We do this without him. You, me, and Martin. We go in and we take these kids down. A bit of pressure and they will tell us what we need to know, Brady said. Ruiz is the law in these parts. That's why I want to keep him on board. I know, but a broken lawman won't do. Listen, there's another way. I've got an idea. Martin and I looked at one another, then back at Brady. I considered objecting, but realized that I too, like Ruiz, might be too close to make a decent decision. I nodded my head and said, "Okay, Brady. We're all ears." 27. The plan was simple and not necessarily one that would pay off immediately, but it was our best shot. We needed to catch Ramon and Jericho in the act, selling drugs, talking about Anson's murder, or doing whatever else they did. Then we could call the local authorities and have them taken in for questioning on some type of drug charges. That meant we had to make sure they had drugs when the call was made. If the opportunity to bring them in arose and they didn't have drugs, we'd have a problem, but it was our best chance of getting answers. The Ruizes lived just outside the city limits in a neighborhood with newer homes, spread out with large lawns and plenty of space between the houses. Martin was watching the residents from atop a small hill behind the block, and Brady and I were hiding in ditches on either side of the main road. The surveillance was long and tedious. Each night we would position ourselves in different places near Ruiz's home and wait for Ramon to slip out. He stayed put for 2 nights of surveillance, but on the 3rd evening he slipped out of his bedroom window and headed to the main road. That night, Abby Carter's Accord was waiting in the dark on the side of the highway, but after Ramon got in, they just sat and talked. The next couple of nights, they headed out to the desert. It didn't look like they were doing anything nefarious, so we just observed and waited for them to do something that might be sinister. After a week of watching Ramon and Abby roam around the dark desert roads outside of Evanston, we knew the pattern, but we wanted to wait for the 3rd person Martin had seen to join them. Armed with 2-way radios and dressed in black, we waited near the Ruiz's home for 8 straight nights. On the 9th evening, I made a decision. Tonight's the night. They either know we're watching them, or they're too scared to do anything. I think we have to make things happen. Remember, these are kids and we don't have any authority, Martin said. Actually, we do have a type of authority. You're right. We're not law enforcement officers, but these are kids and they will defer to a strong adult. That night we headed out and took our usual positions. Around 2:45, Martin whispered into the 2-way radio. Ramon just headed out of his bedroom window. Like clockwork, an aged Honda Accord pulled to the side of the main road and parked on the soft shoulder. I've got Abby Carter at the end of the block. Are you sure about this? Yeah. I can handle it. Brady will be watching. I'm going to tell them that immediately. Be careful, Martin said. A few minutes later, I spotted Ramon crossing the dark, empty highway. I headed to the car, hunching down to blend in with the darkness. Kneeling by the back door of the Accord, I waited for Ramon to reach the car. Abby hit the switch to unlock the doors. Ramon opened the passenger side, and as soon as he began climbing into the car, I grabbed the handle of the back door and jumped inside. Oh my gosh! Abby screamed. What the? Ramon began but stopped once he saw who I was. Are you two ready if needed? I asked, speaking loudly into the 2-way radio. Ready? Martin and Brady responded simultaneously. If you try to hurt me, or do anything other than sit here in the car, the boys are going to come in and handle things. Understood? Abby nodded her head, sobs shaking her shoulders. Ramon? Yeah, I heard you. Great. Now let's get down to business. Abby, what happened to Anson Green? I don't know anything about what happened to him. I told you and Detective Ruiz that I just chatted with him. That was it. I don't believe in coincidences. Let's start with the facts. You suggested Piedmont to Anson, talked it up, and told us he researched Butch Cassidy. Next, you say that you two were going to meet at Ridley's and somehow you're the person who finds the body. But it is all coincidence, Abby said, tears running down her cheeks. Are you two selling drugs for Jericho? The car fell silent. Ramon, your dad is a good man. You don't want him to suffer. I don't think you killed Anson, but you know what happened. Ramon shook his head and cried. I never meant for it to get like this. Working hard to stay firm and not feel a bit of sympathy for the sobbing teens, I said, then make it right. Now, talk. Both of you. I didn't know what I was getting into. It's hard being a cop's kid. Living in Casper was fun, but when I was 8, we moved here. It was hard because all the kids already knew each other. People were making fun of me all the time, and I didn't have a lot of friends. High school has been even worse. When Derry started being nice to me, I thought he really liked me. We started hanging out at his dad's place, and that was how it all started. What started? The drugs. Jericho wanted us to run some drugs for him. At first it seemed like nothing. Weed at first, but then meth. It wasn't what I wanted to be doing, but I'd smoked a little while I was out at the trailer. It was just a joint, but Jericho said he'd tell my dad. How would that look? Not good, I said gently, hoping to encourage Ramon to continue the story. What happened next? I didn't know Abby was talking to some guy online. Shut your mouth, Abby yelled. This is the truth. We're juveniles. Let's just tell the truth. I waited for the two to shout at one another and come to a consensus. Abby calmed down and said it was fun. I was just talking with him because I was bored. He was nice and said he was driving across the country. Anson was looking for adventure, so I told him about the treasure. I never expected him to go looking for it. I told a few people about it. It was a joke. Who would actually do that? But then I realized Anson was serious. He was talking about taking the money he got from graduation and exploring the country. I told a few people he was coming to town, and we joked about it, but some of them took me seriously. Who took you seriously? Just some people. Ramon. Tell her what happened, Abby said. He made me take the phone. We knew he'd been there, so it was a way to make it seem like someone in Telluride killed him, Ramon said. I just need a name. Are we going to go to jail? Abby asked, falling into tears again. Where are you two headed? You might as well tell her, Abby said. We need to get rid of these. Ramon opened his backpack and pulled out old Time and Life magazines similar to the ones I'd seen in Anson's bedroom. Where did you get those? Tell her. Abby punched Ramon in the arm. Okay. Stop being so rough. Jericho gave them to me. He wants us to get rid of them. I didn't think much about it, but now I think the magazines belong to the guy that got killed. Why not turn them in to the police? Ramon, you could have given them to your dad. I don't want him to be disappointed, and I was scared. I just thought it would be better to get rid of them. Okay. Listen closely. If you two didn't kill Anson, you have nothing to worry about. Ramon, your dad loves you and will help you through this, but you've got to tell the truth. Abby, Raymond's right when he says you two are juveniles. If a grown man pressured you two into doing something terrible, that will be considered. But that will only work if you are honest. Do you understand? The two nodded their heads. I called Ruiz, waking him up and sending him into a frenzy. What? Ramon doesn't really hang out with Abby. Are you sure? I'm in the car with them right now, I said as gently as possible. He's innocent. I know it. I'm not on the case anymore. I can't just. This isn't the murder case. You can take them in for something else. I don't know that I can. We have to work within the law. Just come to the end of the block, Ruiz, I said before hanging up. Ruiz showed up a few minutes later. His eyes were swollen from being abruptly woken. Dad, Ramon cried, running into his father's arms. Son, what have you done? What have you done? Ruiz embraced his son and the two sobbed. I didn't kill that man. I didn't, Dad. I swear. Ruiz? These two have something to tell you, I said, keeping an eye on Abby. She looked like she might bolt out into the darkness. I stood back and let Ruiz do his job. Martin and Brady joined us on the side of the road a few minutes later. Abby and Ramon claimed to not know anything more about Anson's murder, but they confessed to running drugs for Jericho. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but the fact that they had magazines that looked like the ones in Anson's room, and Ramon said that Jericho had given him that cell phone, was enough for a formal investigation into Jericho to be opened. The next morning I called the Greens and updated them, explaining that I'd done what I could and would be coming home soon. We were pretty sure the man who had taken Anson's life was on the radar, but not yet in custody. It wasn't the answer anyone wanted, but solving crime takes time, and I had done all I could at that point. This may take a while, but we're close. There's an officer here I know will keep moving forward on this. I'm confident the perpetrator will be arrested in time. How long do you think that will be? Michael asked. I chose my words carefully. We can never put a timeline on this type of thing. A few hours later, I received a surprise call from Ruiz. We've arrested Jericho. We got a warrant and raided his place and found a bunch of meth. It's not for Anson's murder, but we've got enough to hold him and start digging into all aspects of his life. That's wonderful. I'm sure the murder charges will be coming soon. No promises yet, but it's looking good. Ruiz, this is great news. Thank you for letting me know. Wilcox, thanks for all your help. We couldn't have done this without you. Remember, I'm nothing without the official boys in blue. I decided to wait until I got home to update the Greens. Tired and ready to relax, I updated Martin and Brady. We kind of did it, didn't we? Brady asked. I think we can take a little credit. In the meantime, what do you two say about heading out to a quiet spot and relaxing for a few days before we take off? The three of us parked the RV in a quiet, empty area not too far from Piedmont, taking time to decompress before returning to our lives. On the second night after watching the sunset, Brady and Martin got in the Jeep and headed to the city to pick up a late dinner. We'd been too lazy to cook, and the sunset had been spectacular. I'll stay here, I said, enjoying the waning light that warmed my bare feet. I headed into the RV, queued up a true crime podcast on my phone, and started washing the breakfast dishes. The rental had to be returned the day after tomorrow. I might as well start tidying things up. A few minutes later, I heard the quiet scrap of shoes against gravel, followed by a knock. That was fast, I said, turning around and pushing the door open. I was stunned to see Derry, Jericho's oldest son. Derry? What are you doing here? Hey. My car died down the road. Sorry to hear that, I said, looking around for a vehicle. My phone doesn't have any juice. Can I use yours? Yeah. Let me grab it, I said, not wanting Derry to come inside of the RV. We should probably talk about other stuff too, Derry said. His voice was calm and even as he stepped onto the stairs into the RV. I grabbed the door and tried to close it, but Derry caught the latch and forced his way inside. Derry, if there's something you know that can get your dad out of trouble, Ruiz would love to. He shoved me hard. I fell against the stove and struggled to get up, but Derry caught me, jumping on top of me. Derry tried to pin my arms down, but I was able to keep one hand free. I kept my arm free, moving it around on the floor, hoping to come across something that could be used as a weapon. You should have stayed in your place. I remained quiet, allowing Derry to seethe with anger and attempt to goad me. He seemed eager to talk. Why did you lie about my father? His eyes got wider, and Derry grabbed my neck with his free hand. As he pushed hard against my esophagus, Derry's lips were moving. But with each squeeze, my head felt like it was going to explode. One arm was still free, but my fingers had not come across anything of significance. Answer me, Derry yelled. My eyes were dimming. I knew I needed to clear my airway. Using my free hand, I dug my nails into Derry's fingers, working hard to get some space between his hands and my neck. I took a deep breath, feeling more air passing through my throat. Digging my fingernails deeper into Derry's hand, I drew blood and caused him to let go. I slipped my arms inside of Derry's grip and forced his hands from around my neck. He used the moment to grab a handkerchief out of his back pocket. You're not getting out of this. Give up, Derry said, showing that he was weakening. The strain of my arms was burning. I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Derry tried to wrestle his way between my arms, so he could wrap the handkerchief around my neck. My arms were waning and little dots appeared before my eyes. The roar of a motor caught Derry's attention for just a second, long enough for me to get control of my right arm, lean forward, and catch him on the side of the face with an elbow. Stunned but not deterred, Derry reached for my neck again. This time I was able to headbutt him, a move that left me dazed and confused. Seconds later I heard Brady yell, "Get off her!" Martin and Brady pulled Derry off of me. As soon as he was facing them, Brady gave him a right hook to the mouth, knocking him to the floor. Martin used a cord from an appliance to tie Derry up. I got up, stumbling and dizzy. "Sylvia, we're going to get you to the hospital," Martin said, coming over and grabbing my arm. "Don't worry about me. Get my gun and keep it on him." With Martin keeping a steady eye and pistol on Derry, Brady felt comfortable driving down the road to a spot where he had cell phone reception to call the police. 28. Martin and Brady took me to the emergency room, where I got checked out and discharged. Brady had taken it upon himself to rent a hotel room so that I could have a hot shower and a comfortable bed to sleep in. Other than a few bruises and a bad headache, I was fine, but the shower and firm mattress were great. The next morning, Ruiz called. I watched my phone ring a few times before answering. Even though I was sure we had the right person in custody now, I wanted to get confirmation. It would be so comforting to tell the Greens that their son's killer was behind bars. "Derry Willis, I think we finally have the right person in custody for Anson's murder," Ruiz said. "A kid. That's terrible. Was there a motive?" "Yes, and totally different from anything I would have thought." He took a while to talk, but once he started, he didn't stop for hours. "This kid is a criminal, and I'm sure he'll be charged as an adult, but there's a piece of me that feels bad for him." "Tell us the story," I said, switching to speakerphone so Martin and Brady could hear. "It started out as child's play, literally. Derry got tired of hearing Sarah and Abby giggling and talking about a guy who called himself Adventure Man 18. After school, Derry, Ramon, Sarah, and Abby would get together and play cards. The girls were enamored with Adventure Man 18. Derry, possibly out of jealousy or just plain teenage angst, watched her texting away on her phone. Becoming familiar enough with Abby's conversation had made it possible for Derry to lure Anson to Piedmont with stories of riches. He had impersonated Abby and filled Anson's head with ideas of breaking out of the traditional treadmill of college and a 9-to-5 existence. "So Derry was Kitty forever," Martin said. "That's right," Ruiz said. He says Anson thought he was talking to the same person. It's not unusual for kids to have different screen names on different apps. Anson mentioned all the money he got for graduation, which excited the girls even further. Sarah's handle had never been Kitty forever. Instead, she'd used Free Girl Soon, but Derry paid enough attention to their conversations to convince Anson Kitty Forever and Free Girl Soon were the same person. "What happened the day Anson died?" I asked. Ruiz sighed. "Well, to explain how it went down, you have to know that Jericho is running an extensive drug business. As you discovered, his wife is an addict, so he holds that over her head, but she also is taking care of the kids 95% of the time. Jericho uses Lenny, Abby, Ramon, and Derry to sell drugs across Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado. Even with all that territory to cover, Jericho doesn't make much money, so he doesn't pay the foot soldiers well. Derry told Lenny about Anson's money, and the two decided they would lure him out to Piedmont, keep him on a wild goose chase in the town looking for money and treasure." "So Derry was with Anson when Bill passed them on the side of the road?" "Actually, no. It was Lenny. That was why he was in a rush to get off work. Abby told Anson that Lenny would give him a deal on gas at the station if he paid in cash. So Lenny's been scamming the station and taking some money on the side. Basically, Lenny tells people that the station has a high credit card fee, which encourages people to use cash. Lenny then does what he wants with the total and scams people out of money. Only a few questioned his math, and he keeps the amount of scams to a minimum so no one caught on. Lenny headed out to Piedmont after he got off work." "Yeah. What happened to the car?" "Well, that part of the story was real. So the car stalls, and Lenny just happens to be in the area. Since he just talked to Anson at the gas station, and Abby had already said she was friends with Lenny, he was a friendly face looking to lend a hand. He saw Anson's car on the side of the road and pulled off, heading down toward that abandoned ranch out there. Lenny parked behind the ranch, and that's why Bill didn't see his car." "Where were they that evening? Did they go to Piedmont and stay there for the hours leading up to the murder?" This is where it just gets so sad. Anson and Lenny were getting along, looking for the treasure. Lenny always has his metal detector, so they spent hours in the town getting to know one another. The original plan, according to Lenny, was to wait until dusk, beat up Anson, and take his money. The rest may or may not be true, but Lenny claims he changed his mind because he liked Anson, and decided to head to his car so they could get it started and back to town. Well, Derry shows up as they're leaving the Piedmont. He's on an ATV, so he comes along on back trails, and the three talk and decided they'd go back and get Anson's car started. Let me guess. After that, Lenny tries to stop the robbery? Exactly. That's his story. He tried to stop what was happening, but he claims it was so fast and he was scared, so he ran away back toward the interstate. I don't buy it. I think they killed Anson, searched for the money, got spooked when they couldn't find it, and took off. Probably so. After that, Derry grabbed Anson's cell phone, and since he knew that his dad's drug route went to Telluride, he forced Ramon to take the phone down to Colorado with instructions on where to leave it. Basically, Derry set up his father. Yeah, and Abby and Lenny. Derry's name never came up on the suspect list. Any motive? Well, Derry claims he did it all to help get his mom out from underneath his father's thumb. Which, by the way, Barnett is on a leave of absence. Really? Why is that? He and Jericho belong to an anti-government group. We were right, Brady said. Yes. So you can imagine how crazy things are at the station. I better get back, Ruiz said. The next night, Ruiz called one more time to give me an update. Derry has told us a lot, but there's still a lot we don't know. We might have a long trail ahead of us, Ruiz said. I think the Greens will come out for the trial. I will probably be here for some of it as well. Well, if you're ever looking to get back into a regular job, we'd love to have you around here. Thanks, but I'm more like Jericho than I'd like to admit. I don't like systems much. We shared a laugh followed by a short silence. Hey, before I let you go, there was this priest that went missing in your area back in the late 1970s. If you ever get a chance, I have a friend back in Michigan that has some survivor's guilt. Think you could look into it? I might be able to check it out. I'll keep you posted. The next morning, I promised to visit Utah once the ski season started, bid Brady goodbye, and Martin and I headed home. Back at the office, we completed the paperwork for the case. So this kid was trying to get his mom out of an awful marriage. That's sad. I wonder if the court will take that into account, Martin said. In the long run, it doesn't matter what got him to where he is. Some of us get dealt a bad hand. It doesn't mean we don't have to play by the rules. I took the client report that covered the case and results of the investigation, and headed to see the Greens. They were waiting on the porch when I arrived at their home. I tried to smile as I got out of the car, but the smirk was weak. Yes, the case had been solved, and there would be a type of justice, but not near enough for what had happened to Anson. You did it, Michael said. I know it's not much solace for what has happened, but Derry Willis and his accomplice will face justice. You'll be notified of the court schedule. I may be called as a witness, so I'll probably be heading out there for a portion of the trial. We'll see you there, Brienne said. Yes. I'm sure you will. We settled the account, promised to keep in touch, and parted ways. In the car I felt a cloud of sadness, but also a slight sense of purpose. A young man's life had been taken. Another one would pay the price for the crime. There was a sense of pride about playing a part in bringing justice to the family. I was helping in a little tiny way that I hoped moved the world closer to a fairer, more honest place. None of it was perfect or desirable, but those were the cards available. I hoped I'd played them to the best of my ability. The end. Continue the adventure. Get the next book now. Awakening. Follow me on Facebook or Patreon. You can follow for free. https://www.facebook.com/BrayleeParkinson/ https://www.patreon.com/BrayleeBParkinson. Let's get lost in stories together. Braylee.